okay. Hello, and welcome to the Predator League Valorant Oceanic Qualifiers. I'm Avril here with Mitch. I want to say, hey, actually, I'm Mac. I'm Mac. I'm back casting again. Casting some Valorant here with my friend Mitch. But it's actually me. It's Avril. It's been a couple of years, mate. But we're diving back in. We're getting back into Valorant.
Yeah, we are. You're looking just as jacked as Mac. So I could say you're definitely ready for
Stole
this.
his wardrobe. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're definitely
ready.
ready.
He left his clothes behind when he left. Yeah.
It's been a while since we casted together, but I'm keen to get into some more Valorant, especially here for Ace of Predator League in APAC. It was phenomenal to be involved earlier this year over in the Philippines, and I'm keen to see who is going to go over from the Oceanic representative. We've recently had our Oceanic representative top 6 over in Ascension. So honestly, I think could even have arguably a stronger representative over at something like the Ace of Predator League over there in Malaysia. And exactly. I think as a result, maybe even a better placement. And
you talked about Malaysia. That's where we're headed to. So this is the qualifier to go to Malaysia. The top team from this event is going to qualify over there. And we got some of our best teams in Oceania. Obviously, we're playing VCL as well. That's happening sort of alongside this off-season event. But, we've got the best teams in the region competing for that top spot in Southeast Asia's biggest off-season event, right?
Yeah, which was less so the case last year. We've actually got a better roster of teams, some more stable teams and stable rosters, especially with some more off-season events coming in. So I'm really keen to see how the rest of this bracket's going to develop. We do have some best of ones to start off until we head a little bit deeper into the bracket when we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of some best of threes. And I think pretty close to 32 teams participating in this qualifier. So that's a pretty decent turnout for an off-season event here in Down Under.
Yep, it's 3 days of qualifiers, guys, starting with today, day number 1. So we're going to be running through a decent number of the games there, moving through the bracket pretty quickly before we get into some best of threes in the following days. But, all for the today, we're going to be running through 6 best of ones. So, we have plenty of teams to get through, plenty of the best teams to get through.
Yeah.
And, we talked about this earlier, but they're playing for the opportunity to go to Malaysia alongside some cash prizes. So top 3 is really what we're looking at here in terms of being in the money. 6,000, 3,000, then a 1K for third place, but it's especially that qualification pathway that's important.
For sure. I think the Asia Pacific Predator League is one of the best off-season events, especially around Southeast Asia, although there is some other Asian representative. You usually have a Japanese team in there, a Korean team. Those kind of teams do participate. There have been some pretty large off-season events in terms of going to China, in terms of going to Korea, where a lot of these events do happen in Asia. But in terms of events that happen in Southeast Asia, this one might be the biggest and the most exciting event outside of Ascension Pacific, and it's going to be a really, really big one that a lot of teams look towards to be able to try to qualify for, to be able to have a good placing, and to also have the opportunity to play some of the best teams in the Asian region. We do see that a little bit more with the consolidation of the Challengers League in Southeast Asia, but especially here for us in Oceania, there's very few opportunities to actually go and test your mettle against some of the best in Asia.
And only a few teams have had that opportunity. A few of those players, spread out across either the top team or the top couple of teams have been overseas to play against the Southeast Asians or the rest of the world. So one of those opportunities now presented again through the Predator League to maybe get that done. But we'll take a look at how we're going to move through this weekend and also the next in terms of these next 3 days of competition. As we mentioned, we're talking about the fact that today is going to be a full best of 1 day. And it's going to be all best of ones through the entire 32-team bracket, this double elim bracket, up until, the winners semi before the winners final, and then round 5 of those as well. So it's pretty high stakes in terms of you get the one shot, you got to play your best game, hope that it works out for you, and then you got one shot again in that lower bracket to make it work, and then you're out.
Yeah, double elim, best of 1, so there is some room for error, but at the same time, you can't be losing too many of these best of 1 matches before you can try to get yourself into those best of 3s where things might be a little bit more stable. If you get a bad bracket draw, or maybe the seeding's not favorable for you, 2 best of 1s against some pretty decent teams, you could be falling, unfortunately, out of the tournament, which is kind of what happened, if I remember correctly, last Ace of Predator League. You had some top teams, some mixed teams with cores of players that had participated and placed really well in VCL, and they didn't actually make it into the final. I think there was 2 of the less favored teams that made it into the final of that event, and the team that won it was still a pretty decent team, and they had a chance to really qualify into the playoffs over in Manila earlier this year, but unfortunately they just didn't quite have what it took, especially against Japanese teams. They had a very, very close game against the team from the Philippines, which still some of those players are some of the best players in the Philippines or are playing in Pacific League and things like that. So, That is the caliber of players that you're going to get here in the Asia Pacific Predator League. In the Oceanic qualifier here, I can actually honestly say, undoubtedly, best players in Australia for the most part, like 95% are participating in this qualifier, as they should be. Because like you said, it's very, very rare that you do get the opportunity to participate over and play against some of the players in Asia. And there's only very few, I would say, elite group from Oceania who have had the opportunity to actually do that.
Well, let's go and take a look at how we're going to be proceeding through this weekend and the next as well, and diving a little bit deeper into the teams in just a moment. Our first match today, Cooper Troopers versus Magi Soul Stealers, and then 5 more games. And, you know, these games will be moving through the bracket as well, so not necessarily every single game is going to be from the same part of the bracket. You know, we're going to be moving through several rounds. It's going to be a lot of games happening in the background as well that we're not going to be covering on the stream, but on the stream itself, we'll hopefully be able to bring you guys the best games, starting with this top one right here, Cooper Troopers versus Magi Soul Stealers.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that game. You do have a couple of buys in the bracket already. Arena Internet Cafe given a buy after a great participation in VCL. You do have Kebab Clan given a buy with the core, I would imagine, of the JFT guys who were our representatives over in Pacific Ascension. However, there have been a few roster changes that is worth keeping an eye on for these rosters heading into this tournament. Since VCL Stage 2 and heading into VCL Stage 3, as well as this tournament, you're seeing teams like AIC, you're seeing teams like Focus, even GG How making some pretty big roster changes. And I think that that's going to be really, really interesting going into this tournament to see who is actually the top dog, who's put together the best off-season roster to be able to participate in these off-season events.
Obviously, in this particular event for this qualifier, only the top team gets to go through that grand prize to Malaysia. So you have to be the best of the best here. And, you know, there probably is one team that maybe stands out to you. In my mind, looking through the rosters, GG How looks like potentially the most stacked roster here. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
You expecting that they are the team to go on through? And beyond that, I mean, is it going to have to come down to an upset from somebody else? Or are we going to have maybe a tighter top 3 here?
I'm glad you said it, because I'm going to be called biased, maybe, unfortunately. But I think, honestly,
GG How,
they've picked up Tix and Ikana. So they picked up the IGL and Init, which they needed an Init from JFT, who was one of the better players in VCLO Stage 2 and played pretty well overseas as well. Might be best in slot initiator in Australia, although there's a couple of pretty decent ones, but I'm pretty confident in saying that after seeing him play for a while. Tix obviously coming in from the Japanese scene. He's played in the Indian scene as well. He's played with these players before. He has a lot of experience. He's going to be a very, very solid, maybe best in slot controller player, joining the core of the GG How team. You got Minimize on the IGL duties, and then you obviously got Lou and Dragon, some of the star players from OS. They got upset twice in VCL OS Stage 2. They weren't particularly happy about it, but they have the attitude that they're probably still the best. They should probably be the participant in this overseas tournament, and they should probably still do pretty well at some of these overseas tournaments given the experience that these players have. But I'm glad that you brought it up, that given what happened in VCL OS Stage 2, I don't think they're unbeatable or anything like that. I think AIC, I think Focus, I think some of these teams can definitely beat them. They've only recently made those roster changes, although they are, again, a stacked, pretty star-studded roster. They are not unbeatable.
Yeah, just looking through, you know, some of these rosters as we head into these games, you know, GG How was one that stood out to me, as I mentioned, because they are the team that have all the veterans. And, as I said, it's been a while since I've been into the Valorant, especially in Oceania. And these are basically, all 5 of them are players that I kind of recognize from that era of, you know, Valorant back when it was, you know, VOT and all that kind of stuff. So you look through a lot of these rosters, a bunch of new players in my mind. You talked about AIC and Focus as well. There's a lot of new players from my perspective that I haven't seen from that long ago, so a lot of new blood coming on through.
For sure.
And, you know, it sounds like those are the expected teams that you would say have the best chance of taking down GG How, maybe looking for that upset win. And maybe given the fact that some of these players on GG How didn't quite do as well as they wanted to in VCL, the opportunity for the upset to come through might be, you know, on the cards for real.
It could be on the cards. I think it's really going to light a fire under them. I think they really wanted to go to Ascension, and I think that they probably... you know, I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but they might have done better than JFT over in Ascension if they were the representatives, though they didn't qualify.
Which team is that?
GG How.
I see, yeah.
But they did, at the end of the day, lose to both AIC and Focus. So if you lose 2 best of 3s, you can't be going overseas at the end of the day. But I think honestly, AIC, Focus, as well as I would say Kebab Clan. I'm not sure what roster they're going to be rolling into this event with, but that's the leftovers of JFT as well. If they put the right roster together and they're feeling themselves on the day and they're overlooked like they were in VCL, they could win it as well. It's a pretty exciting time in VCLOs as far as I'm concerned. I think not only do you have some pretty solid rosters and some pretty solid players overall at the top level of the Oceanic scene, but also stylistically, they are very different teams as well, and that can definitely play a factor. You know, you've got the more puggy style of Kebab Clan, you've got GG How, who does a little bit of everything, has some flexible players, has a pretty stacked roster. Then you've got the Focus guys who love to run kind of more trappy plays. They are really abusing the Neon at the moment, you know, and if you're playing the meta, as you saw from the JFT guys spamming ISO literally every game all the way to Tokyo, which then turned into Jakarta, you can win an event off of playing the meta. That is the kind of game that Valorant is. So, you know, maybe Focus can abuse Neon hard enough to make it all the way to the international event, as well as the fact that they've got some pretty solid players and they play this very kind of, you know, I wouldn't say gimmicky, but like they do have a lot of trap plays. They do have a lot of set plays that can catch you off guard, as did happen in the VCL last season.
Well, we're not going to dive into the game just yet. Going to take a little bit of a break before we get into game number 1 here in the Premier League Valorant Oceanic Qualifiers. So we'll see you right after this. Game number 1 of the Predator League Oceanic Qualifiers is about to be underway, Mitch. But before we head into that, let's talk about our first matchup here, Koopa Troopers versus Magi Soul Stealers. And some familiar names on here. Koopa Troopers is a familiar team. Magi Soul Stealers is a new team, but, you know, as mentioned, maybe a couple names that do bring up, you know, a bit of history there. So, you know, what do you look into for this type of game here?
Yeah, I'm just trying to pick games that are going to be somewhat close-ish, best of ones, I'm hoping. You know, with the way that the seeding is designed, you're trying to pit some very strong teams, especially double elim, right? You're trying to pit some very strong teams against some weaker teams, but somewhere in the middle of the seeding, you're going to get some closer games. I think Koopa Troopers is a team that they've been grinding at VCLOs for a number of seasons, and this season, they've actually picked up some new players. They picked up Dasani as well, who's been kind of, you know, kicking around in ranked and playing for some lesser teams, and he's been playing pretty well, and they recently just did qualify for the top 8 of the VCL, so Koopa Troopers sticking with the same core for a while and being rewarded for that. It's good to see. Even beating out Bobo, they're losing to the teams that you expect them to lose to. Like, no shame in losing to AIC or GG How. Those are pretty solid teams. But these guys are starting to maybe turn into kind of a gatekeeper team here in Oceania.
Bit of a mid-range team, you'd say,
yeah, in the middle of the pack and qualifying for a top 8. That's a really, really good run. So you've got to give credit where credit's due. Over on the other side of things, this Magi Soul Stealers team, I actually thought that they were bringing Akana into this game, but Akana just joined GG House. So that's rough. That's going to be a player that you can't really replace at the end of the day, but you still do have some pretty decent players who have been kicking around in ranked for a while. Bless, I don't think, is blessed. He's a player that was on focus for a while. I don't know if he's playing, but Bina used to be on JFT in Split 1. I think, you know, Jawsy and Quen, these guys, you know, I think they do play a little bit of some qualifiers. They do play a little bit of ranked at a decent level as well. So the other guys, I can't really say that I know if these players are super active players because they're using different names. But at the end of the day, these guys should be kind of like a bit of a ranked pug mix who play the game at a decent level, who can bring some decent form, and do have someone who's got some competitive experience and can help kind of guide the team to play against a Koopa Troopers team who, if they are this gatekeeper team, then they should be able to take them out every day of the week, right?
Looking through this type of roster right now, you mentioned that they stuck together for a decent amount of time now through VCL and all of that. You know, they're beating teams they should beat, losing to teams that are unfortunately a little bit higher than them.
Yeah.
Who stands out here on this roster to you? I mean, what are we looking at?
Probably Dasani, I would say, because he's kind of been playing on like a weaker roster for a while and having some decent performances, putting up some decent stats. He's pretty sharp in ranks, things like that. You see some of these other guys kicking around ranked a little bit as well, and they do pretty decently for themselves. So I think it's more of a case of like they picked up a sharp duelist from a lesser team to add to a core of players that already has a lot of chemistry and history playing together, and is a team that was kind of grinding the scrims a fair bit a little while ago. So I think that should have continued through and towards the off season, and they've continued building out this roster, making small changes, small tweaks, but keeping the same core and chemistry that they've had for a while, which is not the same that you can say for most teams, and is going to give you definitely a bit of a competitive advantage just having that track record of familiarity amongst the roster that you can bring into a tournament like this.
Seems like a rarity to have the same roster fly through multiple seasons or anything like that in OCE. And map Vita will be underway shortly here as well through our new map pool in the off-season. So we'll see how that ends up going through. But an interesting opening game. Hopefully one of our closer games. You mentioned that, in the W bracket, there's going to be some more lopsided games. Hopefully we picked a more close matchup here. Magi Soul Stealers being a little bit more of a newer team. We're probably seeing them as the underdogs here versus a team that's a little bit more established, a lot more established than Koopa Troopers, who have also been a team that have been, sticking through with their roster for a reasonable while. So in a BO1 here, we're going to be flying through this map Vito to just land on a singular map here, Mitch.
Yeah.
A lot of work here to do if you're Magi Soul Stealers to try and get it all done in one, and that one is Ascent.
I think at the end of the day, though, BO1 format is the perfect kind of format for you to take on a team like Koopa Troopers if you're Magi Soul Stealers. You just get it straight to a middle of the map pool. You don't have to have this deep map pool until you head through into the best of threes, right? So if you're able to just get it onto a map you've got some familiarity with, you can kind of pug your way along, and that's where you can beat a team like Koopa Troopers, even if you don't have that chemistry, even if you don't have that experience built up as a team. If these guys can pop off in ranked sometimes, they can drop 20, 30 kills a game. One or two of these guys has a good game. That's all you need to win a BO1 on Ascent at the end of the day. Everyone knows how to play this map. It's been in the pool forever. If they can just put together enough rounds, they can win those swing rounds, maybe win a thrifty or two. That can win you a game at the end of the day and knock KT into the lower bracket.
It seems like before we head into Agent Select next, that Ascent is pretty standard in terms of where the meta's landed. Looking through the type of meta that we're in now, but even from years back when I was more active, we're still playing Killjoy here. We're still playing a lot of the Jets, sniping our way through. KO being added to the mix has been huge on Ascent, so pretty standard meta that most teams will run basically the exact same thing, correct?
Yeah, the meta comp is the most popular still. There is a little bit of Cypher Deadlock being mixed in as well at the moment. That is changing things up. And there are also those funky teams that like to mix in the different comps every now and then. You see your SPGs running a bit of a whack comp. You see, some of the Korean teams, some of the Vietnamese teams as well. They love to run weird stuff like, Fancy love running like Viper with Fade and things like that. So I would agree with you. 80% of the time, you are going to get the stock standard meta comp. I would say 10%, 15% of the time, you might get Cypher Deadlock, and 5% of the time, you're going to get, well, what the hell is this? Like, what are you guys cooking? What are you guys
maybe
cooking?
Maybe that 5% happens just a little bit more in this region.
These KT guys used to play some weird comps as well.
Sure.
I think the Hornswogglers guys sometimes play some really weird comps. Like, I remember scrimming against some of those guys, and they all playing, like, Harbor on Ascent and stuff like that. So, like, sometimes these guys do be cooking, but, like... I don't know if it's like...
Let's see how much they have cooked here as we head into Agents Select to see if anything is different from what we discussed in terms of where we think the standard meta for us. Map number 1 in a best of 1. Game number 1 here in our qualifiers for Predator League.
Same.
And same, but there is a Clove.
Yeah.
Magi Soul Stealers just taking that smoking spot of Omen, so...
Yeah.
Is that, like, I don't know, that's super off meta, but Omen is a lot more standard, I would say.
This is just ranked. This is just ranked tendencies at the end of the day. Like, this is probably a team where you're putting someone who's not super familiar playing that hard controller role onto something like a Clove, and it's what people do in ranked at the end of the day. It is an agent that you can pop off individually on, but the utility of the agent is much, much less than what you've got on the Omen. The Omen, you have so much more range on the smokes, you can make these P plays, and of course, the paranoia is really strong. It's really huge for a lot of set plays. It's really huge for a lot of the common strats that are the bread and butter here on Ascent. These are not the options that you'll have open to you anymore if you are going to be running the Clove, but what you do get is an agent that can run around and have a multi-frag round and be game-defining in some circumstances.
So more pop-up potential definitely on the individual side, but a lot more utility coming through on the Koopa Troopers side as we head into round number 1 here, Mitch, of the Predator League Oceanic Valorant Qualifiers. Koopa Troopers on the attacking side.
Yeah.
Big stack over towards the A for Koopa Troopers to start things out.
Yeah, setting up already with the knife on towards that A site. It's going to be an A set execute dart already being lined up there by Brock. It's going to be an instant mid-crunch from the defense, so they're going to go straight into a retake scenario where the A site is going to be forfeited off the bat, and they're going to have to react to that pressure coming in.
Here we go. Knife is going to have spotted few members already straight through the smoke. First blood being found. Return coming through from Oceanic. It's Noah as well. Finding Gun City. Plants already coming down from Brocky. So you talk about the retake. That's exactly what's going to have to happen here, 3 versus 4.
With the Clove dead, you can still smoke off A main and try to create some semblance of a retake, but with the door closed, it's going to be hard to get back in here for the defense.
Rex the Rich is playing through into main here as well, as this post plant is mainly on the site itself. 3 members, as mentioned, for this retake. Jawsy coming through. Now with the rest of the team, a bit of damage on the entry here from Jawsy, but can't quite connect the shots. And finally, double coming on through. Can't find the third towards Hell. 2 versus 2 now, and it's going to be the completed retake with Bless coming through from that door as well.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, some of these players, they can pop off individually and they can multi-frag, Kev. Jawsy coming out heaven and putting together a pretty easy 2K from a pretty disadvantageous situation. They're able to complete a numbers down retake. Like I said, the Clove smoke from the grave dying on short there is another stylistic difference from the Omen that you wouldn't have been able to make work, but that is a big pistol round to be winning. This is a best of 1 on Ascent. You win both the pistols and you're on your way to making an upset happen.
I think that first trade from Bless through the smoke as well was pretty crucial for this defense coming on through. But yeah, you got to talk about Jawsy coming through from heaven. Initially looked a little tough, taking a lot of pot shots from downrange, but they was able to drop down, get that double, and we're off to second round already. Yeah, aggression coming through from Magi Solstice for the first 2.
A-main control denied. Combination of the one-way shock dart and a little bit of spam. Not much on offer here for Koopa Troopers. Nor's hit the deck over on the other side of the map. That's the spike dropped as well. So only these 2 players left in A-main to try to get any semblance of any damage done here for Koopa Troopers.
Yeah, they saw the spike going down as mentioned, so that's basically a round over at this point to see how much cleanliness we can find through from the rest of the Magi's. If they're going to get that at all, they'd like to not drop anything. Should be a flawless coming in through. They will lose Bless, but just a singular gun. That's fine. They'll take that. Pretty easy anti-eco.
Very clean anti-eco here for Magi's. So dropping over the Sheriff, that's going to help them min-max the money. It should be a pretty solid looking bonus round here for the defense. Time for Koopa Troopers
Look at this as well.
Get rolling though.
Bless is 5 out of 6 for this ultimate as well. So, you know, given this situation, you could go for an early steal for the orb. Find the Blade Storm. You're not buying this round anyway. I mean, you can really turn this into something for you. Even though it's a bonus, it seems like it's kind of winnable if you can make that happen. We'll see if that's happening. It should be an easy orb take, actually, because Bless has got it solo on that side of the map over towards A, but it's B where the action will take place.
Big fight over B main there. Knife going to catch a couple of players. Dart comes in, does scan out Vina. Quention being baited for by multiple players. Could go huge from Logs here.
Going to find their way in. Quen to hold positioning. Has a potential shot onto Oceanic. Will find it. Smoke will hold off the rest of the attacking team here. Law looking his way through. But only for the 1 so far. This attack has fallen apart so quick, and both the Brocs here, Brocky in particular, very low HP, shaky shots, but we'll find the connection onto Gun City. 2 versus 2. Even if Koopa Troopers win this one, significant damage done to the economy, and they haven't won it just yet. Vina on just about 1 HP. Isn't going to find it. Pick up. And Bless. There it is. Well, at least get an upgrade.
Spike planted.
1 versus 2. Good health, though. That's the advantage. Major health advantage. Doesn't know the positioning of both players. There's a tailwind's going to run out. It's one of the crucial utils gone. Smoke's available. Hasn't revealed his own positioning. And dodges the dart as the kill comes up. 1 versus 1. Crucial situation. Does he get a timing here or not? Oh, the smoke timing is actually pretty rough. Sees the shoulder. Timer's running out, needs to find this one immediately. Only 1 shot required. Brock's on no HP. Just trying to delay this as much as possible. Surely he doesn't believe it's a stick. And he gets it. No, he doesn't, Bless!
Is nothing.
Turns around the single shot on the Guardian. And because he had the half defuse locked in, Brock was thinking there's just no way he's going to stick this through. There's no way. Maybe, you know, does he even get the half? And he did. Brock didn't have any HP though, so despite it being only a Guardian, didn't need the headshot there. Just a single body shot and he got it.
Koopa Troopers, they just got caught up in B main there. They couldn't scale out. Really, really good bait setup. That's exactly what you want to be doing on these bonus rounds. Just leaving a player in a position that's going to go unchecked. You need to mix in a couple of gimmicks to get those done. Honestly, Vina could have just locked it down from that position on site with 2 low players coming up late inside. I thought he was just going to lock that down with the Guardian, but at the end of the day, bonus round is still won there. And A main control being contested now from Cooper Troopers.
Yeah, they didn't even win it, you know, through getting any ultimates through anything like that. And speaking of which, it is on lane now. Operator in hand, 4 players, a lot of action happening over towards Tree. It's Dasani onto Quen, trying to lock down something from Gun City. A has been successful so far. Ish for Cooper Troopers. They at least got the plant on that opening pistol. They'll get it again.
Drone comes in on the retake. Bless posting up on the line, going to be harder to get back into this site with an operator in hand. 3 players from the defense getting shocked and zoned back by those darts. Jawsy pulling out the Outlaw there, getting picked on the cross. There's no way you're getting back in here. Cloudburst is going to deny any scan from the dart. Nice pick back on through from Bless.
He's got the ultimate up and going. That's exactly what you talk about, the fact that operator might not be good. Just throws the knives away. Still 2 players left to go through. He's got minimal HP here. And Brock will take him down, iBrocky that is. So finally, Cooper Trooper with a thrifty, and that's really required because they lost their first gun round. They came through with minimal weaponry.
Yeah.
And they got past a pretty stacked defense.
They lost to the bonus, but that's where the chemistry and the protocols that you built up through multiple seasons of practice is coming in huge for Cooper Troopers. They just kick off a half buy straight up short, and they split A really, really nicely. They're perfect paranoia. The info in it's gathering exactly what you want to be getting through from the drone, as well as the knife, revealing that it was a short setup from the defense. And that's where Cooper Troopers, they've turned their fortunes back around. Operator picked up now by Dasani on the attacking side. Drone goes forward. Might not have spotted out the alarm bot.
That'll be the stolen operator, I believe, that Dasani dropped on that previous round, so get that one for free. Let's see if Quen can find anything here. Tucked away. Over on Cat.
Big lean towards A here from the defense. You can already see them playing retake B. The alarm bot, or sorry, the turret hasn't been tickled at all. Bless thinking about edging out on this short line. Beautiful shot to open things up.
Could be a free gun here as well if he gets to walk up. But now it's going to be covered a little bit from the rest of the players. They don't even realize that Bless has walked up, and I'll be walking back. So that's the first 30 or 40 seconds out of the map now. A little bit more scouting done on the A side of the map, coming through from Brocky, dropping that the knife.
Yeah, Cooper Troopers is just going to group up for a mid to B, and it's the right call. 4 players on the defense and short control. Accidental shot from Dasani there, pulls the focus of the Clove back along. Cloudburst to help Brock get into a cheeky position top mid. That could be a round-defining position.
Which I seem to think they know about this. They're checking it through. Gun City will find out the hard way that indeed a player was playing through that Market Pizza side, coming through the CT now. Vending House will at least get one. As Jawsy takes down the Null Command. Couple players still alive on this defense. Magi Soul Steel is Bless.
10 seconds.
Strong. And with 10 seconds left, it's not very likely a plant now. In fact, not at all. That's it. The round's done.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Good opener from Bless. A 3K from him. That's what you want to be seeing from your Jet in the early to mid-round, taking matters into his own hands. 10-2 overall right now against Cooper Troopers, giving them a lot of issues. And despite the half-buy win, once again, Cooper Troopers falling apart once they get onto the guns.
Well, I don't know if you know where Magi Soul Sealers comes from as a name, but you know, this is an item in League of Legends which requires a bit of ramp-up, high-investment item where if you start dying, you're losing the scaling, but if you don't, you keep winning through these rounds, the economy starts booming, the economy is looking pretty terrible for KT at the moment.
Snowball kind of gameplay. Ooh, secret Jet. Yeah,
okay.
They're just going straight up short. This is a set strat that you see a lot. Dart going in towards the back of Tree, but if you can't get through a main, you're not really going to be making many plays. Oh, dear.
Dasani wanted a lot more out of that play. Now listen, KT don't have a lot to work through here anyway, but they won a previous Thrifty. It's not looking likely they'll win another one now. Everyone on Cooper Troopers stuck in A main with minimal equipment, as the cavalry has indeed arrived from Magi Soul Stealers, and they look for the big cleanup now. Only one left from iBrocky, and he'll be lucky to pick up anything here. Maybe an extra kill, maybe a sneaky plant, but the round's basically done.
Yeah, getting things back under control there after potentially a scary start. Oh, good shot from iBrocky. Hold on, he's got the spike. Killjoy not in range of the turret, which means that Brocky might even get through B main without even being spotted here. They don't even know if he's on the site yet because the Killjoy still isn't in range. Knife is going to confirm that he's there from the defense. It's just a standard plan. With the Sheriff,
I don't think he's looking to win. I don't think he's looking to win here. This is a good damage done. I mean, he's got no util left to play through. Knife comes up in 30 seconds, 1 versus 3 here. Didn't find a gun upgrade, unfortunately. So, you know, I think it would be a huge fumble for Magi Soul Stealers to drop this one. But the damage here is pretty huge already.
Ooh, hold on. This is very winnable.
Okay. No way. Surely not. Gun City needs to do everything right now, and he's just barely done it. But we talked about the damage. Okay, you started to make me believe towards the end that you're talking about fragging power here. That's more towards the Magi Soul Stealer squad. We're talking about them being ranked players, maybe plugging it the way through. But that was scary. That was a 1v4 that nearly went the way of Brocky.
Absolutely. Really feels like when it comes to the gun rounds, Cooper Troopers is having a tough time putting them together. But once they're back on the half buys, that's where they're kind of letting loose a little bit and maybe winning some rounds that they shouldn't be. Thrifty won a, what was that, 1v3, 1v4, almost won there by Ibrocky.
It's extreme damage done, even if you don't win that one. So.
I mean, yeah, you can see the effects of that on the defense economy. Like, once Vina purchases, drop will come through from Gun City. They're going to be pretty poor here, Kev. Tactical pause. Oh, sorry, technical pause, did you say?
Tactical pause.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. This attacking half hasn't started well from Cooper Troopers. Their loss bonus started to build up for them. They need to start to find some inroads into this game. I feel like they've been disrupted quite heavily by Bless. The man is 12-3 on the Jet right now. I'm not sure if that's his actual alias or whether it's his name is something else. I'd love to know if that's the case.
You said he wasn't Blessed coming into this. Like, Blessed is not Blessed.
No. This isn't the same guy for sure.
Okay,
he's not even playing. He's not playing the same role. It could be, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, it's just an off-rolling Blessed from way back when. No,
from Focus is the one that I'm thinking of. But anyway. Cooper Troopers, tack timeout, I'm assuming from them. We're going to go into a pretty big swing round off the back of the damage from Ibrocky. They've got the Hunter's Fury online and the From the Shadows. You could see a big B set play off of that. They're getting pretty close to the Null command as well, but there's some big ults for the defense as well. They're not dead yet. You got the Lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be very hard to get the round done on attack.
And actually, because they did so much damage economically to Magi Soul Stealers, if Cooper Troopers win this one, just taking a look at the money on MS, they're not going to have a lot to work through, especially with some big buys here. Odin onto Vina House, and not even a commitment yet coming through from Cooper Troopers. So you're going to see some big guns dropped at the end of this.
Light pressure on the extremities here from the defense, one way in A main, as well as clearing the turret in B main. It's just a slow default from the attack, taking their time. Drone's going to go up catwalk, but this is more so to just kind of scout the setup and create a little bit of pressure. They're going to confirm that the Killjoy's on A as well, so they're going to know that this is going to be a lockdown setup from Tree. Ooh, they might even try to nullify the lockdown with Hunter's Fury here, but it's great dodging coming in from Jawsy there. That Hunter's Fury has got nothing. Now they can't counter the lockdown anymore, Kev. That might be a pretty big misplay from the Sova here on Cooper Troopers.
Yeah, I think even if they wanted to get that kill, even a 5 versus 4, I think the opportunity for the lockdown coming in is pretty large, unless you actually get the kill on the Jawsy, which didn't happen. I mean, that would have been required as the full rotations from the defense now even coming on through. Smokes down to cover the garden, which means Street should be pretty free for now. Hunter's Fury come for Vina. That's actually a team kill on as well, so not what you want to see on the defensive side.
Yeah, they can't really get back in here. What a pre-fire from Noir. No chance of getting that lockdown down anymore, and Cooper Troopers have turned water into wine here. This round was not going well for them. They were running straight into the short setup where the lockdown was almost certainly going to be going down any second, and somehow they've been able to get through that round and get themselves a dub in a very important swing round there, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the Hunter's Fury is going amiss there, but the Hunter's Fury coming through from Vina House, getting a team kill into Bless, who we've noted as probably the top player, at least in the lobby for this game so far. And I mentioned this as well, but economy looking extremely rough for MS, which is why they're going to end up saving here, because look, they got no money. If you drop the Odin, you drop your last couple of guns here, it's looking extremely tough. So they're going to run away. No chase from KT. They'll respect that one. They, of course, don't want to drop too many weapons themselves. They've got better money, but not in a really comfortable position yet.
It's a huge round for Cooper Troopers to win there. They run into a pretty unfavorable situation, but the KO makes all the difference there. They solidify their money with 5 players surviving. So after that tack timeout, they have definitely turned around their fortunes here. What are Magi Soul Stealers going to reply with? They're trying to scrap together whatever they can to put a buy together here. Getting pretty close to the Null command. Not dead yet, and Lockdown are still in play. And it's going to be a B set play straight off the back here from Cooper Troopers. How will Jawsy respond?
Another Nanostorm straight away is going to be the response. On top of that's going to be the lockdown offensively as well. So they really want this B side done, and Bless is going to find Brocky on the backside. Did not watch the flank coming through from mid.
That's going to make it very hard to get back in. The bomb's going to A, though. This is all just a bit of a fake to get into an afterplant. Brock going to walk himself into this A site for free. Well. There's the From the Shadows straight across from rags to riches, but they're still at a numbers deficit, and they're very disjointed across the map right now, Kev.
And one particular kill possible here from Dasani. They'll at least weaken that defense now. So the attack is looking much better, as they were facing a lot of resistance going on towards B, and even just locking up CT now. These defenders can't even walk through. They had nothing to really work through anyway. The question will be, does Svina in particular want to go for the Swan, or does he want to just save on towards this Odin again, or at least find Dasani? Time is super limited at this stage. 1 versus 3. Odin retake, it doesn't look good, mate.
Nah, he's just going to save it again. Some decent damage done there from Magi Soul Stealers. They will look to buy into the next round. Good cancel from Cooper Troopers, though. They throw down the lockdown. They have to burn through a lot of their ult economy just to be able to get through that round, but at least not falling apart and dropping it at the end of the day. They do TP across the map. Nice alert through from Brock onto that A side to give themselves a contingency plan, because especially after they lose Brocky there to the big flank, just running it straight down mid, it's very hard to actually get out of that B main choke point without your KO. You want that underarm flash to come through as the second wave of the execute. So without the KO, it's going to actually be very hard for them to bust through into B and get down lane and scale onto side.
They probably expected an overcommit coming through from MS as well, given that MS had a pretty low buy and bad economic situation.
Yeah.
And so that's exactly what happened. So a freebie on towards the A. From the shadows, you know, in hindsight, didn't even really need to be used, but it will have been used. And Brock now taking down Vina House. That is the Odin coming on through.
That's around.
Yeah, B's completely taken it at this stage. We talked about the Odin a little bit earlier, but it's actually going to be the offensive Odin that gets the work done.
Yeah, I mean, you're anticipating the spam to come through. You've seen that Odin spam 2 rounds in a row. There's the spam straight through the market wall. Noir's going to get that next kill onto Quen.
This will be flawless.
Yeah, it is a very, very clean gun round coming through here from Cooper Troopers.
They should even consider going for the chase here, potentially.
Oh, for sure.
You know, you really want to destroy this economy. You can't allow Magi Soul Stealers to save 3 times
I mean, look at the money. First of all, look at the money. They can afford to lose guns here. But also, the ult's already there for Bless. Giving him extra ult points doesn't even really matter at this point. He's already got the blades online. So this is a definite hunt call coming through from KT.
Yeah, I think you basically send everyone. Well, you don't want to like, have a ninja defuse situation, but you basically send everyone here except one. And so goal is to take down the last weapon. Because even with Bless potentially ulting for the next round, you wouldn't want to give that gun over to a teammate if you are looking from the KT side of things. So Flaws coming on in.
They're back into it, bro. That was a rough start. That was a lot of big multi-frags from the Jet on the defense. Bless having a fantastic start to this game. But Cooper Troopers are well and truly back into this after the attack timeout. They had a really, really rough start, but that's 2 or 3 very clean gun rounds in a row here on attack. Now they're going to go into the anti-eco against just the Sheriffs. It's just a half buy.
Well, the thing is, I don't think Magi Soul Stealers have had a good buy yet for about 3 rounds now, because they've been constantly trying to save a little bit of money, just using a couple of guns each round. It's not been full equipment for anyone, realistically. Talk about Bless using the ultimate for this round. It's going to come on through big aggression, and suppression is going to stop Bless from really making any further inroads.
Oh, spam through the smoke from Noir. Dasani punishing Bless as well, so Bladestorm's going to hit the deck before it even gets any value, and you can see Cooper Troopers set up in middle, ready for the further peaks to come through. They know exactly what the approach was from the defense in this round.
Even the shock dart connecting there.
Yeah, they know exactly.
It goes from bad to worse Magi Soul Stealers. I mean, this is just the eco anyway, but man, they're getting cleaned up.
Yeah, they just got dominated, but these are the kind of plays that you see all the time at this level. These mid-crunches from the defense are very common. When you have the knives, the dash down mid like that is very, very common. It's popularized back in the day by DRX and some of these Korean teams with the set plays that they would do, diving through with the knives and those kind of Korean jet clips.
Yeah, the old breach jet situation
breach jet,
back
100%.
in the day.
That is
only
still,
the real ones, no. The real ones
still well and truly in the rotation, and teams are still well and truly prepared for it.
Well, it's prepared enough that Brocky dropped down a knife straight away, and that 0 point just shut down Bless instantly. You saw the suppression just eliminate any ability for him to make further inroads into mid. Speaking of which, now he's going to take a very aggressive positioning on towards A. It's going to be 3 members on A for the defensive side, as the rest of the attackers here on KT have stacked up for B.
Yeah, full A main control. Still leaning towards A. No rotation back towards the B side because the turret hasn't been tickled yet. Sova not in position to spam just yet. Jawsy going to be playing from market. Rotation coming across from both the Clove as well as the flank through A main, but the B execute is already being prepped.
Also being used by Dasani, flying straight over the rooftops. One play in towards the back. Mina needs to keep the house covered. It won't happen. Double smokes blocking the re-entry coming through from MS, and through the smoke it looks like Noir just takes down Quinn. She has been so good at killing players through smoke so far. And you're really looking towards this one play in towards mid to try and make anything happen here. It's Bless alone. And unfortunately, despite how good Bless has been in the opening 5-6 rounds,
I think
1v4 is probably not it.
You might know Bless.
I will.
Averil.
Why?
Because a little birdie told me, I don't know if I should confirm this on stream or not, whether it's true or not. This is just a rumor.
Okay, go.
Treat this as a rumor.
I love rumors.
Have you heard of someone called Ninim before?
This is Ninim?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. You never know with these qualifiers.
Ninim at one point, maybe, should I say this? Potentially the best Jet player in OS at one point in time.
Maybe just the best player in OS, because
it was between him and, who am I thinking of? The one that was on Chiefs that went over to Korea for Global.
Ronsky.
Yeah, it was between
but that was
Ninim
after.
and Ronsky.
Ronsky was after Ninim, though.
Showing my age here a little bit. All the new kids of Valorant, it's like, who's Ronsky and Ninim?
Yeah, actually, though. No, I'm not even kidding. Like, players in ranked, they're
like, guys, it's all about Ace and whoever else, you know, the new Bless. That's what we're talking about now. That's all the kids are interested in.
I mean, if it is, I'm glad I picked this game. Oh, that is unfortunate. Not quite clearing the alarm bot there.
Yeah, alarm bot just a little deeper.
Slow play from Cooper Troopers once again. That's an early drone. Looking for information in middle there from Vina House. Big A stack. Retake B setup from the defense. You want to be fighting heavily for Cat here. You've only spotted out the KO, though. They don't know that this is such a heavy commitment towards Cat. You know, Sova and KO are on A, which already is a bit of a tell in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, even so, you have a situation where if this starts to move towards the other side of the map, or if you know, one of these sites is lost, and assuming you have members left, you have 3 ultimates for this retake for Magi Soul Stealers, and a couple of good ones there in the lockdown too. So Jawsy, despite not having a real weapon here, has at least good util. Alarm bot's going to spot out Dasani.
They've cleared the alarm bot. They have knifed A main and smoked to deny info to the defense, but just clearing that alarm bot is actually convincing the defense that this is going to be a B ending, and they're already kind of in position to flood, but they're not really holding the site here.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left to go. They know something's going to start happening right now. Here come all the smokes. That fragment will at least slow things down quite significantly. That was a decent opportunity coming through for MS, and they'll capitalize with Dasani being taken down through Gun City. Flashes and suppressions and everything. Time is about to run out here, Mitch. They got to plant right now as the null command's going to slow things down even further. Did he pick up more kills? Noir should not make it through. Finally goes down.
They're
little
flooding.
punish from Brock.
Spike planted.
They're flooding into the site here. The attackers dropping like flies just down to Brocky in the back of the site, and he can't do a single thing. Cooper Troopers just took way too long to work through the map, and they didn't do things in the right order, Kev. They needed, if they were going to deny A main info there, they need to knife A main, they need to smoke in towards that A main choke further in from the defense to deny info to them. And then when they're ready to execute B, they need to kill the alarm bot. Killing the alarm bot in mid is like a big alarm signal, you know, to the defense, like, oh, we might mid to B. And that's what actually pulled the rotations from the defense. If you're going to pressure A and then put the pressure on B afterwards, because you're trying to pull the rotations a certain way, and they just didn't get what they were going for there.
And as we finish the first half there, it's like I said as well, you know, you had good ultimates for that retake. Also, the opening fragment coming on through was just so excellently placed. I mean, that just completely disrupted Cooper Trooper's opportunity to even walk in through B main. So that really made things quite rough indeed. As we flip sides now, 6-6.
Very close. Started out not that way. Great opener of a half from Magi Soul Stealers, but great response from Cooper Troopers after the tack timeout. Door being broken here by Rags to Riches, wanting to open up the chance at a bit more of a bolstered retake, but it's going to be an A split on the cards here. Getting prepped by the attackers. Rags to Riches on the line, playing that off angle. Reactive paranoia being held as the execute being prepped.
Yeah, I know something's up for sure. Here we go, movement coming on through. Brock's timing is amazing. And here comes Rags to Riches as well. That is basically Cat shut down. You've even got flankers coming on through. So, yeah, okay, Gun City's doing some damage, but here come the rest of the defenders. Can he get more done? This is insane so far. The reload has kind of cost him number 4. Got to allow Dasani the opportunity to get some revenge here. 2 versus 1 now. Vina has a lot of work to do, but it's an isolated 1v1. maybe giving that one away. KT. No swing from Brocky for it, and it's going to give the opportunity over to Vina House. 2 isolated 1v1s.
These are the kind of things that you need to be ironing out when you're putting this much pack in, especially against a pug team of players of this level. You need to be better in terms of the fundamentals. You need to be better closing out the XVXs, and if you're not, you're going to be giving these kind of opportunities.
That was basically 2 isolated 1v1s as well.
If the spacing is not good enough from you, if you're not coordinating your peaks and making sure that you can actually effectively trade, then teams like this, where that's what they're used to in ranked. He's running to that situation 50 times now.
Gun City probably should have gone for it. The reload kind of screwed him over. And now we're going to see what happens over here towards a main. And what happens is a blender of KT members. The Koopa Troopers have been blended up by Magi Soul Stealers, and they had a really strong start on the defensive side. It's looking like a really strong start once again. Obviously, it's anti-eco, but you know, it'll be a flawless anti-eco. Well, actually, maybe not anymore with this 1 kill coming back through.
Drone going to spot out Noir. They know he was around at short. Bless farming up his knives. Only the Sova left over. Just Brock to see what he can do for Koopa Troopers. If he can get a kill, though, that's going to get him closer to his Hunter Sphere. He's already got 4 ult orbs. So 2 more would definitely be doing him a few more favors. And there are some killable players here. Not only is Bless low, but a few players going down
Brock
to
going? He's expecting like a flank or something coming on through.
He's trying to go for exits, you know. But yeah, it definitely. I don't even know if you can spam that.
There's no exits here for sure to be found. So he'll just die to the bomb, and that'll be it.
That's fine. At the end of the day, pretty clean from Magi Soul Stealers. 4 players surviving. They bring 3 Vandals and a Spectre into the bonus as well. And when your Spectre's on the jet, there's a lot of good entry pathing you can do with the KO to be able to kind of dash into your Cloudburst and get into a favorable fight for a Spectre.
Last time, Koopa Troopers did actually lose this round, the round number 3, the very crucial round number 3, which gave Magi Soul Stealers a very good lead.
They lost their bonus, but then they won a thrifty straight after that.
Exactly,
so they kind of bailed themselves. They literally, like, they went all in, and then Mum gave him $500, and they put it in the pokies.
But you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that situation where you have to win a thrifty afterwards. So an ideal situation now for KT would be to actually just win your round 3 here. They already picked up the Odin, so heavy buys as you'd expect. The spam does connect slightly as a spam return. Actually, Brock took more damage in the spam trade than he dealt out. That's actually really unfortunate.
Deep up short here. Is Bless spotted out by the knife? It's just a pretty slow, defaulty kind of round, but a Vandal given to Bless here instead of the Spectre. He's out for blood on the bonus right now, and they are definitely reaping the rewards of that.
Give your biggest fragger the biggest gun. When you can take the Spectre, I'm going to start fragging. He does that first blood. I'm going to start opening up the map, forcing Dasani to now cover that lost position from Brocky's death. Now starting to see this offensive utility coming through onto A, so no rotations yet. Obviously, still the opportunity to maybe swing things around with the amount of time remaining. You still have Gun City looking through mid. It is covered for now, but at this point, KT is looking to make more rotations happen. Bless is now on the gen, in towards Heaven, and finds the wall on the rotation. In fact, the defense on this hell position is ridiculous. He wasn't spotted out. He just wasn't spotted out. Rags to riches from hell. They didn't know he was there. That's a 4-piece that's so big, but Gun City doesn't care.
It's just a multi-frag paradise right now. How has this ended up into a one-on-one? That was looking like a clean execute from the attackers. Brock holding the big gun. He was spammed down to 40 HP right at the start of the round. It puts him in a terrible position to kind of complete this one-on-one. Half comes through. He's just sticking it all the way, and Gun City is so far ahead of the play. 3K from him. He's had a couple of critical multi-frags in this game, and that's another one of them, and that's another bonus one there. Although, I dare say there would have been a little bit more investment there. The Vandal was on Bless. I don't know if that got dropped over to him. Yeah, they were definitely going for that round, and that was definitely a dangerous bonus with how many rifles they got
I mean, it looked amazing because Bless instantly took control of, of Heaven, started going up the rafters, and caught a couple of members on the retake.
That's what he's been doing this whole game. Like, he's been aggressive.
The problem was they didn't scout out hell. Had no idea the Rags Riches was hiding there for the 4-piece, and that should have actually been enough for KT to win that defense. A 1v3 from Gun City locks it in.
Yeah, Gun City.
Look at this early move from KT into mid as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that you will do on a half by. Gun City once again on the lurk, but this time isolated, picked off, and handing a Vandal over to the defense. Numbers disadvantage right now And already setting up for the flank here is Medjai Soul Stealers. Only a 1-for-1. Things are getting tricky now.
That looks like it could be another free gun. You do have to cover it a little bit, Jawsy, now. Trying to make sure that doesn't happen. As this retake is starting to look pretty damn good. Bless, though, for 2. Might turn things around really damn quick. This is what Bless wants. Caught out by a sneaky Omen in the last round. Doesn't want to have that happen again. Both players from KT now coming through. B main. Basically no utility play in either. Spotted. You have info now. They're both there. Flash is good for 2, but no kills coming in. Bless now has to take both down. It's not going to happen. Dasani will find the first shot, living on 4 HP.
Thrifty.
And that is
Again.
a Thrifty again. Yes. History repeats itself.
It's the same bloody script. It's getting a bit old at this point. Is this what Season 3 is going to be as well?
Was this a little dangerous for Gun City to be playing solo that deep? You're kind of solo on not even really a deep lurk. He was just covering the flank and drops a gun. That is the start of a Thrifty snowball where you start giving guns away.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Totally agree. This has been a very messy game, though. Like, there's been a lot of rounds that should have gone one way, and then it's like individual brilliance and individual multi-frags that can kind of turn things around. There's the lineup to deal with the turret from Jawsy. Little bit of pressure on that B side of the map. Another defaulty looking round. Ops out here for Dasani. Soba hits the deck. There's the spam straight through the smoke onto Bless. Losing 2 picks right off the bat is a bit of a nightmare here for Medjai Soul Stealers, especially in a round like this, Kev. Because they just lost against the Thrifty. They've got no more cash. This could lose you the game.
We didn't see that much action from the operator on the last defense when Medjai Soul Stealers had it. It was dropped almost instantly on that first round they had it. So this time around, Dasani wants to, on the opposite end of the map, rather on the opposite team, wants to make a lot more use of this operator. So far, that's been looking good. I also wanted to mention that Quen was holding on towards that spike deep in towards A, and well, none of that's going to matter now because it was all mid. Mid was where they lost everything, and now Quen has nothing left to do here.
Hey, mid would be great, but this was far from a mid round. This is a terrible round, unfortunately. Quen trying to do whatever damage he can. A flawless round from Cooper Troopers, and yet again, they find recovery on this defense.
The sad thing is, you're on attack, you got 40 seconds left. It's like, well, you can't even really save at this point. So, what do? You're not really walking through too much. Dasani, so clean with the opening, but it's Noir that actually picks up the double there. But yeah, you had Quen essentially. We saw the strat earlier. He was just hiding in A main while the rest of the teammates look through over towards B, through mid, maybe looking for a late rotation on towards A. But once you lost your players mid, and that mid pressure gone, taken away by Dasani and Noir, that was it.
Looks like it's going to be the KOs to exchange utility on the A side of the map. Knives popped here by Bless. After the KO knife towards A main, a little bit of mid pressure with the smoke. You are going to get some kind of B-set play here from the offense.
Hero Vandal the Gun City here as well, because obviously you already have knives out for your Jet on Bless as you lose Quen there. Gun City, you've been your second best frag so far. Here we go. Bless is going to go in, taking one down. Opportunity for some real action to happen here on this Thrifty, single buy on your Vandal.
They've made it onto the side at least. Finally, Bless has created enough space to get that spike down. Still one player inside of B main. Gun City does have a Vandal right now. Gonna get spotted out by the Paranoia and the knife. Nice little utility combo to minimize the risk onto him. There's the res. There's the dart coming through, and the aggression from Bless. Hunter's Fury coming out as well from the back of the site, not hitting anything from Vina House. Dash activated from Bless. He's gonna find his third of the round. Knows exactly where Brock is. He needs to close this. Pulls out the Vandal. Oh, it's so close. Surely the right click's going to get it done. 3 bullets. This is so messy, but he's able to get it done there. Beautiful stuff coming out from Medjai Soul Stealers and bailing themselves out yet again off of a multi-frag and an individual performance.
Yeah, I mean, just Bless running his way through on towards B with the early knives play. Straight over the top of the roof. Gun City, they failed to cover him into B main. Had to chase him down post the resurrection there as well. And we saw the offensive, rather, or became defensive because they were holding the side after planting. The post-plant Hunter's Fury coming through in Vina House, sending it down the speed lane just to slow things for the retake. And Brock had to run through this Hunter's Fury, had an Odin for a retake, which is never comfortable.
Another swing round. Dart comes through. Spots out the turret, which gets killed by the Killjoy, and that's when you don't realize that there's going to be an op on the line. Luckily, Jawsy doesn't get killed by the op or by the spam. The meanwhile, Medjai Soulstealers taking all of this A main control. Ult could be picked up there by Quen. Bless once again spotted out on Cat and trying to take an opening duel. Hunter's Fury coming out from the defense this time, trying to isolate the Jet, but the updraft keeps him safe.
Yeah, it's a difficult play to lock down. It will take down a lot of that Jet utility, but you lose a pretty important ultimate for it. So, that's a shot you would like to really connect on properly.
What is Medjai Soulstealers doing right now? Like, they took all of this A main control. They're kind of like bumbling around 55 seconds in towards spawn side. Now they're going to creep back into A main. They've dodged the KO knife. It's a retake setup from the defense here off the back of the Omen from Heaven.
Good ultimates to go through. No command in. That's what the starting is going to be. Lockdown not going to be played just yet. It won't be played for the rest of this round. 1-1 so far. Rags to Riches will at least keep things competitive here. As Brocky holding down that catwalk. As the no command is locked in and taken away. The res, not quite there. Plant finally coming on in.
Yeah.
4 versus 4 though, still good numbers. Brocky now in a situation where he's got the ultimate for the retake if he wants it.
Hell Command does come through from the defense, and all of the kills is all on Gun City to have another phenomenal performance. He's copped a lot of damage from the spam and a shorty in the back, and Brock is going to lock it down for Cooper Troopers. Very important round there. Another swing round off the back of Medjai Soulstealers winning that previous gun round, and it's 10-9. This game is neck and neck, and it just keeps going back and forth, Kev.
A super slow round for Medjai Soulstealers. Talked about the fact that they kind of bumbled around a little bit in the early stages of the round, but towards the end here, things started to get a little bit more interesting. They ulted in, ran through into A main, but just losing players on entry. It was a slow plant because their spike carry got taken down super fast.
Yeah, the spam.
So it just slowed things down significantly, and from all angles, they were just crunched on by that KT defense
it's
retake.
Just a good retake setup from KT. Like, they're just harassing them, they're spamming them as Medjai Soulstealers try to get comfortable in the A site. And by the time the retake came through, you could see that last wave just crumbling what was left of the offense. Now back to this slow approach up through short. Bless gonna creep his way up Cat and try to find another opening pick while the rest of the team works their way towards B.
Nearly had sights on Y. I think they might have actually seen each other. Just trading damage there. Bless will walk away with not a lot of HP left, but has the Hero Vandal available. Jawsy spots a couple of members. That's going to be weapon dropped on the ground as rotation should start coming on through. Could be a thrifty here from MS in just a short while, unless they get dropped down like that. Spike confirmed as well. Brocky going to continue the spam over towards Log. Bless, by the way, the only one with the gun, and taken down. Now it's up to Gun City once more. We talked about Gun City being that secondary frag and has been having some big pop-off moments. 1-3. But Gun City has won a 1v3 a little bit earlier.
Has to pick me up. 2 off of the not dead yet as well.
Has to still plant as well, by the way.
Yeah. And they're giving him absolutely nothing. Nothing but elbows being spotted, jiggling and playing it safe. KT gonna win the 3-on-1 without conceding a single gun and even things up again. 10 apiece. Both lockdowns in play. Ops still in play from the defense here. This could really go either way right now, but I think KT with 3 players up there have at least kind of safeguarded their economy. They might be slightly favored here on the defense.
I mean, we weren't expecting much from this offense, given that it was just a single hero rifle buy, but they've made that work before, just via Blast rather.
Ooh.
Dashing through with knives, didn't have the ultimate this time around. Here we go, Operator online. Dasani wants some early action, and he'll not get anything.
Leg.
Huge punish.
Oh no, the TP hasn't gone quite right. How is he alive? Fragment going to stop the offense from scaling in, but it's still a man advantage there. Operator picked up from Bless.
Brock.
The attackers are going to reset, but exactly right.
Brock nearly had it. Excellent.
He's still in a good position.
Okay.
He's still in a good position.
I was going to say, he nearly saw members coming through from Thai and could have had something done there.
You have Noir jiggling on that mid line, and now he's got the back of Spawn. This is actually, I mean, either way, it was probably still going to be pretty good. Got the Killjoy set up on the A side of the map.
Oh, here we go, here we go. He's going to find members now.
You need trigger discipline here, though. He needs more than one. He's disrupted things. 54 seconds. Spike's been dropped over towards the B side of the map. There's still 2 players here, but Rags to Riches is under a lot of pressure. Lockdown's going to come in from the attackers. That's going to flush out the site.
I was going to say, Brock could have definitely gotten more. You mentioned the trigger discipline there, but he just wanted to get the one and walk out. And now they know. Game is definitely on towards B. Through the smoke, it's going to be Vina House down.
30 seconds left.
Planch has still come on through here pretty comfortably, leaving Bless to snipe from B main, and not as concerned about any potential flankers. Okay, they see the Sova drone. They know that Brock is now definitely moved away, and he's dodged the Sova drone as well, so they still don't really know that he's there, although they'll have to expect that something could be up. Good membership available. That's Bless down! So, this attacking situation is now just going really poorly, unless Jawsy can get a lot more, and he's got it. Rocky has to do it all, and he's not going to get anything down. Gun City even had the res in that situation as well, so
yeah,
tough. I mean, they got Bless down instantly coming through on the retake, but that wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Clove is fighting forward there. You want, when you've got the not dead yet online, the Clove to be fighting forward, pop that res nice and early, especially in a retake scenario where you don't have the time to wait it out on the defense. You have to take that Clove down multiple times. Jawsy's the key there, though. He's playing that swing position from lane, and positionally, he plays it perfectly. He gets the multi-frag right when it's needed, and that's going to put Medjai's Soul Stealers in a really, really nice position here. Like I said, though, that's a little unlucky for Dasani. Gets the leg and then gets taken out. He actually had a pretty nice peak timing there, but Cooper Troopers, they do have the economy to be able to recover from losing that round, and now, again, with how close it came down, Kev, this is once again a critical swing round that might decide this game.
I actually think Dasani was maybe a little greedy there because he got spotted by the knife coming through from Quen instantly, and that's why you see Medjai Soul Stealers just chilling. They're like, okay, that knife has detected a jet. He might peek this, and we'll just punish him with a bit of a setup here. We might lose one, but we'll take down their, potential best player, surely the biggest gun. And from there, defense started to look a little bit more rough.
Knives have been mixed in here from Cooper Troopers. No op in the server. So you're relying on the knives. Need to make sure that you don't get hit by the KO knife. You're going to be pretty useless. Jet, once again, is going to go for a pick towards B main, and the knife will find him right off the bat. Sova, Jet spotted out on that B side of the map. Killjoy not spotted, but if you see the util at some point, like the turret, you're going to know that that was a 3B start. One way in towards A main. Wine control's been taken here by Rags to Riches. Drone going through B main right off the bat, which is a bit of a tell to the offense that the Jet's sticking around here and trying to go for more and maybe try to clear the turret.
He's not going to tag the alt orb because he obviously doesn't need it. Just see if anyone wants to walk through. Patience might be rewarded here. Quen delivering himself over, not quite. Knife will miss. Yeah. Quen was smart about that as well. He wasn't keen to just walk on through. He knew something could have been up.
They know that the Jet's there. They've confirmed it multiple times. Now knowing that the Killjoy was on B as well. As continually this attacking side going to keep walking through the map. And they have control of a lot of different positions right now. This duel in towards A main could be critical. Spike coming back through middle. Going to meet up with these two deep positions on A. Bless
30 seconds
all the way up short. Going to be joined by the rest of the team, but they haven't cleared Wine. Rags to Riches with his ult out. Down goes Jawsy. So they don't know that the Omen's in A main here. This could be huge from Rags to Riches. Oh no, he's whipped
so
it completely.
That is tragic. He had a brilliant fall game from Hell earlier, being unspotted, but that's the worst case scenario for Rags to Riches. Rags to Riches back to Rags. Unfortunately, you won it all, you lost it all. Back to the cardboard box.
One enemy remaining.
It's KT are going to be down to just a single member and then zero. Medjai Soul Stealers now on map, or match point rather.
Kev. Opening pick on the Killjoy A main. 5 on 4, right? And then that happens in a swing round at 11-10.
Yeah,
I hate to be that guy,
video. It'll be the low lights video.
That actually just might have lost them the game.
Unless Rags to Riches does something. He's done something. That's the crazy thing is, the thing that he did on the opposite end with the four piece from Hell.
He's had some big plays.
But they didn't win the round off that. That's what I'm saying is like, he did something that might have cost the team the round, but the thing that should have won the round, they didn't actually win the round, which is even more tragic. So, yeah, it really is unfortunate in the worst possible ways.
Another slow default here from the attackers. Getting disrupted by a bit of a weird A main smoke, so they're going to walk through, they're going to clear that out. Vino might grab this orb to get access to his Hunter's Fury. Yeah, they're just tickling the orb, seeing if there's going to be some kind of reactive play coming out. This time they're going to clear Wine, because last time they didn't. That smoke's down already And that's going to really limit where you can close smoke. He can only smoke top, middle, catwalk, and maybe market. And the rest of the map he can't really smoke. They're going to have to get it done otherwise.
Bless has got one smoke, so he's got one thing to use at this point in time. And, okay, well, I guess he was trying to exit the tailwind regardless, but they need to start thinking about walking into this stage, and that's what they're going to do.
Defense is just playing retake. They've got the lockdown, so they're going to be able to deal with that. Hunter's Fury will cancel it from the attackers, but I think Cooper Troopers are just going to flood straight in with that lockdown.
You can Hunter's Fury the Hunter's Fury too, so there is that play available. Bliss is one away from a knife. Probably won't be that useful for this.
The attackers are just trying to bait it out. Like, they're trying to force the lockdown down, but all they've done is burn more time off the clock.
Well, here it is. Finally, the plant is actually... No, actually, the plant's still trying to be initiated. It's taking the time to get this plant in there. Jawsy on towards Street. He's working his way through, but his crosshair is just not looking at the players, unfortunately. 3 versus 3 situation now. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. They're looking for something, but not going to find it. Was trying to shoot that one through in towards guard, and Hell is going to be taken care of by Brock. 2 versus 3 situations. Medjai's want to clean it out right here. They don't want to take this one to any further rounds. But the spike is looking pretty good at the stage for the defuse. It's gone. I mean, yeah, it's Rags to Riches actually got the big cleanup there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, throw in the round in the bin, round previous, and straight away, round 23 comes up clean for the team with the 3K. Cooper Troopers, great patience there, finding that pick on Gun City in middle, and this time playing the 5-on-4 a hell of a lot better. Dasani has been worth his weight in gold in this game. Lots of multi-frags, lots of opening kills from the Jet. It's exactly what you want to be seeing from him, but more so playing the 5-on-4 beautifully. Like I said, relying on the lockdown and the short setup.
They actually, they being Medjai Solstice, got a lot more done in the attack than I thought, given they only had 1 smoke to work through from their Jet. Losing Gun City straight away, I mean, you do actually have the smokes from the death anyway to still play through, but losing a player does suck like that.
Well, early contest over A main. Orb will be picked up there from Quen. He's going to get his null command online, so that's going to be a great finisher from one of these attacking-sided rounds.
And Brock actually held on to the ultimate there as well from the Hunter's Fury, so that's extra utility for the retake.
Null command's there for iBrocky, so a lot of great retake tools here from Cooper Troopers to be able to lock down this last round. Medjai Soulstealers with the chance to complete the game here. Bless has got the knives out, as well as a Vandal to follow up. Alarm bot getting tickled. Getting taken out. The regroup coming in towards A main from the rest of the offense here, and the rotations are a little out of position. They're going to have to rely on the retake. TP comes through to the back of the side. Actually, it doesn't. Hunter's Fury from downtown doesn't hit anything either, so these ultimates not really landing from Cooper Troopers right now.
But it does force them back. It makes them respect that situation for the retake. It makes them respect...
They're going back. Rags to Riches on the off angle.
As
they come up short, there's 3 players ready here to hold this, Kev.
Gun City is not in position to get the kill. In fact, he gets taken down by KT and Wires. Brock will do a little bit more. Brock has gotten the kills done through over towards Garden. That will be round confirmed at this stage. Flawless as well. So yeah, okay, they, you know, threw in a lot, missed with some of that util. Hunter's Fury didn't really get that much done. However, it made the attackers respect the defense a lot more, and they ended up just abandoning.
I think they just had a complete misread on what the defense was doing there. Like, they actually had a really good rotation timing onto B, as we could see. Obviously from the armchair analysis position where you can see the entire map.
They felt it was more dangerous. They felt it was way more dangerous than it actually was.
I mean, the null command coming through the Hunter's Fury, all of those ults scared them off of actually just getting into a B site for free.
Sure, yeah, and I think that ended up being huge. Then the fact that Gun City with the deep lurk onto B as well didn't pay off. In fact, getting taken down straight away. Brock playing over towards the garden side and getting players trying to rush their way into A. So punish to more punishes across the board as we head into OT. How's that, Mitch? Game 1 of the day.
Hey, I picked you a good game, no?
OT.
Did I pick you a good game, or did I pick you a good game?
You were slightly worried. You're like, oh, actually, this Medjai's team is not as stacked as I thought they were because they lost a player, but maybe still more than competitive.
Yeah, they're doing very well for themselves. Aggression into A main. iBrocky joined by, I think, the Omen all the way back in spawn. They think it's just one of these passive defaults. They weren't ready for the KO peak, but that's the spike going down, Kev. nightmare for the offense, and Dasani's trying to pick up the pieces. He's trying to go ranked mode, and that's exactly what he's doing. A nice multi-frag to put things back in the favors of Koopa Troopers. Brock has found one in the meanwhile as well, and that's cracked the A site wide open.
This will be the rank up game for Dasani and co if he can win this one, and if it wasn't for Dasani, might not be happening at all. So first round of this OT, looking like it might be good to go. What have we got left for this defensive retake? The flank coming through is going to be huge as well. Noir obviously unspotted, and the retake is so slow that Noir's probably going to get it done. Yep, there it is, lock it in.
Good recovery from Koopa Troopers. Didn't start the round well at all. I felt like Ibrocky was trying to force things way too much on that A main line. Got punished for it quite heavily, dropped the spike. That's where I think Magi Soul Stealers, how have they not been able to put the pieces back together there? I think, yeah, Dasani diving up short really saves that round, and then Brock comes out A main and finds a pick onto Heaven. So a lot of shots being hit in quick succession there from Koopa Troopers. And now, finally, after trailing most of this game, they have the chance to close it here on the defense.
Well, the thing is, KT trailing it came down from the fact that it was just in those pistols, losing their round 3s, being forced to thrifty round 4, and now as we move into what could be the final OT, Josie looking at 2 frags right off the top, and it's just going to be traded. It's both the Killjoys with 2 each.
Noir's not done here yet, though. Staying inside of B main, trying to buy more time for the rest of the team to come into the rotation. The market push has come through. Vina pushing through the smoke, punished by Rags to Riches. There's a second one on offer. Bless going to be traded actually by Noir from B main, which gets his lockdown online. Quention now forced with the choice of going into the back of the site or going back towards spawn side. He's got 2 flashes to play with here,
which is really important because you want to at least have something to go through. Knife is available for Ibrocky though, so they'll be able to check whether he's hiding towards main or towards the back of site. Might even spot a barrel here.
Yeah,
lucky, Okay, well, he's probably dead then. Has to think about flashing very soon. He's just going to get killed through the box. They spotted the end of the barrel there, which is super unfortunate.
Yeah, 4K from Noir will seal the deal for Koopa Troopers, who survive a round 1 scare there from Magi Soul Stealers. 2 very slow starts in both of those halves in a best of 1 is scary business, Kev. Losing bonus versus first gun round, 2 halves in a row, and you still win in OT. That takes a lot of grit. There you go, end of game scoreboard. Bless, phenomenal game from him. Actually, both of the Jets putting in some good work, but at the end of the day, it's the consistency across the board there from Koopa Troopers and a few of the fundamentals coming through. Less clean rounds than I would like to see. That was a very, very messy game to start things off.
Yeah, we highlighted some of the other members as well. Gun City had some big moments. Rags and Riches had some, Rags moments, some Riches moments, but then, made up for it towards the end there because KT still ended up winning. Could have been really tragic if that was the play and that was a round that cost them their first BO1 here, but it ended up not being the case as KT lock it in. It's the slow starts, as you mentioned, Mitch, that are the biggest question mark for this team. And, we said they were probably favored coming into this one, roster-wise, the experience they have together as a team, all on the pros, and not very many cons that we could see. You talk about them being a gatekeeper team. Well, Magi Soul Stealers, gate kept out of the upper bracket for now.
Yeah, they have been, unfortunately, but they had the opportunity to win here, and I think that's what it is for Valorant at the end of the day. Like, you could have just a couple of pretty solid players who know how to play the game and win a BO1 over a team that is able to place top 8 in the DCL. At the end of the day, though, Koopa Troopers still not a top team in Oceania, and that's where you see, despite the fact that they have some good individuals that come up with some big moments, the individual inconsistency as well as some mistakes and being a little bit rough around the edges, there's a lot of room for improvement there. There's some promise being shown, but there's a lot of room for improvement.
And it's Magi Soul Stealers, unfortunately, not going to be the type of team that has the caliber. They're a decent team, don't get me wrong, they showed it here, but weren't quite that top-level team that would punish Koopa Troopers for said mistakes as hard. They nearly did it. Could have been a lot worse. But you're starting to see why maybe a team like Koopa Troopers isn't quite in that upper echelon, in that top-tier, top 3 type of grouping for our, so to speak, power rankings here. We talked about their VCL losses to some of those top teams, and partially this would be why some of those small but unfortunate mistakes that will cost you things at the end of the day. But yeah, you also mentioned as well, Mitch, but the fact that they are a more experienced team, less scrappy team, that's how they can come back from early round loss streaks that would have been pretty devastating for any other team.
Yeah, definitely a game that could have gone either way, but at the end of the day, that's going to be Medjai's Soul Stealers down in the lower bracket.
Yep.
They're going to be a pretty scary team. If you're going up against them in the lower bracket and you only have one potential more game to play, then you could be getting knocked out of the tournament. Cooper Troopers, on the other hand, they will survive, but the games get harder from here. From there, they actually have another pretty decent round 2 fixture on offer that maybe I want to take a look at. We'll see. We'll pick the game in the break and have a look at some of the other brackets and how they develop and see what game we're going to
talk about the
with.
game regardless. I mean, whether we watched it or not is up for debate. But Cooper Troopers versus IPGN.
I think that should be a pretty good one. I think both of those teams should be of a similar kind of level. Looking through some of the other games, yeah, there is one other decent one that could be okay there, but actually I honestly think that should be the game we should watch. Cooper Troopers IPGN, that'll be another pretty close one. And then once we start to get a little bit deeper through the bracket, maybe we can have a little bit of a look at Focus Bobo, Arena, AIC versus Cooper Troopers or IPGN could be a pretty good one. Yeah, I think this upper side of the bracket definitely has some better games on offer for sure. Yeah,
this might end up being the, nothing wrong with it, but it must end up being the Cooper Troop watch party at this point because they're getting all the good games, they're delivering the good games, at least for us so far.
Yeah.
A pretty exciting one.
I mean, we're gonna get to see the top 4 teams at the end of the tournament anyway, guys, most likely.
If they do beat IPGN, they've got Arena, Internet Cafe, AIC.
That's right.
On the upper side, and we talked about them already having that. I think they had a loss to them in VCL a little bit earlier on after getting confirmation on that.
True.
But yeah, we'll have a lot to look forward to here, Mitch, as we closed out our first game in this first round. We're going to head to a bit of a break here when we come back. Round 2 of our Excerpt Predator League Valorant Oceanic Qualifiers will continue. We'll see you right after this.
Standing.
Hello, welcome back to Predator League Valorant Oceanic Qualifiers here, about to head into round 2, our second match of the day and match. The first one went to OT, it delivered. Cooper Troopers versus Magi Soul Stealers basically went the distance and then some.
Yeah, I'm the game whisperer at this point, picking the series. I think this next one's going to be fantastic as well. I think we'll just stick on Cooper Troopers. You know, it's one of the reasons why I love watching the Asian CS games. It's like, you don't want to watch perfection. You don't want to watch the best team stomp everyone. Like, some people are elitists. They want to watch the best. Maybe you're a little bit like that, Kev, where you're like, oh,
hey,
man,
these days I'm
this
happy
Overwatch
to
team
watch
is so
anything.
sick. This other Overwatch team is trash. Like, you know, strong opinions. For me, I love seeing people fumble the bag and then, like, come up huge. You know, you get
awesome.
the roller coaster of emotions. And that's what that game delivered for me. So I'm keen for some more of that.
I mean, look, yeah, we're watching Oceanic Valorant, and I'm here for it. I'm here for whatever is going to happen here with any sort of fumbling. To be honest, that was a lot cleaner than expected. You know, you start to think, you know, when you're not looking at the very, very top teams, it might be a lot messier, might be a lot scrappier. There was some scrappiness in there, a little bit of fumbling, but honestly, some good set plays and some really nice slow plays in there as well. So.
I think it comes down to both Cooper Troopers being that team with chemistry and experience, like we said before, but also it comes down to the fact that you've had enough players have competitive experience to where, like, even if you are putting together a roster with a couple of guys who have more so played ranked, which I actually don't know. I haven't kept tabs on all of these players' careers super closely. Maybe these guys are grinding.
You don't follow all their
rank
rank profiles.
I don't follow their rank profiles. I don't follow the open qualifiers and the closed qualifiers and stuff like that, maybe as much as I should. But at the end of the day, when you have VCL pros who do team up, like, let's say Ninum was playing that game. Let's say, like, Vina, I know for sure, has played a number of stages of VCL and things like that with some pretty decent players. These are the players that can bring that structure to the game, that can bring a little bit more experience, as well as the fact that when you're playing a BO1 and you're going down to the middle of the map pool, you're playing Ascent, it's pretty played out. Everyone knows kind of what the meta tactics are, and then it's the teams that can kind of play that second layer of depth, that know what the counters are, that know what the timings are and things like that, that know how to play the information game better, that are that next level. But that's more so what you're going to see from the top 3 or 4 teams.
Yeah, and so, you know, we saw some interesting stuff in that last game. You mentioned the next game, IPGN versus Cooper Troopers should be pretty good as well. That's just why we're going to be heading into that match as our second game confirmed now for sure.
Yeah.
We obviously know a decent amount about Cooper Troopers now, and you talked about the fact that, you know, we have VCL players across the board for a decent number of teams. IPGN, though, is
they're not in stage 3, but they have been a core that over the number of years now have played in multiple VCLs. In fact, even at one point, I think they top 4'd one of the VCL stages.
IPGN.
I can't remember which one. Yeah, IPGN. They were definitely at one point a top 3 team, a top 4 team, sorry. So at the moment, I think they're a little bit maybe inactive or something like that. I'm not sure what their story is, or whether maybe they didn't qualify for this stage of VCL. But at the end of the day, they are still a pretty decent team of experienced names. And look, we're going to take a little bit of a look at the veto. We're going to, again, go down to Ascent. It's just straight in the middle of the map pool. It's stock standard. Cooper Troopers, we've just seen them play it. IPGN played it quite a lot. In stage 2, I even remember the team that I was coaching. I think we played them on Ascent. So it's not a map that they're unfamiliar with by any stretches, and they should be pretty decent at it. So
back to Ascent now, as shown on the bottom of your screens there. So we're basically just going to replay the exact same thing as before. Similar expectations to the last game, possibly a close one, but IPGN compared to what we saw to Magi Soul Stealers.
I think that game over-delivered. I think Magi Soul Stealers made that closer.
Hopefully this one doesn't under-deliver then.
Than they needed to. They won 2 bonuses in a row, and then the Thrifty came back through. So, like, that's what made it super close. Yeah, had Bless. 6 first bloods. I'm assuming that's Ninum, but I don't know. I mean, that could just be Jet Spammer 59 from OC ranked.
The mechanics look good enough to me. I mean if I believe it, you could be like, that could be Ninum. Like, yep, it's possible.
I could believe it. You know,
if Bless didn't do as much as he did, I'd be like, nah, that can't be it. Maybe if it was, there's like Ninum, it's giga washed here. But no, that was a classic Ninum performance, if it indeed was.
Yeah.
But you know, any hidden players on IPGN, any Ninums on IPGN, maybe Ronski's moonlighting on IPGN here, nothing like that.
Not really that kind of player, but they just have like some pretty good, like, solid players in general. Like, they just have this core of players like Alucard, Elgic, and Songri.
The core's been together for a reasonable amount for VCL and all that kind of stuff.
Ages now. And it's usually like the 4th and the 5th player that changes around sometimes. It looks like they're playing with Vex, who has also, I think he even might have used to play on Cooper Troopers at one point, like an old iteration of Cooper Troopers or something like that. So he's been kicking around the scene a while as well. Pretty much, I think like all 10 of these players should have at least played 2 seasons of VCL now, maybe even more.
Let's take a look at these teams in a little bit more of a zoomed-in focus here. We're already familiar with what we saw out of Cooper Troopers just previously. And even just looking at the score lines, but noticing the impact in game, everyone pretty close in terms of what they delivered. Obviously on Medjay Solstice, it was all about Bless, kind of putting up the big numbers, nearly dropped the 30 bomb here. But for Cooper Troopers, everyone stuck pretty evenly stat-wise and impact-wise.
Yeah, except for Dasani, I think he was a little bit ahead of the rest on that Jet roll. He had a lot of opening kills, 5 first bloods for him, and also a pretty decent ACS performance, which is what you'd want from your Jet. I think recently as well, to qualify them for the top 8 of VCL, he also had a like plus 20 or plus 30 series against Bobo. I don't know who 1111111 is, but Vex, like I said, he's been kicking around for a while. The core of Alu, Elgic, and Songri are all going to be very, very solid to come into this tournament. And honestly, this Cooper Troopers IPGN game could be like a lower bracket game, like a top 6 game in VCL, probably. That's kind of the level that we're talking about already here in the second round of the qualifier.
Yeah, okay, sure. So we have potentially a reasonably good match once again, where 2 teams that have been sticking together with their rosters for a reasonable amount of time. We're facing off on exactly the same map, so
these cores might have even played each other. I'm not exactly sure of the history, but like the similar kind of levels that they're playing at. I think IBGN probably reached a slightly better level than Cooper Troopers might have in the past. I think this top 8 here that Cooper Troopers has just achieved is probably the peak of their performance, which means they're kind of on the upward trend. And for me, IPGN, we know what their peak is. They're a very solid team peak, but we haven't really seen them for a little while.
Yeah, and IPGN took down Existo Gaming Academy in their round 1 game, which, you know, 1-0. Don't really have any stats or anything from that, but just to give a little bit of a background on where the history has been so far in this qualifier at least. And, you know, we would say pretty comfortably that the winner of this most likely takes on AIC, given that AIC is one of the favorites for this tournament. So that's what they have to look forward to. And that game, by the way, is within what we could do today. I don't know if we're going to watch that game in particular, but likely we will be watching one of the winners semi games, and that could be one of the winners semis games, the winner of this versus AIC.
I mean, I don't see another. I mean, Focus
could
Bobo.
Be Focus Bobo.
We could do I could do a Focus Bobo just to change things up, to be honest. Hornswoggler's Kebab Clan could be decent.
So that's not the winners semi. I got that wrong. That would be the winners round of 8.
Yeah.
But in either case, a good-looking set of potential matches here.
I'll just put it out there. If we get Focus Bobo, I'd like to watch Focus Bobo just to like change it up from the teams
I agree with
that
that.
we've been seeing.
So those are teams that, you know, I definitely I've seen, especially Bobo. They got a lot of older players and veteran players in that team.
Yeah.
And Focus being one of the top teams in VCL as well will be quite exciting. But we're about to head into agent select and all that in just a short while as well. We already saw, obviously, what KT brought to Ascent in our last game, which is what you would say, and I would probably agree with you, to be the standard meta. The only thing that was different about last game was that Cooper Troopers did play Gun City on the Clove, but most teams probably will stick to meta, you'd say?
Yeah, most teams will stick to Omen. Yeah, we'll see what we're going to get here from IPGN. I don't know who 111111 is. They have previously played with like Fee. They've played with Easy K. They've played with Main. So it could be any of those guys.
It's a mystery player, guys. Yeah. Whoever your mystery informant is telling you that Bless could have been Ninum needs to come through once again.
Yeah,
identify who 1111 is.
Someone let me know, please, who 11111 is.
You got to head up your friend Deckard Kane once again to identify players. Just to see what we got going on here.
That's a throwback. You just brought me back into my childhood, you know, running around.
Yeah. Keep showing my age every single comment I make.
I'm not sure most people even get that reference at this point.
Exactly. We're talking about Ninums and Wrongskis and stuff, and most players, like, I don't know who that is. So these are the players we're looking at here anyway, as we about to lock it all in and see how things are going. But yeah, we'll play the same things most likely for Ascent. Maybe a couple change-ups here or there, slight change-ups. But given that KT have been on stream already. Depending on how quick that last game was for IPGN, they could have spotted a little bit of it. But at the same time, Ascent's pretty cut and dry. Everyone plays the same thing. There's not a lot of hidden strats. You're all doing the same stuff. Ascent's been played the same way for like 4 years now, basically. So I don't think there's going to be a lot to really read into it.
No, I don't think that IPGN's even going to really care about that. Like, I think they're just going to they're going to know, like, they probably would have already scrimmed this team and maybe even played
it's
them
just
in
sort of cut and dry map,
Ascent.
right? So
it is a cut and dry map. They also know the team that they're playing against probably pretty well. And you know, there's not going to be any kind of crazy anti-stratting. It's going to be like a general level of familiarity that you get from a team that you know.
And then randomly the deadlock ISO just shows up out in OF, so that could be.
I'd love to see the deadlock cipher. Honestly, I think it's a bit underutilized. In this case, though,
you're not gonna get
double duelists, no KO. So Vex and Elgic going to be combining, or Logic rather, going to be combining to try to frag out of control and be the difference makers. 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1, which you have to say every time he's on the kill feed, by the way. You have to say that many ones. He's going to be on the Killjoy, which makes me believe he might be Easy K. Could be Easy K.
Is that Sungri on the Omen?
Songri
on the Omen.
Songri. I'm assuming it's Songri. Although Songri was before playing Sentinel most of the time.
I'll tell you what though, the Reyna is a huge throwback for me because early days of Valorant, Reyna was played all throughout Ascent. This was basically the bread and butter for a lot of teams internationally, domestically, everywhere you want to go match. But here it is. We're heading into Ascent once more.
Yeah.
As the second game of the APAC, the Acer Predator League Oceanic Valorant Qualifiers is going to come on through.
Yeah, Noir, retake A on the Killjoy, just going to be setting up the door kill setup with the double nanos over there and the turret to be able to take that cat contact. But as we can see, Sova at top mid, 4 players from either side going to get a bit of a punch on inside of B main here, Kev. Although, actually, no, IPGN's going back towards mid. So turret going to be popped up, and Dasani going and taking a duel with 1-1-1-1-1-1-1, and he's going to hit the deck early. So already a 1-1-1 player disadvantage for IPGN here, Kev.
4 players still running up mid, showing some presence, leaving Vex 1 down there, possibly for a late lurk. Now starting to look for a little bit of exploration on the catwalk. Now look, the Spike is still undecided at this point. Exploration from KT to look into B main. They've left Rags to Riches there, so they know B main is not going to be it at all, but they have no control in mid at all.
Oh, Vex. He needs to come up huge here and thin the numbers, but he doesn't find the timing right. Brocky punishing him and further extending the vantage for Cooper Troopers.
Vision in mid. Yep, confirmed. Seeing a couple of rotations here, but given that now that you are IPGN, you saw those players come through from B main, you're now rushing through into Garden, possibly catching a couple of other players. It's Elgic already on the actual site itself. Easy plant, but the retake is going to be 3-pronged. Depending on which members can come through alive, and Dasani onto Alan, who thought maybe he had that kill. Dasani had all of the information, hearing the footsteps, but it wasn't enough, and now the situation with the retake is looking damn good.
Last player
Logic
standing.
caught on the off angle and down to Sungri with no HP to work with. 4K for Dasani, already 5 out of 8 ultimate orbs on his knives, and a beautiful start for Cooper Troopers, not to mention the fact that he's already getting the op fund rolling nice and early on. And Cooper Troopers with 2 terrible starts to their halves in the previous game. This is going to be the momentum that they need and a bit of a sigh of relief.
I mean, they had bad starts and they came on through, and now they get a good start. You'd imagine they'll be able to really make something happen with that. That mid kill from Brocky onto Vex was something that Vex really, as you mentioned, required. If you're going to leave a player there to get some, you know, work some shenanigans in mid that was lurking, you're going to need a little bit more done than what Vex was able to deliver. But then Dasani also winning his one-on-one up through catwalk, I thought was gigantic.
Oh, Dasani saving for the op early on, 3.5k in the bank account. He's going to take this early duel in towards B main. Turret contact and fragment to follow up. Pushes the attackers forward, but that's going to be a duel that they win.
No backup, unfortunately, coming through from Brock either, who is going to be playing further on towards site. And while now locked out, wants to see something through market, might just push through. Smoke is going to do that. Flash is looking good, but he'll only take that one. The pistol's coming through massively now for IPGN.
Oh dear. Thrifty's won the last series by Cooper Troopers, and now Karma is coming back around. Rags to riches with an Outlaw, a terrible weapon to be completing this retake with unless you're very, very sharp, connecting a couple of crisp bullets. Comes through the dark cover to B main. Nano Swarm zoning back the defense, and it's a contact setup here. Just swinging off of the jet on towards market side. You're going to get the double peek from lane, which is not even going to come into fruition because Cooper Troopers is just holding for the exits.
Oh, they're at least getting rid of util here. Yeah, okay. Looks like it's not going to happen at all. They're going to hold on to weapons here. Losing this round is going to suck. You don't want to lose any more weapons if they can help it.
Oh,
one of them is going to drop to the floor. Talked about the Outlaw and Rags to riches. Now, that would have been a really good weapon for this round, but I think it might have been on the wrong play there. I think maybe that should have been on your jet instead. And talk about the jet, Dasani, he kind of solo, he played that aggressively solo. I thought Brock might have at least backed him up a little bit. Two players should have been playing that B main, in my opinion.
At the end of the day, though, like, he only had a ghost and like light armor. He's basically kind of playing for info there, and the util was there to support him. Like, he did get the fragment.
I didn't spot. Did he get a tailwind at least to get out?
I think he might have, but
I just think that the death there was really unnecessary from Dasani.
They're going to take a save and try to get the op going in round 4, as well as the rest of the guns around it. Outlaw has been brought through into this round, which will actually take the first duel towards A main. Dart comes through from Brock, but the Outlaw not finding any value. It's a double entry from Vex to kick this round off, and IPGN is still continuing to roll through with the momentum.
And one player trying to get a little bit more work done, and Brock's not going to find it at all. Vex at this point. Okay, no heals available, which is a little bit unfortunate for Vex, but at least the kills are there.
Yeah, shout out to Vex. I'm pretty sure I copied his crosshair when I saw it in ranked. Pretty solid. All black crosshair there. A little bit of off-meta crosshair pick. See this one, Kev? What do you think of it?
From Vex?
Yeah, from Vex.
It looks like a normal crosshair to me. So I've seen all sorts, man. I've seen tiny dots. I've seen the pluses. I've seen a plenty, and now I've seen this round go very handily towards IPGN. And it's still somewhat weird to me is the fact that Outlaw was still in the hands of Rags to riches. Maybe could have swapped with Asani there, who will now get rid of the Marshal for the Operator. And I even mentioned this on that second round as well. It's weird that the Outlaw was on Rags to riches, your Omen player, instead of your Jet player, and then bringing a Marshal into that last round. What was a little unfortunate as well, because first of all, he didn't get pushed into. Second of all heavy armor on the side of IPGN as well.
Yeah, Outlaw not getting enough value there, but at the end of the day, it's a consequence of losing against the Eco. Now finally getting themselves going into the first gun round here. Knife going forward and the dark cover.
So one way, let's see what you can see through that. Okay,
getting contested quite heavily here from the attackers, and they've taken that control. Drone going to further extend that control and info, and spots out the fact that it's a cat setup from the defense.
Yeah, it's both of the defenders now are all in cat with a rotation for Dasani, the Operator. Timing could still be good here. Might end up catching Songri.
I mean, it's just a main control. They've dropped off the Omen. They're going to smoke off middle now and go back and work that part of the map. The attackers not in a rush here, wanting to, especially after spotting out the fact that it's a cat setup, just take that A main control and maybe give themselves better splitting potential, as well as a potential to go back through middle and turn it into a mid to B, because they still have that B main lurk as well, and that's a big pick to get for Logic.
Dasani's still looking to get that one play. He's got his crosshair on the wrong side though. Now knows there's a player on towards the left side, but the frags are coming in nice and fast, and he took his crosshair away a little too early, but at least make it out with his life as Brocky will make sure that Algic's not going to be able to trade that one through. Spike does come down for the plant. 3 versus 3 here. Empress online for Vex. Could be a good time to use this one to prevent that retake successfully, and this is a difficult round for KT because they don't have a lot of money. So if they're not going to do this properly, you have to at least get out with the Operator.
Empress is online. Vex playing the off angles. Dart going to come out here from Brock, but he gets caught with Dart in hand. Kasani and Brocky, though, coming in with a little bit of impact. Now it's just Alucard all on his lonesome. Nice little tap. Dart gets dropped. Will reveal the position of the Jet. Perfect 1-on-2 there to continue this roll that IPGN have got themselves on. Money's reset from Cooper Troopers, and this attacking side is not slowing down anytime soon.
Looks like it could have been rough for Vex going down in that situation on the post plant, but saving your Omen once again, or rather your Sova this time, in towards Hell was absolutely gigantic. Vex just couldn't quite transfer onto that second target. Yeah, but scan onto Dasani, who only had could have swapped weapon there. I'm not too sure. Might have had that opportunity, but
he had the shorty out. But you know, the shorty is one of those things where it either hits or you hit him for 80. You don't hit enough pellets,
or you have a Vandal and a recon dart, and you just see everything and get the headshot straight away. And somebody should die here. Doesn't look like he will. Vex. Lucky to get out with his life.
Those are the kind of cute little plays that you're going to get from Koopa Troopers, though. KO flash with the Sova dart, updraft dash with jet knives to be able to try to get yourself an opening pick. That's the kind of thing that you drill in practice to give yourself an outside shot at winning a bonus round or getting an early pick. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out this time from Koopa Troopers, but
well,
what I'm more impressed with is just IPGN's structure right now. Like, this is what I'm saying. They might not be in stage 3 of VCLOs, but they are still very much a top Oceanic team.
They're of that quality, they're of that caliber. That's what we're seeing here. Okay, Drone's going to spot up Noah. And here we go. That is Hunter's Fury as well committed in. So far, not getting too much work done. Couple tags. Elga's going to get taken down straight away by the Sheriff, and they're struggling a little bit to get on towards the site itself, but Noah's not going to get too much more done here. Vex is on a little bit more of a roll. That is going to be, yeah, I think the entire round done and dusted. We weren't expecting too much out of KT, and well, they got the one kill, and that'll be it.
Yeah, I mean, when the set play to try to get that opening pick in A main didn't go their way, that round was going to get a lot harder for them. And IPGN, after seeing that much commitment over towards the A side of the map, just going to call the audible, go back towards B. Looking like it's going to be a pretty clean round for them unless Rag to Riches can take any more guns out of their hands. And IPGN making all the right reads. Even, I mean, yeah, what can he really get done here? One rifle taken away, but look at the money on the attackers. They are rich. They don't really care too much about dropping an extra rifle here or there.
And they were keen to even just take away the extra SMG that was being held on there by Rags to Riches. To be fair, they don't really know exactly what weapon he had, but whatever it is, Stinger or not, put it on the ground. And now he's got nothing in his hands. He's only got 1250, so not quite full Rags, but far away from Rich, that's for sure.
Well, tack timeout again going to come out here from Koopa Troopers. They have had yet again a rough start to start things out here on the...
Might have cursed him a little bit there.
After the pistol, things went quite poorly, unfortunately. So IPGN, well and truly in control right now. They are really starting to turn things around in their favor. Like I said, I've been very impressed with the structure that they've been playing with. That A main take, wrapping back into middle, turning things from a 4-1 into a 1-3-1 and working back up cat gives them the structure that they need to be able to pivot if they want. They found the pick up cat and they turn it into an A split, but if they put pressure on cat and they still have that lurk over towards B main, they can turn it into a mid to B. You know, these are the kind of things that IPGN do that are the small little details that, you know, you're not going to get from the puggier teams in this competition, or really even sometimes from Koopa Troopers. I don't really feel like they even play the macro as well as IPGN do, and even with Arena on their attacking side, they're not playing the KO that can kind of give you that map control off the back of the flashes, off the back of the KO knives, and play the info game as much. You know, Vex is fragging up, which you want Urena to do, but also they're playing with great structure regardless.
Now IPGN's not going to waste any time here. Straight up in towards B. Dash in coming on through from Elgic as well. The damage to the smoke is actually going to be good. Brock finds it. That could be a pretty significant pickup.
Yeah, mid taken as well by Koopa Troopers, as well as the KO ultimate. They've got everything they need to win this retake, and the numbers just keep going their way. Noir hiding away inside of the dark cover on site, and all of the kills going the way of Koopa Troopers. IPGN could just never get comfortable inside of the site, harassed at every twist and turn, and really it's just down to Songri to see if he can take a gun or two away from the defense before this round goes their way. The spam comes through from Dasani, and Koopa Troopers, after the tag timeout, yet again find a way to recover.
I was going to say, it's very similar to what we saw in that first game, where they have a very slow start, tag timeout at a similar time in the game as well. Roughly, you know, I think it's like 1-4 the scoreline, and they'll bring it back, and now they've got to string through a couple more rounds in a row if they can. And that first kill through the smoke from Brock was pretty gigantic, but beyond that, I was going to mention, even if they didn't manage to spray down and find early picks as the attackers come on through for B, they had some good retaking ultimates available. They basically had lockdown. Hunter's Fury was barely off as well. Rocky basically already had the null command, so they were in position, I think, even off util to get a good retake.
Yeah, B main control taken here by IPGN. Once again, this is the protocol from Koopa Troopers. As soon as the B pressure comes in, they take all of mid. They've got Dasani on this deep line high-low with Brocky. What a shot from Noir. The jump spot confirms it's a B play as well, and Cooper Troop is in a great position now, further extending that advantage. Mid pressure coming in. Vex trying to take matters into his own hands, but he can't get anything done.
Vex could have had a lot to do there because the layout seemed pretty good. The flash seemed okay for the start. Caught a couple of players off guard, but yeah, it's just falling all apart now. Songri the only one alive. We saw this before. At least Songri was on the actual site itself. I believe he even had a plant. This time he's got Barnes to work through. Love to get a kill, and he's not going to find it at all. So it's looking a lot more rough for IPGN now. Let's see what their economy starts to look like in the next round because, okay, money is still reasonably there, but I think one more round of a loss would start to really impact them.
These B plays have not been it, man. Cooper Troopers, it's great protocol from them. Every time the B main pressure comes in, Cooper Troopers just take all of mid, and then they're relying on Noir to be able to anchor down that B site, and he's getting a lot of... he's getting a lot of great supportive utility as well. Last round, the round before, round 6, he got the dark cover to hide Array in. This time it was supportive KO utility and a little bit of help over on that side of the map, so Cooper Troopers is doing a great job to enable him, and now that he's got the lockdown, they've switched it to a retake A where they can rely on that lockdown to be able to complete the mid to 8 round, but they've already lost the B lurk. Brock has spammed 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1 through the B wall, and Dasani's got a pick in middle. This is just Cooper Troopers dominating this game of Ascent after the attack timeout. Jesus.
Yeah, and it's not, and this time around, it's not just all pressure onto B. We're changing things up on the attacking side, but it's not going to be enough. They're at least potentially going to get a little bit of a freebie on A. There's minimal presence coming through. You talked about the lockdown. That's actually going to be gone now from 8-1s. That's what I'll say. Both lockdowns were actually available at the same time. Brock also had a Hunter's Fury. That'll be exciting news for next round. For now, though, Vex could see a shoulder. Barely going to get that. Has to dismiss away. Can't even heal up. It's workable. Could they force something here? Could they force ultimates here at minimum coming through KT? That would be beautiful.
The KO ults come through. That's applying a lot of pressure to the offense, and Cooper Troopers is just, again, breaking apart the late round. Songri's got to go huge here. The fragment is keeping him back. Dasani is on the defuse, and Brocky. Look, he didn't even need to get that kill. Dasani had actually hopped off and was ready to swing off of that contact, so that round was going to get done every day of the week from Cooper Troopers.
To be fair, that was a lot closer than I think IPGN had any real business making it. There was 2 players dropped down straight away, as we're seeing in some of these replays here. And Vex having that one as well kept things a lot more competitive. I mentioned, could they force out some ultimates here? They did actually get the null command. The other ones are a little bit more important. You want to be able to have your lockdown and Hunter's Fury potentially contest your opponent's lockdown. So IPGN, they have lost 3 rounds in a row now, and we talked about the money situation. It's still not quite depleted, so Algec's going to pop knives this particular round. Paranoia flying on through early into B main to give Dasani some space to work through.
Yeah, really contesting this B main lurk time and time again. It's 2 picks right off the bat again for Cooper Troopers here, Kev. That's 3 or 4 rounds in a row now. 3 rounds in a row. No, this is the 4th. This is the 4th round in a row that is dominating the opening duels.
And it doesn't stop because there's so much time left in the attacking team. Yeah, not saving anything here. Walk through, see what you can get done. Oh, they popped ults for this round as well. Yeah, that's right. That's going to hurt them slightly more. Don't even have themselves a bomb at this point. Alu's trying to make some space happen, but they've noticed that there's no jet here, so Algec's gone all the way to the opposite side of the map to pick up the spike. He has a free B plant, doesn't know it.
No, doesn't have that information, but...
If he had the spike early, it could have just gone straight to B, but had to pick it up in the meanwhile.
I mean, he's still got dash, so that could really give him that multi-fragging potential that you want from your jet in a clutch situation like this to see how long it takes him to clear out the site. Gonna be a default plan.
30 seconds left.
Pardon me. Yeah, pardon me. Sorry, I'm allergic to teams playing retake B. My bad.
Bless you.
Yeah. Bless.
Bless. 27.
This could be another blessed performance, perhaps?
It's going to have to be. It's going to have to be. 1v3 is possible, but would require KT to kind of fumble this one a little bit. And what we saw in the previous game, some fumbling did occur when Gun City got that 1v3. There's number 1 out of possible 3. You wouldn't want to see them lose a 1v2 now. Okay, here we go. Flash comes through. Spacing looks decent. 2 players coming at the same time, and Rags to Riches could have been sniped down there, and that would have been 3 isolated 1v1s, but he's not going to drop that frag. Preventing Algit from getting the clutch on through. And it's a 5-4, so 4 rounds in a row for KT now.
Really turning their fortunes around on this defensive side. Full momentum with Cooper Troopers right now after that attack timeout. They keep getting these opening duels that cannot be allowed to happen for IPGN. They're running Reyna Jet, man. Yep. You need to find opening duels with a double duelist comp. 1-1-1-1-1-1-1. I'm not sure who that is, but man is getting isolated and picked on that B side of the map multiple times.
He's only
now.
got the 1 kill as well, so there's the 1 in the name coming on through.
Oh, yeah,
hate to highlight
That's
it.
what he was going for heading into this game, I'm sure.
Been in quote-unquote trouble before for pointing out players with 1 frag, but it's fine. We live and learn. And players, that guy's retired now, so who on at the end of the day? Anyway.
Oh no, Lord Sundry's lost the bomb inside B main. And here we go, doubled his frags, 1-1-1-1-1. He's back in the game. Dart comes through. That, good dodge from Rag to Riches. They know that he's pushed through though. That's great awareness from IPGN.
Okay, here we go, opportunity now. Little exploration from the defense over towards mid. They see that, but bomb is on for IPGN here. Over towards the A side of things. Only Ibrocky. Empress pop, they note the ultimate. We're going to start seeing some movement. Cloudburst on the slide. And that's a huge swing! Flash onto 2, looking for the 3rd. Alga's going to shut him down, but that's his members gone. That's his team. Wiped, essentially, as 8-1s will finally come on through. Unspotted. Full silent in towards Garden. He's going to be contacting 2 players here. And they weren't lined up properly for him, so he's going to get nothing done out of that one. Unfortunate. Unfortunate Alga. Yeah, he saw a shoulder but couldn't connect the kill.
So many almost in that round for IPGN.
Yeah.
At least it was a more competitive round from them on this attacking side. Definitely winnable. But once again, it'll go the way of Cooper Troopers. Lost bonus plus the plan coming in from IPGN, though. Surely they'll put a buy together in this next.
It's huge from Ibrocky there on that anchor.
Yeah,
I mean what he did. I'll tell you what, at least IPGN didn't have those early losses in terms of membership, or at least they were able to trade if they did lose somebody.
Yeah.
So they recovered a little bit on that front, but yeah, it's Ibrocky on that B anchor was so clean.
For sure, I like the set play inside of A main as well. The Hunter's Fury coming in through market off the back of that A main contact. There was a lot of layers to that round for Cooper Troopers, and that's kind of what I was talking about, where we've seen them have a lot of depth to their play on this defensive side of Ascent. We've seen them have the dart towards the backside of A main to try to go for that opening pick. That round was the reactive Hunter's Fury, and towards A main, a little bit of a trap play. Opts out for Dasani. He's, again, mixed success, but still consistently up there in terms of the numbers. What I have to say, though, is some of these individuals from IPGN who had a great start to this game are starting to fall off a little bit.
Sure.
And that's where I feel like they're having a tougher time finding these rounds on the attacking side. We need to see some of the individuals stepping up a little bit more. Hunter's Fury is there for them, Lockdown and the From the Shadows, so a lot of great tools to get through this round. Lockdowns there for the defense, but this is where you could really trade your ults quite favorably on the offensive side. You have the Hunter's Fury to counter the Lockdown, so if we end up in a favorable post plan for the offense, you can trade down Lockdowns and secure the round that way.
I haven't seen huge pop-offs for the Reyna either, so Vex, he's got the most frags on his team, but to really justify the double duelist, I think we need to see a little bit more out of IPG, and they at least had that in 4 of the rounds that they did find. Since the tag pause that KT had, it's been a bit ruinous for them. They at least have their own tag pause now to see what they can make happen here as more exploration. Look at this again. So a little bit of utility being shown on towards A, and instantly everyone on KT starts exploring. B is clean, mid is clean. They can start wrapping around. They'll have the flank. They've got basically full coverage of the map now as a lockdown comes through as well. Yeah,
Lockdown's being traded here. IPGN trying to get some space to come in towards this attacking side, but they haven't been able to get in there. They're going to have to respect the defensive sided Lockdown. They're all stuck inside of A main. Mid control secured there for Cooper Troopers.
Look how locked in there. They're in jail right now.
Yeah, I know. There's a complete net around them, and Rags to Riches going to close in on that. He is the hunter in this situation, and only able to come up with 2, but it's still numbers for KT.
You can see that Sangri is not really confident about this at all. He knows something could be happening behind him. At the time, it could be bad, and the membership is really bad here as well, so they got to send their members through. Paranoia trying to play on in, but doesn't matter because Dasani is in heaven. Spots the spike carrier, and now the wrap from all players will collapse on top of the final member available. Sangri knew that there was something possibly happening around the flank, but as the last one alive, and that's happened multiple rounds now.
In the half.
There's nothing he can do about it. And so, yeah, Highland once again, the instant information exploration check that we saw coming through from KT as soon as they saw presence on A.
6 in a row for Cooper Troopers. And what they do so well is whenever there's pressure on the extremities here on Ascent, they take the middle of the map or they push the other side of the map. It's a reactive rotation kind of play style that does them a lot of favors. IPGM once again going to go straight for a B execute here. Dasani on the line. Dart's going to go through to the tree as he gets pushed off by the Paranoia spam coming through. Zoning them back from Brock. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out on the attacking side. Trying to catch a player over on side or over on stairs. Dart comes through from Brock. That should get a spam or two, but it's only a 1-for-1.
TP committed there as well, so it wasn't a fake TP. He's actually going to make this player go through. And if he can make this happen, A could be cleaned up. He's not seeing anything around Garden right now. He'll make his way through this window into Heaven. It's covered though, I think. Not quite. No, I think that player's in Hell. I think Rax Ridge might be in Hell, so this is really good so far. They don't realize that Brocky's also made his way in. That's noise heard. And Songri's found the player as well.
Yeah, plant going down. They don't know that Rags is on site here once again. He's been overlooked inside of Hell, and it's all on Logic in a 1-on-3. He's on the wrong side of the door here as well. Smoked off, Spike tapped, and Rags to Riches spotting him out. Hold on. He has an int into this one. Blade Storm's been pulled. Updraft over the top. How is he alive? Massive play from Logic, and IPGN secure themselves a 5th round. The only thing I can think of that's looking a little bit better than that is a little bit of a message from our friends from Acer.
Excellent plug there, and an excellent play from Logic as well, as I think Ninim's found his way into the server again. He's just, he's basically said, I want another opportunity to play this team. But no, that was huge. I also think that Noir kind of fumbled that though. He was just kind of 3 players, individual 1v1s. From what I could tell, Noir was caught mid-air as well. Had no opportunity to win that duel. You had a player that was essentially sticking the bomb, and wow, it was too easy for Logic at that stage. Yeah. Rags nearly gave that round, Rags nearly secured that one for KT. It's another sad situation where Rags makes such a huge play on A, and then they lose the round anyway.
He really has to live and die by his name, doesn't he? Like, fair enough. He's really committing to the character. Reyna spotted out, contesting A main there. So Cooper Troopers not interested in running into Vex, going to reroute back towards this B side of the map. And this is what I was talking about. They haven't triggered the turret until they want to go B. This was the mistake that was being made in the last map. You want to give the information to the defense when it's too late for them to respond. So as soon as this turret goes down, it's not going to be enough time for IPGN to rotate back towards that B side of the map.
Yeah, likely you're going to have to see Alu just maybe exit, or he's going to go over towards the back of the site rather. And now 3 members locked in over towards A, have to make the long rotation over. 8-1's is going to try and make something happen over towards Market, but won't find it at all. Alu, unspotted, dodges the shock dart as well, and actually played through the extremity of the smoke. Might stop the spike carry, and does. So 1-1 there, that's not bad for the anchor. An extra player looking over towards the B main.
2-on-2.
2-on-2 looking good for your Sungri here. Not good enough though, as it's Dasani taken down to Vex.
Yeah, Vex, lovely secure from him, and that's going to be the pistol in the favor of IPGN. Let's have a little bit of a word from our friends over at Acer who put on this fantastic qualifier.
Thank you to Acer and Intel for putting this on as we head into round 2 of the second half here in game number 2. Mid control taken here by KT. And all looking towards A at the moment. Songri needs something done. Can't do it.
They cannot get thrifted again here, Kev. Luckily, Vex is putting together a couple. These are very messy shots on the Bulldogs, though. A lot of whippages.
Vex is being bailed out a little bit by Alu there. Kind of needs
so
it.
messy.
KT didn't have a lot to work through there, but messiness indeed from IPGN. 7-7 all locked in. is Sungri just dying long range there. Couldn't lock in anything at all. Vex at least got the first 2 kills, so despite the next passenger play looking a little bit weird, he started out extremely good and ended up with 3 there, which actually also locks in Empress for this now 3rd round in the second half.
What are you going to put together here as IPGN dropping a couple of guns there? Good to see the Vandal handed over to Vex when he's got the Empress online. As he mentioned, he could definitely take over a round like this. Big main aggression going to be coming through. As you expect with double duelists, you've got to play this comp proactively, and they are being very proactive, trying to isolate this lurk. Nano going forward, but Noir deals with it. So this pressure on Noir is not enough. Neither of the Nanos were quick enough to even be triggered, and Brock's punished the aggression.
The thing is, they obviously weren't able to, they're not rushing their way through and clearing anything because they have to consider the fact that there's multiple players that can still come on through from spawn as well. That's exactly what happened. I think they made the overstep there. They were confident they caught a player behind that little box. They didn't even quite get that call. Vex is at least going to clean one up to get something out of that situation.
Yeah. Well, 4 on 3 for IPGN here. They have the weaker weaponry. There's the Empress popped by Vex. That is the signal that IPGN believes they can win this round. Cooper Troopers walking their way up short. It's just a jiggle from Alucard here. Having a little bit of a look for information. Actually falls off the line at the worst possible time. Spots out those players, loses a lot of HP. And now you've got eyes on, it looks like Logic over here towards Heaven. Outlaw in hand. Rags only has light armor, so he could go down early here. And he's the first player to peek.
Logic needed that pick as well because on the Outlaw, he's not going to get these body shots in there. Doesn't know that Noir's on. Towards the catwalk already. Plant is now confirmed for sure. 2 versus 2. Sungri has no weapons. Is the Empress even still online at this point? He popped this so early. Okay, he still does have it. That's really important. This Vex needs to do something here to really pop off. Players in hell. Crossfire as well. It's going to be rough. A single pick, though, will enable the lair. The smoke could make things a little bit dangerous. Pressure now as he taps the spike on the opposite side. And this is where Vex needs to get some potential kills from these players coming through from the smoke. Time is very quickly running out, though. Second half, the defuse. Going to stick it through this time. And Brocky has to do way too much here. It's not going to happen.
Great stuff from IPGN. That's their bonus one as well. Vandal picked up by Songri at the end of things, and Cooper Troopers, that's the 4th bonus in 4 halves that they've lost. They really, unfortunately, cannot convert these opening gun rounds here, Kev.
No, it's been too consistent. You want to see consistency, but not like this. They're consistent in being able to...
That's the worst thing to be consistent
Well, they're consistent at bringing it back around. They're consistent at bringing rounds like this. You know, we've seen them win these thrifties before, but it's not comfortable, that's for sure.
Losing the most important round of the game.
The confidence from IPGN, popping the early Empress, as you mentioned, I think says everything about that last round, knowing that they have a situation where despite their buys not being good, they can still win it. As 8-1 will find contact onto Dasani, but his gun is not strong enough. He has to reload here as well. Vex and Alu will get all the kills that required, though. Alu only on 1 HP, but it's probably fine because it's Brock the only one alive.
I mean, that was a quintessential IPGN round. That is how they like to play. They flood together on you as a team as soon as the pressure comes in. It's a little bit of, you know, pressure on the extremities, maybe looking for a pick, but they really do love to organize themselves as a unit and all fight together. And that's what you see in this round through all avenues in the middle of the map. You have players swinging you from every angle.
So we had, what, 4-1, I think was the scoreline for the first half from IBGN. Then the attack force came through for KT and they swung through something like 5 rounds after that. So we'll see what happens now on this second half. They might have to think about something similar as KT once again. Momentum's falling away and they have to win this very important gun round now.
Fast B set play. No command is there and pops straight away. Paranoia going to push the operator off the line. He can no longer dash out of position. Reactive Hunter's Fury from the other side of the map. Operator shot connecting. It's a little bit too high on the Hunter's Fury. Does hit Rags at the end of it. Out of B main is the rest of Cooper Troopers though, and that's a lot of pressure on Logic.
That's everyone now. They've been spotted as well, so that means the full rotation's going to come on through. Logic needs to do a lot more here, but he's been dagged. He's been taken down. Alu onto Noir is at least going to be something. Vex on the extremities here. See how this retake can work. Still has a layer available as well. More tags coming through, but they just need to be able to get some damage done through that wall. 3 versus 3 type of situation at the moment. Brock through the wall takes down Vex. That's your big member down.
He's got a dart as well coming up right now. Dart going to be exchanged from Alucard. Both of them probably looking for some spams through the wall. Out comes the dart. Oh, Alucard's connected one.
He's got no health?
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to complete a 2-on-1 here. Plant's going down, and that could have given him a 1v1 against Rags, but Phantom Spam comes through from Rags.
A lot.
Koopa Troopers, once again, all they need to do to start winning rounds, Kev, is to lose a bonus or lose against pistols. You know, they
lose to the weird, dumb stuff in the middle.
Bro, they are that team. They need to be put in a terrible situation to bounce back. They're literally that guy.
Seems like it.
He needs to go into debt to turn his life around.
Oh, sometimes you have to, it's that one moment.
Rock bottom.
You finally look in the mirror, it's like, damn. I need to do something about that. So it's that one time you destroyed all the mirrors in your house, and one time you just happen to walk past a pond or something, you're like, okay, maybe I need to do something about this situation. Situation needs to be handled now. Let's see what our operators can do. Logic forced back, spotted by drone. Turret taken through. So you mentioned earlier that something from the KT side is they contact the turret way earlier. IPGN didn't do that on their attacking side.
I mean, this time they're running a default. Like previously I was saying, when they're grouping up for a B hit, you don't want to signal the fact that you're breaking the Killjoy utility, because that's like a big signal to the defense. Hey guys, we're going B. You should lean towards B. But in a round where you're running a default and you're taking things slower, you want to work the map, you do actually want to break as much of that utility as you can to try to open up some gaps.
It's been broken. Let's see if Logic can break something here. So this is shoulder spotted by Vex, by the way. Should be a freebie. Oh, I looked a little bit sneaky. That spike down as well, so that could be really tricky now. Vex on the 2. He's really starting to take command. This is what you want to see out of the rain. And Dasani is going to beat Logic in that duel.
Defeated.
Alu still has coverage over towards his catwalk side of things, though, but the real difficulty is how they're going to recover the spike. It's only 1 minute. Noir's going to try and get that one done. Dasani, whether he wins this duel or not, might not be the backbreaker. It's Vex that's causing problems. Vex will cause more problems here. That's play confirmed now, 100% confirmed.
Beautiful. I mean, that is a round where your Reyna is worth its weight in gold. Vex has been contesting that A main position multiple times this half, and it's not like IPGN weren't well, it's not like KT rather, weren't well aware of it. They have literally KO knifed him 2 or 3 times so far this half. They know that this Reyna is defaulting A, and still Vex has been allowed to walk all the way through A main to take multiple duels on players not looking at him and win all of them. And that turns an A split into 2 players desperately running up short with the spike lost in A main. It's just not a round you're going to win.
So double digits now found for IPGN as we hit the 10 mark, and that is going to call for the tactical pause from KT. Every single time they take one of these tacks, it seems like they do work something out in an important round now, because 4 ultimates online with an okay, not the best amount of money to be honest with you, but maybe just enough money to scrape on through for a good round here. You don't want to give the 11 away too easily. But speaking of the ultimate situation, IPGN are not far away. In fact, they're probably just about going to get all their important ultimates here as well.
Well, it's going to be a half buy from Koopa Troopers, but a dangerous half buy. You've got Jet Knives. You're probably going to get a Guardian or 2, maybe a Sheriff. You've got a lot of ults to play with. So these are the kind of rounds that, as Koopa Troopers, if you're clever, you can come up with a nice-looking round to be able to win it. Brock is actually going to invest. They're going to actually force around the Jet Knives here. So they are going for broke here. The money is a little shaky for IPGN, but nothing crazy. Oh my god, but IPGN's read this so well. 4 players on this B site with both duelists.
Correct gamble being played, and yeah, they'll see everything, and maybe not through the paranoia just yet. Knives have been popping. Hear that straight away. Operator there as well. They hear the operator, and they're just going to walk into the meat grinder. At least Rags the Richest will get the single trade onto Vex. They haven't spotted 8 once. Lockdown is in play now, and well, one has to think about what he wants to do in this situation, because he's the one that is in the worst position. He has to push, and he's going to find one. He's going to kill the Lockdown as well!
Oh, they're trying to run a fake. Brock is again trying to walk onto that A site like he did in the last game, but IPGN so far ahead of this have got the right players in the right positions. Songri punishing him on the cross. Spike hits the deck, and it's just down to Brocky and Noir to try to put together a bit of a miracle. Dark cover going to secure control of the spike, and Koopa Troopers can get nothing done there. Spike picked up. Songri knows that means the players inside of the dark cover. He's going to walk through a little bit of charity. It's very nice of Songri to give them a pick back. Well done.
There was no reason really for him to do that, so that was not, I mean, it'd be an understatement to say that was a poor decision. time isn't the worst either. I was going to say, at that point, they still had roughly 1 minute left. 30 seconds. They've actually recovered the spike, but they can't really walk on through. So time crunch is now going to be a real problem.
You can't get in. 20 seconds, the ops picking you apart. And yeah, it's just too big of a contact setup.
The problem here is,
despite a bit of charity from Songri, IPGN still going to secure that round. And I think, look, that's where tactical timeouts are a bit of a double-edged sword, Kev, because you have all of those big ultimates online, like the Killjoy lockdown, the Sober ult, the Jet Knives, the Hunter's Fury. These are all lockdowns that are a little bit easier to make on a B set play, and I think that's why IPGN is stacking B so heavily there. By the balance of probabilities, that's probably going to be a B round from Cooper Troopers, and IPGN is playing around that quite heavily.
Yeah, so in terms of the read, you'd say that's definitely a perfect read. I would agree with that as well, and IPGN are flourishing now because of it, and you're in a situation where KT at this point are playing for the OT once more. Unlikely for them to pick up this next round, although we've seen them do that before. Marshall's going to have to get so much work done here. And he's going to need a headshot as well. Opposing sniper is there. Shoulder should be seen. It is.
Ooh, that's
They'll
unlucky.
get a headshot through the... I mean, it's a headshot through the wall, so that's about as much as you can hope for that kind of shot.
I mean, could have hoped for the clean headshot. Get yourself an opening pick. Operator hitting the deck.
he would have to put his whole body into the crosshair. I'll logify doing that though.
Maybe. It's like a left eye, right eye peek. Either way, you are going to get the A short split going to be coming in. Jet spotted out. There's the Hunter's Fury from Brock. He has actually hit someone on the A side. Can't quite connect that third Hunter's Fury shot though. There's the dash through for Dasani. This man's lost his marbles. He's sending it with a classic. Odin in hand. There's two players pretty weak on this A side. This is quite doable for Cooper Troopers.
Yeah, Max Richards in a good position here as well. 2 players killed by him, and now just the 1 left. So they've managed to sneak through a very, very good potential round here. The Killjoy player, the only one left. They know he's here. The plant's going to come up through, and even more. So, I mean, we're talking about the fact that Dasani might be a madman, but method to the mayhem here for a situation that KT really needed to scrape through, because that was about to be 12 on 4 for IPGN.
Yeah, that is a critical round to be won there. But that's the kind of play that Dasani probably does in ranked like every day. He's literally just gone straight back to monkey brain. Just dashed at someone dry with no supporting utility,
I mean,
and
the guy was
hoped
flashed,
for the
to
best.
be fair. There was a flash that did come through.
Was there a flash to set him up? Okay,
Alu was
enough.
flashed. That's why he didn't just instantly swing the Odin into his face. You see there, he was just like staring at a wall with a bright light in his head. So there was a little bit more method than the, to the madness there than we'd probably give him credit for. Let's see what Logic can do here. Okay, he's going to get pushed off this line. Yeah, okay, all right.
Nicely done. It's going to be a trade of a drone. Turret goes down.
By the way, the money situation for IPGN is finally starting to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose
It took a while.
When you lose to pistols, that's what's going to happen. Logic retakes B main here. Vex on the off angle. Could be critical here. Can get a kill and dismiss into the offensive dark cover, and he knows it. He's inching out onto that line. Easy kill onto the Killjoy, and a man advantage once again from IPGN.
Now going to convert that over for some catwalk pressure. One taking so much damage through the wall.
Don't lose
2
your lockdown.
HP. That would be awful to lose an important ultimate.
Oh, Bucky in A main from Songri here. He loves to play these positions with the shotgun.
Smoke's gone though, smoke's gone. So he needs to instantly be able to convert. He'll get the 1, and maybe that's enough. You're not hoping for too much more than that. His ultimate's being popped in. Null command from Brocky. Doors are closed. Plant is in. Multiple entry here for the defensive retake. Flashes to slow things down ever so slightly, and I mean, there's still util online for IPGN as well. Importantly, the layer coming through from top could be very important. Defensive Killjoy using that lockdown to slow things down. The attackers are getting it done. Look, they're just flooding on in. They're finding everything, and yeah, you gotta push on him. You gotta push on him. Lockdown came down, not giving up the side at all.
Just went on the offensive, man. As soon as the lockdown went down as the go signal for Cooper Troopers, they just ran at IPGN and won every single aim duel. That round wasn't going well for them at all, Kev. Man advantage for IPGN the whole way through. They had the lockdown perfectly positioned to be able to complete that retake, but they didn't win a single duel in the mid to late round. And now IPGN, they're out of cash, back down onto Vandals and half armor.
All the little tricks worked out, because you have a situation where well, not all the tricks, but you had a better start for IPGN, where Vex managed to get that kill towards mid. Sungri managed to find the Bucky kill, so they had a reasonable start, I feel. but not more than that.
Well, B main control taken once again. 4 Cooper Troopers. Drone going to clear out middle. Exerting pressure across the map. A main control's been taken by IPGN. Songri playing Wine with the Omen ult is going to give him a little bit more mobility and rotation power across the map. And well, he's actually going to forfeit control of A main here as the cap pressure comes in. Cooper Troopers haven't really decided what they want to be doing in the mid to late round just yet.
Just a smoke to help the defenders on B. Paranoia now flying through the market. Bit of a tag as well coming through from the Sova.
It's going to be an A ending though here for sure. It's a slower round because Cooper Troopers does have an operator on Rags to Riches, but now getting ready for this cat split. Songri and Vex, they want to play from A main.
Right, here we go. Defenders have shown up here. They know what's up. They know it's going to be an ending over towards A. And
no.
Unfortunately, Vex just whipped that one. Vex has had some good moments, but that was not one of them. KT now looking for 11. And the round is looking so tantalizingly good for them as well. Songri finally is able to get something done over towards that Wine position. We talked about it a little bit earlier. He gave it up, he refound it, and now he's got 3 on the defense, so maybe 11 has not found that ult. Brock on minimal HP, and the round is gone. 12 locked in for IPGN. We could have seen 11-11, but instead, it's going to be the match point. And once again, KT, they have to bring this one over towards the OT.
That round was going terribly as well. Like, honestly, KT should have had 2 different players win opening duels there. In fact, like, Vex probably should have got 2 from that position.
Well, Songri got it instead, so that's what really saved it for him.
Songri and Logic just 2v5 them, basically, coming in on the retake and playing from A main there. So, saving IPGN. Now they have map point. See if they can secure it with how close these rounds are. Both of these teams are broke, Kev. KT has a chance to go for OT here, and they're going straight for this A execute.
Rags to Riches. Oh, I think he got spotted there as well.
He did, for sure.
Okay, well, Vex is not able to do something about it at all. Gives the info over to One, who's now going to get an upgrade on towards a rifle.
Oh, they're stuck in A main. The Nano's securing it as well. They've lost smokes, they've lost the opening pick, and they have no control of anything.
And I was going to say as well, you mentioned the economy situation, but honestly, IPGN's guns are worse, but they're bringing it back around because they have 5. They got an upgrade, free upgrade with the TP from Rags to Riches.
Oh, they're going to try to wrap back towards short. This could be another critical multi-frag from Songri.
Yeah.
Alucard's on the crossfire as well from Tree.
Huge. Oh, he's got to get spotted out though. Recon has to TP out of that situation. Okay, they'll at least be able to clear that corner.
It's a 4-stack A site though. How do they get in?
Well, it's about to be 5 as well because it's a very fast rotate for One. They still have just a little bit of time, but they basically have to commit now. No time to rotate off this. They have to play their situation. Logic's going to make them really pay for it. Just a little bit more. 2 members left to play through. Spike is still not on the site, and you mentioned it. Hard to walk in, and that's exactly what this is.
Spike down.
That's it. I think that's it. KT are going to go dropping down to the lower bracket. IPGN. 2 alive is more than they need. 13-10, and it's going to be OT denied. But I think it wasn't this round. It was the previous round that was a backbreaker, in my opinion.
There was so many, man. Like, I honestly can't even put it down to a singular round there. IPGN picking themselves up a dub. A very laboured game. Definitely could have been losable. Vex, not a previous member of the IPGN core, coming and stepping in, playing that secondary duelist and dropping 300 ACS. He's definitely been worth his weight in gold. He had a couple of big rounds there. And Cooper Troopers, yeah, unfortunately not having what they needed to be able to secure the dub there against IPGN. They will be, like you said, knocked down into the lower bracket, and IPGN will go ahead and play AIC. And honestly, this really reminds me basically of exactly how things go in VCL. I mean, like usually IPGN does beat a team like KT, and then they're going to run into AIC and probably lose.
And this is a sort of situation what we talked about in that first game where we mentioned for a team like Troopers where they do make mistakes. You know, they are a team that have worked together for a long time, but despite being of the VCL caliber, they're still a gatekeeper team, as you mentioned, and this line, the script just flips on them. Or rather, the script is really the same, but the punishes were just there. If we think about the earlier game versus Magi Solstice as not being quite the team capable of fully punishing Cooper Troopers, well, it only takes a slightly better team like IPGN to suddenly make that happen versus Cooper Troopers. And some big plays through from Vex that we mentioned, some interesting whiffs there as well. Sometimes your best play also does some funny stuff like that, but
Yeah.
ultimately, you also mentioned this in, I think, the first half, just how clean some of the IPGN setups were and how clean the macro was.
Yeah, I think that the calling and the decision-making is still very good from IPGN. Quite honestly, I don't even think this is really their A game. Like, Logic didn't have that great of a game. I don't know who 1111 was, but he wasn't having the greatest game. I think Songri was kind of having a pretty poor game as well by his standards, given his form for a lot of this year until the later. It is Easy K, so yeah, Easy K. For Easy K, that's a pretty poor game by his standards. Like, at points, he was actually top statting a lot of VCL. He was a pretty insane player for a little bit there, especially not being a player from a top team, although they were at points a top 4 team. So I think IPGN have just won that game over KT, kind of playing their B or C game, probably.
Before we head into the break here, final question, we'll make this one quick. IPGN versus AIC, quick thoughts?
It's rough. They usually lose that game. I think it's a best of 1, though. So if IPGN's ever going to beat AIC, it would be in a best of 1. The problem is I don't feel like they're playing their best game today, and their best game, their B game or their C game is not going to be good enough to beat AIC.
And, you know, we mentioned this one, but Bobo Focus is indeed going to be the other matchup on that upper side of the bracket. So that's one we're probably wanting to watch and probably the exciting game to watch, which is why we wanted to see if maybe IPGN could bring it to AIC just a little bit there. Yeah, I mean, quick preview there. That should be a really exciting game because you have Focus, you mentioned, was one of the top teams available. Bobo is a team that unfortunately didn't make it into VCL but has a lot of veteran players.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're going to save thoughts for after the break, guys, because it'll be a really exciting one. We'll save ourselves for stay tuned. Game number 3 right after this.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Lock sight. Goodbye.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Match 1 went the distance and hit OT, and Match 2 was promising more of the same, but not quite there as we finished up just before the OT match here. And soon, it's going to be Match 3 for Ace of Predator League, Valorant, Oceanic Qualifiers, and it's heating up, man. We're getting some good games.
100%. This is like a mini VCL, but like accelerated format, which I'm a fan of because the group stage qualifies you to another qualifier, to another qualifier.
Get past all
to another qualifier.
Get past all the
But
weird
here,
games. Here, just get straight into like a
play a
playoff type
qualifier
format.
to go overseas. I don't need 4 qualifiers in a row, all right?
But what we get here is you essentially just get like a double elim playoff style situation straight away. You skip all of the
Isn't that
qualifiers into
crazy?
qualifiers.
Isn't
You
that
just
like-
you get straight into the business end of the tournament.
Isn't that what we've been doing in esports for like 10 years or more, you know, like just...
That's what off-season's about, though. You know, you get your regular, you know, nothing against the regular stuff. I think the regular stuff's amazing, but this is where you just get to dive straight on in, and we have dove straight on in multiple times here with Koopa Troopers. But as mentioned here, we'll let them take a bit of a break on the stream. Obviously, they'll still be playing through their winners bracket game versus AIC, a very tough one, as you mentioned. We're going to focus on the other game that we teased for you guys, Focus GG versus Bobo. Focus is one of the top teams in the region based on VCL right now, and Bobo, a team that does have veteran players on the team, however, didn't quite break in the top 8 of VCL, which was, I don't know, would you call that a bit of an upset situation? In my mind, it kind of is, because I recognize the players, and, you know, some of them, you know, I've got some history with going way back, but yeah, bit of a shame that they couldn't quite crack top 8 of VCL.
Bobo. Yeah, I think it is a bit of an underperformance as far as I'm concerned from Bobo.
They're
I
a
think
top 8 quality team, right?
They are a top 8 quality team, but that again goes to show you how much improvement you've had from teams like Koopa Troopers, who, like I said, when they're a little bit of, they might be a little bit rough around the edges, but they've gotten good enough to where they can beat a team like Bobo of veteran experienced players who probably have let their foot off the gas pedal a little bit. I don't think Bobo's the kind of team that's pracking every week. I think Koopa Troopers is putting more effort than Bobo are into the game, and they're being rewarded for it. Maybe not on an individual basis, although probably yes on an individual basis, but definitely in terms of putting the scrims in. I think Koopa Troopers has probably been a more active team than Bobo for quite a while now, and I think they're reaping the rewards of that. But I think definitely when it comes to experience from Bobo, there's a lot of experienced players there, and it's worth mentioning that at least one of these players is the reigning champion of Predator League. Noz was on the team that went over to where did we go? Philippines earlier this year.
Sure.
He wants to go back to back. I don't think it's going to happen. But
Competition's looking a little tough.
And
he would need to be on one of the top teams.
you know what? This is actually a revenge match of the grand final.
Okay.
Because the Focus core was the core that lost the grand final to Noz's team in the grand final of the Ace of Predator last time. So this is a bit of a throwback in very different circumstances.
At least
now,
Noz versus Focus. So
Noz versus Focus.
Before we head into too deep into this roster, and Vito will be up shortly here as well. Really quick, Kebab Clan versus Hornswogglers. Any quick thoughts on that one?
Oh, that'll be... I mean, Hornswogglers is a similar kind of story for me to Koopa Troopers. They're a team of like decent players that's been cracking a fair bit. I think they might have made top 8 of VCL as well.
Sure.
Kebab Clan is like the leftovers of the team that won last VCL, though,
So a team
with
to
a
look out
couple
for,
of
I think.
changes. Yeah, the core 3 of them is the team of JFT. They have like the best, probably like arguably the best duelist player on their team, and some pretty solid players surrounding him. But I think they might be playing with like a coach stand-in or something like that.
As we move through this as well, just really quickly, I'm sorry to move things along
Sunset.
a little fast.
There we go.
We're going to get
Something
Sunset coming through, and as we move through this, you know, Vito into rosters, everything else. Really quick thoughts on GG How, Rub, and Pug as well. GG How obviously should clean that one up. No
GG
issues.
Chow should stomp them, honestly.
So
like
13-0, okay, that'll be done quick then.
Rub and Pug are okay, but like GG How, this is like the OS Avengers that's been put together here. Outside of like getting Autumn or Maple in your team, they've got some of the best like individual players.
Just steal Autumn from China real quick. You know,
Yeah.
that'll be easy to do.
I mean, what does FPX even pay these days? You know, like $5. Like, yeah, okay, they're going to like Masters and Champions and stuff.
Yeah,
but
very
like,
small organization, FPX, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. So
yeah.
shout out to Autumn, by the way, who just beat one of my other fellows, Swirl. I think it was FPX versus Nova, and he scraped through that one nicely. So anyway. We'll focus now on to Focus and Boba. We saw it coming through Sunset. So we had 2 ascents in a row. We're going to be seeing a Sunset now. It's going to be my first Sunset, so I'll be looking forward to that. And I don't know, obviously we're going to see two now different teams that we haven't had a good look at compared to the others. Now, for people that follow VCL, Focus is going to be a team that everyone knows super well. I did catch a decent amount of this team as well, looking through some of the VCL group stages recently, and they had some very convincing games, obviously. So this is, I mean, you would say is one of the favorites next to GG How and AIC, right?
Yeah. I'm actually more... you guys can't see the lobby, but I've just got more excited for this matchup.
Because Ninim's back again. Wow,
no. So let's quickly go through Focus. We have the core three of who they played with last season. Bonobo, Myth, and Vizsla still remain on the team. We've gotten rid of Blessed and Maishu. Yep. I think Blessed was a pretty solid player and a clutch player on this team, but Maishu, he was okay. He played his init role, but he wasn't a fantastic player. They picked up some of the standout up-and-coming players at the moment. Ace, I think, was playing on a couple lesser teams and did pretty well for himself statistically. They have picked him up as like an up-and-coming player in this team. Yep. And then Dokja, in a Neon meta, is a Neon main that's been abusing the character really hard. And as long as this Neon meta remains, which it will do for the rest of this tournament, he's going to be a very annoying player to play against, and they are playing the meta.
I think Sunset looks like a Neon map here as well. I want to quickly mention one player on the other team before we head over to Bobo in a bit more in depth. Myth is the one player that I really recognize from the other team as well, so he's someone that has been around for a while, did play on Fury back in sort of my timeline of Valorant. But speaking of players that have been from my timeline of Valorant, basically this entire roster for the most part, maybe minus Muzz, but especially Noz. He's someone I got a lot of history with. He was on my first team as well, back in Direwolves for Ignition #1,
Here's
which is ages ago.
Here's the thing though, Kev. Minus Looper, who was statistically their worst player, plus Punda, who just came off the back of playing with JJH and was the JJH sub and is a very talented player, and also won this tournament with Mike and Noz. So this is the core three reigning champions here of Acer Predator League. All three of these players played in the Philippines tournament and won the O's tournament against the core of this team they're playing against. So this is actually,
exciting stuff,
core-wise, a grand final rematch here early on in the bracket of the Oceanic qualifier. This is going to be a bit of a banger. Very different circumstances, though. Nowadays, the Bobo guys are a little bit less in form. They practice a lot less, but they are still on the balance of everything, a very, very good roster as individual players and very experienced and have done some winning in their time.
Just maybe not as practice and drilled as the other teams, as you mentioned.
Focus is going to be the kind of team, like these guys all actively play. I see them in ranked like every day. Like these guys are playing ranked at 10 a.m. Some of them, like legit. They are grinding this game way harder than the guys on...
My only question is, do they wake up to play or do they just not go to bed the night before? Regardless of that.
I don't know, but they're going to have some nasty set plays. They are going to be playing the meta here. They've been playing double duelist quite a lot as well, trying to lean into the strengths of Ace. So they're going to play aggressive. They're going to have some set plays. They're going to be very well prepared and very well drilled. Whereas on the other side of things, the Bobo guys... although they failed to qualify for the top 8 of VCL, they're still not a team you should underestimate.
I'll say one thing is that these two teams did have a previous matchup in VCL fairly recently, just about a week ago now, exactly a weekend. Ascent went 13-2, Focus beating Bobo there.
So they played Sunset. They played Sunset.
Yeah, I'll talk about Sunset in just a second. I was leading into that, and 13-2 on Ascent, though, is a shellacking. Sunset was way closer, 13-11, so we managed to make our way back to Sunset here. 13-11, though, was a pretty good matchup despite losing if you're Bobo.
This is going to be a banger. 13-11 last time they played. Upgraded roster here. Here comes the Agent Select. Neon Rays for Focus GG. Double duelist with the breach. No info in it. They are going to be running it down. They're going to be grabbing information the old-fashioned way, looking for it. Over on the other side of Bobo, a complete stylistic difference. No Neon for them. Double in it. They're going to be flexible. They're going to be working the map. They're going to be using that utility to be able to find information, to be able to minimize risk, and to be flexibly able to just go wherever they want and exert their will through team play and through good util.
Yep. Well, it looks like everything looks pretty standard here. There's no Neon online for Exerce. He's back on the Rays, which is...
I don't know if it's an agent that he plays. There's still a lot of inflexible duelist players. That
he's been playing Rays for years now, because even back when I was watching Exerce, this was like one of his main agents to play through.
I think I've only really seen him play Jet, to be honest. I don't know if I've seen him on the Rays, but Ray's still a pretty core pick here on Sunset.
Let's focus up on Focus here, looking over towards the B side earlier on. And you mentioned this one. It's going to be fast, it's going to be aggressive, it's going to be double duelist. Ace and Dokja Playing a couple of the classics here. All 5. Camera is there. It's going to spot just about everyone.
Yeah.
Once Mike pops that through.
Trip's been broken. They're going to get into the site here. Dart being prepped by Punda. He has thrown out the dart, but it hasn't gotten any scans. Exerts applying pressure from spawn, but Bonobo's going to find the first pick.
Yeah, Market got covered super quickly there. Let's see if the secondary player, Mike, can get anything done through Market. Still 5 alive coming through for Focus at the moment. Mike will finally reveal his hand.
Spike planted.
Spike is planted nicely. Nods with a retake, exerts on one as well, and now it's all falling apart quickly. You have Focus coming through, extremely aggressive on the site itself, but the retake has been just as good. They lost one early coming through a Market, but a late activation from Mike into the rest of the players, then through from main. Excellently done.
That is what this comp does, though, Kev. Did you see that utility coming back in on the retake? Paranoia, Dizzy, Wingman straight on the defuse, and the entirety of the defense flooding in onto the site was not something that Focus could defend. They're going to go for the force here, though. After getting that spike plant, they don't want to let this one go by the wayside. Yep. This is going to be a very messy and aggressive exchange at A main.
Well, the fact
Bobo
that
early on, they're going to know that this is a force, and they're going to know that this is pressure on A main.
Focus also had membership on Mark, which I thought was really important, but going into this round now, yeah, they've certainly got the membership over towards that A side defense. Elbow is going to be quickly taken here as well. Can we get some kills happening? It's a 1-for-1 trade coming on through. They know that there's guns online for Focus now. Can they shut it down? The Muzz under a lot of pressure. Just a solo defender left to play through. They must get more done. It's not going to happen. 2-man retake now versus 3.
Cage triggered.
Mike and Punda, these two have played together for years, applying the pressure. There's a big
Vizsla,
crossfire across the site. Shock Dart connects. Mike can't quite get the shots together. And Vizsla backstabbing from short. Good enough to secure the force buy win there from Focus. Very, very close round, despite a great start from Focus.
Well, Boba just couldn't hold on there. Muzz tried his hardest to be staying alive on that side itself. 2 members to finally get the last rotation in from the B side. But to me, it really was about Vizsla having control on the post plant, still coming in from the flank. Elbow taken so quickly from Focus.
This goes in.
And that was Force successful, and now putting Bobo onto pistols only.
Yeah, they're just setting up for a bit of a mid-trap here, and that's not what Focus are interested in at all. Paranoia.
So free
going
A
straight
site
through onto short, and it's going to be a free A site, as you said, for Focus. Bobo already setting up for the retake, but like I said, with the comp that they have, their retakes can be pretty scary sometimes.
It's going to have to be a full util retake. Oh my goodness, the spam going through the smoke was so clean.
Good scan.
It's a 1-to-1 though, but you like that if you're Boba because you're not in a good position to win this round. Let's see if they can still make their way in a little bit. Dizzy on the floor, so that's one of their abilities to get back in off the table. Paranoia is still available. That's going to fly through. Taking their time a little bit on this retake. Myth trying to make things a little bit more difficult. One of the flashes now taken away. Elbow covered with a smoke as well. Second flash coming in now, slowing things down further. Gives Doctor the opening he needs to swing. 2 members alive. They're at least doing decent damage here, but it doesn't look good at all. Exerts the last one up, and there's no time.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep them locked into the site. See if the spike explosion can catch Myth in the side here. He's made it far enough away though. So 3 players will survive there from Focus. It's a good start and a good recovery after losing the pistol on this attacking side of Sunset. Nice scan. Gives a little bit of an inroads
there. That was really rough.
Yeah,
This play I thought was really nicely played. I mean, we had some decent Myth plus Dodger moments. Myth having all the extra utility at the end there to just slow down the retake so much. I mean, he basically had everything available.
It's back to A main again.
Careful there.
Is going to be an exchange early on. 1-1-3 from Bobo yet again, relying on the Cypher on that B side of the map. Straight up into Elbow goes Dogshaw, and they're just going to use this as a launching pad to kick off the execute, but Muzz is looking to contest inside the elbow smoke, and this time Bobo are playing inside the site.
And this time as well, you see that Mike went deep over towards B. He's got the camera set up there as well, so they know that nothing is happening over on the B side, but they don't know about the lurk from Bonobo in mid, so that could be a little bit costly. The timing there is going to be very important.
Oh, re-aggression on the short side though. Exerts going 1-for-1 with Myth. Focus trying to hold on to elbow control. There's the duel between the lurkers. Mike's going to win that and drop the neural theft.
And Neural Theft is going to confirm that all final members are on the main side. They don't have any elbow control either, so it should be pretty simple just to stop them walking on in. You would think anyway. It's a 2-to-2 trade, only one left available. And Vizsla doesn't have too much left. TP, Thrash coming through. I mean, he just, okay, Noz really wanted that.
Yeah, it's been dropped.
There's just enough time here for Vizsla to maybe make moves. He's
No.
gone silent.
He's camping the Thrash. He doesn't want Noz to pick that back up, and that's why he's re-aggressing back towards this A side of the map. He's going to drop a dark cover over towards the other side of the map to keep them guessing, shouldering the line. Huge 3K from Noz to keep Bobo alive there, but it got expensive for some reason. We're bullying a little clown dog, something like that. Not a big fan of that, honestly. Both you and me, having coached Noah in the past, know that he's better than that. But regardless, maybe he's a little bit better today. Big 3K on the Gecko. And that's going to keep Bobo going, and honestly, it does take a bit of a toll here on the economy. But Focus, they're going to buy up, and they're going to go for the overdrive. They've got the Rolling Thunder. This could just be another pretty aggressive round.
Well, good news for Bobo is they managed to slow down that A aggression by a decent amount. Now, they've been kind of, you know, subject to elbow and everything else on A being taken so fast. The fast ones go for these full retakes, and this time, Doctor's going to do very much of the same thing. He's going to try and solo on A while the rest of the team goes towards B. I don't know how well he's selling this fake because the other players from the defense are all over B right now. So Doctor's just kind of playing with Noz at this point. Surely he gets his kill on Noz. He does, but at the cost of his own life. Showstopper now coming through for Exerst. And run away, all of Focus do. They're all gone.
They can hear all of those steps as well. Rotation's already coming back across from Punda. One way thrown up by Muzz. This round is extremely weird. Both of the duelists making solo plays just to be able to zone the other team. And as things settle, Focus going to go back and recontest A main.
Yep.
Bobo quite happy to play retake from that short position, relying on the one-way. Cam goes up. That might spot Muzz on the little bit of a jiggle. Punter's playing retake from spawn, maybe trying to wait for the dart. There's
Mike's
the neural
rotating.
theft coming out from Bonobo, trying to read the rotations.
Okay, well, they're going to see 2 and 2 is going to be the setup here. Bonobo looking for Muzz. Muzz just needs to stay alive. That paranoia actually slows things down quite significantly. Might have just saved Muzz's life, which he needs, because now keeping things open on B to make this retake possible. They still have their own paranoia from Muzz. Rolling Thunder, you talked about it earlier. But to be honest with you, Bobo haven't really committed. Ace, though, he's going to be the one committed. He's going to run straight into spawn nearly. 2 players down. It's basically going to deny the retake entirely.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder just secures the round there from Focus, unless Bobo comes up huge in this 2-on-4, but Mike gets nothing. And no impact at all in this round from Muzz, playing that retake position from short. Focus exerting their will in the mid to late round there. Nice little play. Realizing that that player died on short earlier, Cam goes up, Cage, neural theft reveals the position, and they're able to organize themselves a really nice A-side execute with the Rolling Thunder to follow up in the post plant.
Yeah, taking Noz down early on A as well really made the defense a lot trickier. Late death here as Muzz will not be able to save his Guardian over towards the next round. But a Rolling Thunder coming through pretty late, I would say, on that post plant, where they didn't even want to wait for the retake to come on through. The retake wasn't really initiated upon. They just wanted to roll through the Rolling Thunder, give Ace the potential to rock on through, follow through from the flash as well. And Ace will just clean the 2-piece there up, and no contesting from the defensive side. They just couldn't walk in at all.
Yeah, Bobo unfortunately missing the reset window, and now you can see Focus. Their economy is rock solid going into the anti-eco here. They have full control of this game on the attacking side.
Yep. Still a showstopper here as well, so they swung deep into availability for ultimates. Want to find something over towards B here. Everyone's running. Mike's already popped cages. That'll open up the side of nothing else. It's looking like it'll just end up being a little bit of a zoning ultimate, but worth it if you're going to get a free site.
This is where Bobo preparing themselves for the retake. That's the kind of one bullet accuracy that Mike has with the Sheriff, giving them a 2-man advantage, but still a pretty big gun deficit. Yeah,
I mean, they're going to have to try and pick up some guns, but the guns are a little far away at this point. It's still going to be hard for the retake to happen, but at least it's possible now. Just dry peeking some of these through. 1-to-1 on the trade here. Time will start running very slim. Ace and mid still looking good as far as the guns go, but it's starting to really... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, guns have been picked up on the side of Bobo, but they're all just going to walk through market together, and it'll be easy for Ace and Myth to clean those two up. Myth, though, was on minimal HP. That could have still been scary if Ace didn't get some real kills at the end.
That's the kind of individual brilliance that you're going to get out of Mike every now and then. And apparently I'm in the replay package. That's a first. I don't think I've ever had a highlight reel in my life. Usually I'm good for like a 1 or a 2K, but that doesn't get you on the replay package. 4-2. Focus still in control of this game despite a bit of a scare. A lot of A main control early on, and that is once again going to be the focus here for Bobo. Haha, name pun not intended. It's going to be a Cypher setup on this B side of the map. Hunter's Fury secured by Punda off the back of that A main control though, but in comes this B execute.
Take this.
We see a ton of utility flowing on through, trying to remove some of these trips if possible. You wouldn't want to be caught. That is a bad thing. They can't kill Doctor, they need to get this kill. If
I
you're gonna
hate
catch the
Neon.
If you're going to catch the Neon, you have to secure something. They have so much in terms of revealing plays, but only the one kill through that via Punda. Ace has still been tagged by a dart probably, but at this point, okay, it's from the cam itself.
Yeah. It's very doable still though. Nade secures the kill onto Myth. They know they've got the majority of focus pinned into B main, but they don't know where Bonobo is. Man's coming in on the flank. He's going to have to be the difference maker here for focus.
Yep. Timing's going to be critical here as well because the rest of the players are struggling to make their way through B main. Bonobo's found one. They know he's there now. They have to dress him. They do. Vizsla onto Mudsky. It's now going to be a 2 versus 1 situation, especially now that Vizsla is the only one available. He's only barely covering the site. Mike's trying to take him down. Mike will not. Punda will, and still have time for the defuse.
Oh my god. This is a crazy game. Bobo, and it's crazy as well to see Punda back in the server here. He was filling in for JJH. He was JJH's sub. Now they picked up Akana. I was thinking he might not even play the qualifier, but he's come together with the core 3 of the boys that won last time around. And they're actually punching back a little bit against Focus early on here.
Well,
this is a very exciting game.
Remember, VCL, we're talking about the result here, was, what was it, 13-11, so at least on Sunset, it's a...
I cannot stress how much of they've taken their worst player statistically and replaced them with a star player in the initiator role. Like, it's honestly a way better team for Bobo.
Watch out. Gotta go.
If they can beat Focus, oh, have proved it. There's the Neon moment right there. Mike's not ready for that slide. Very few players are.
And that's pressure on the B side of the map. The rotations already were in effect for Bobo, but they're going to stick towards this A site because they hear all of this movement in towards Elbow. Exerst on the off angle, going to even up the numbers and still have control of this A site. They weren't ready for Ace. They heard the satchels into Elbow, but they're still caught off guard. Now Exerst under so much pressure, picked apart by both of the duelists. Noz inside of the smoke with the Judge. Can't get anything done, and Bonobo just picking those rotations in the middle of the map. Exactly what you want your Cypher to be doing.
Feel bad for Exerst there. He's having to run around and look in every single direction. You could almost say that for most of Bobo in that round, given the fact that they were having to really be pressured to potentially rotate, then realizing, okay, we can't rotate now because it's A pressure being shown, hearing footsteps and everything else, but this instant slide in from Doctor at the beginning of the round through market, that was so dirty. Mike, not at all ready for that, and now Bobo not ready to contest this round either, given their weaponry is pretty damn poor.
They've missed every single opportunity of economically resetting focus. Missed every swing round. Doksha going to take the paranoia, just does a couple of B-hops and keeps himself alive. Cage going to secure control of Elbow here. Myth now one off the Rolling Thunder off the back of picking up that ult, but this is all just pressure and control from Focus. They're not all in on ending towards this A site, and
I mean,
they can pivot back to mid if they need.
Mike is already set up pretty deep on B. That's going to give Noz the confidence to start rotating through. There's no mid control at all coming through from Bobo. And maybe they'll regret that in just a moment. They're starting to explore A now and realize, uh-oh, we've stacked a little bit too hard here, which means that if you're Mike, you're in a little bit of trouble. Again, we're not expecting too much from Bobo on this round, but they would like to do something if they can.
Yeah, but like, you can't do anything with the Sheriff here against the Neon sliding at you like that. I mean...
maybe he just kills Doctor. The slide comes through and Mike's like, all right, well, good for the one.
Yeah, he's playing this positionally very well, which is what you expect from your Sentinel, especially from someone as experienced as Mike. 5 on 4. Once again, gun deficit from Bobo, though.
Make it costly. You want to make it costly here if you can. Rolling Thunder is quite the cost indeed. Ace wants to fly on through to get something done. Mike with another. He's good for 2 at least this round.
Yeah.
Won't find a third, but you got a Rolling Thunder. You got 2 players' guns, and I think the Rolling Thunder is probably the big ticket item you're happy with. The 2 guns will be recovered fine because the economy is still good for Focus, but Rolling Thunder off the table is nice.
It is. Better than nothing. Another gun round on offer here for Bobo, but it's just rough because they've been very competitive in a lot of these rounds, but overall they're losing the important swing rounds, and they're always behind the 8. I mean, this isn't a swing round. It's a swing round for Focus, but like Bobo now has to play 3 gun rounds back to back just to be able to make this a competitive half.
It's a round for Bobo to be able to get a competitive half, but not only that, but I think to secure their economy because they've constantly bouncing back and forth, money, no money types of situations.
Again, Neon applying solo A pressure is going to keep the rotations leaning in that direction. Cypher Over on the other side of the map,
as well, by the way.
Bonobo, I mean, Noz wants to try to isolate this one. Both him and Mike creeping up on the line after the A pressure's coming in. Top mid being pressured quite heavily.
Look at this. They know they've lost mid at this point as well because they saw the smoke coming on through. At this point, Spawn has been compromised indeed. Bonobo has a situation. He sees 2 barrels, wants 2 kills. It's going to get one of them. Tags away the trap. But he can't secure Mike, who has been so solid, at least getting these 1 frag so far. And this slow things down a little bit. It's up to Mike to be able to at least confirm 1 kill here from the shadows. Is not going to be able to be confirmed at all.
Yeah, Muzz hasn't TP'd into the right spot there, and now he's a bit out of position. This is where the showstopper could be the difference here. Still full utility here from Punda. The right back through from Vizsla. I don't know if you're expecting this from Bobo, and this could be the difference maker. Ace is going to pick one on the cross. Fault line going to keep Exerts at bay. Punda is still not ready for this, standing up on top of that spawn box, and unfortunately, Focus is completely outpositioned Bobo in that 3-on-3.
Yep. 1 player left with not much to say about it now, and another situation where their money is in the dirt. So 7 in a moment confirmed for Focus. Okay, Punda trying to make it slightly more competitive, but far too many members to get through.
Yeah.
So much mid control from Focus on that last round, and Bobo didn't realize until too late, and they just lost everything on B. I mean, this situation was really rough as well, as Bonobo just walked up in towards B main.
Yeah.
Because attention was taken away. Spawn got compromised.
Yeah, it did. And this is where Focus is just applying so much pressure with the Neon on that A side of the map. Like, it's so hard to kill that even just the Neon solo can run up A main by himself, and even if you run into a full trap, you're probably still not dying. You could throw up the fast lane and just B-hop back away. Once again, big contest over A main. Dart going up over the top. Paranoia going to push the defense back.
Sometimes it's hard to know. Is it just a solo Neon coming through? Could it be second or third player coming through in a slide to dodge away from the showstopper? Like to see that. That one will get dodged at all, and Ace will be good for 2. You say that's going to be the round for sure. Yeah, just a couple pistols online. Noz taking 1 down is interesting. He does have an ultimate, but you'd have to have a lot of confidence here. It's 2 versus 3, but their guns are just not good at all.
Yeah,
the ultimates are good, but I mean, what? Can you really do this?
You're probably saving it for the last round. Dizzy going up over the top. There's the second paint shells from Ace that he got off the back of his multi-frag, and that's the 3rd paint shells that he's throwing out just for a bit of style points. 8-3 from Focus doesn't tell you how close this game has been or could have been at moments, but every single round-defining moment has been going the way of Focus, and Bobo, unfortunately, are starting to dig themselves a little bit of a hole.
I think the first 5 to 6 rounds were pretty clean. Well, they were pretty competitive both sides. It's the last, 3 or 4 rounds though from Focus that have just been lights out, but Bobo haven't been able to really scrape through with too much, and final round of the half coming through now. They at least have 3 ultimates. You mentioned that, saving the Thrash for the final round. Unlikely that he was going to use it on the save before, but 2 versus 3 is a little bit tantalizing.
Big pressure on Market. One way coming through. Noz had the Mosh in hand. Reactive Hunter's Fury is going to save him from across the map.
It's a tag as well, the dog shot, putting him on 5. And you can see that Bobo are very interested in giving up A and making the rotation happen, but there's not a full committal just yet. They use a drone to just see what is available on towards mid.
Yeah, this is the value of playing multiple initiators. They can just continually confirm that they're rotated towards the right side of the map. They've got the Thrash and the man advantage. Neural Theft can come through at some point as well if they want to retake control of Market. Focus just looking for an inroads, looking for an opportunity. Nothing being given to them. There's the cage up over the top. They're going to create their own opportunities. Vizsla taking full advantage at top middle, breaking a 2-way crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, he just abused the smoke situation. Noz will at least take one back into the Doctor, but remember, Doctor was on 5 HP. Has not traded the life back either, so 3 versus 3 with 30 seconds left to play through. Flash coming in, Bonobo gets the kill, so unfortunate for Noz. He'll not like that situation at all. It's still close, so 2 versus 2. You want to see a plant very soon. At this point in time, Flash is decent. Mike still goes down. It's just Muzz now, and he's not going to do anything else in this round. Make it 10.
Yeah, 9-3 at the half. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back for the second in just a second.
Straight to the round here, Pilski. No time wasted at all. A little bit of action did happen over towards mid for the viewers here. You just missed a little bit of trading of utilities, but overall, everyone's still looking healthy. Doctor and Exerst taking a little licks on the side.
Yeah, the entirety of the defense is in middle right now. Bobo, if they went back towards that A side of the map, would have had a free sight. It's just a cam left behind there for Focus to be able to retake that. As the door gets closed, Bobo quite happy to take this mid control and maybe going to turn this into a bit of an A split.
Possible crossfire here, though. They'll know it soon. Doctor's going to see a bunch of members coming up through. 3 members on the spawn side for Focus and Vizsla. Is going to confirm that first kill. Exerst has so many members in front of him, and they still don't realize, by the way, the ace is behind, which could be problematic.
Mike needs to come up huge here for Bobo. Unchecked on short. Big fight into market, won by Noz. Now Mike can potentially find some kills on the rotation, but Vizsla's found him. Trip going to reveal that Bobo has taken the site, but Bonobo has B main control.
Exerst will find the kill. Bonobo probably could have had that. Heard the footsteps, but failed to land the shots, and Doctor's saying that's not going to happen to me. It's going to make this one a 2 versus 3 now. You want to have your Gecko alive in that situation. Not going to happen. Exerst is going to fall to Doctor. A little bit of support being found through the flash. And now Muzz solo, minimal HP, has way too much to do. And 10 on board for Focus. Bobo have a very hard choice to make now. They are at a massive deficit round-wise. You have to start thinking of possible forces potentially on the cards here.
Yeah, could be. It's just another round that really could have gone either way. Like, there's been 4 or 5 very important rounds, 2 big swing rounds in the first half, and then second half pistol there that really could have gone either way. This could be a much closer game, but this is where Focus, you got to give credit where credit's due. Positionally, they have been outplaying Bobo, and I think, you know, just a little bit more practice, a little bit more in form. As you said, though, Bobo have dug themselves a big hole, and they're going to try to cut a big corner to get back into this game.
This is basically it. This is the only way they can get back in, and they need to try something aggressive towards A because they've been losing to this on their own defense, and now they look like they might be losing this on their offense as well. They'll at least get Doctor. Decent flash coming on through to support Punda, who picks up a second. Myth can't get anything done in that corner, which means 4 alive versus 2. And the 2 do have a couple bulldogs. Vizsla, though, isn't. Okay, he's going to get some support from Bonobo. Last player alive, and he's gone. Mike has done it for the side of Bonobo. Scrappy, difficult. And it was a poor start as well, Mitch, because they wanted to run up A. They lost one instantly, but they didn't let go of that pedal, and they managed to secure it.
I mean, you had Doctor preparing the reverse slide there just to be able to re-peek, but doesn't quite get the timing right, gets caught by the Omen blind. Good reactive utility to secure that first kill from Focus, but Bobo, they just scrapped their way back into that round as a pack, just taking all of the duels together and spraying down all of Focus. They've reset the money now. They have a chance to start to crack back into this game. It's not going to, you know, close the scoreline hugely, but if they can just complete this anti-eco, then it's going to be an easier gun round for them, and then maybe they can get something going for themselves.
I was going to say, it's not just scraping their way back into the round match, it's scraping their way back into the entire match, and remember, best of 1, so this is it. Let's see if they can make that happen. Dizzy being thrown out, they'll be able to collect that one for free, no issues.
Ooh, pressure on the A side of the map here, Focus. Pushing all the way through and rotating heavily towards middle and B, having taken that A main line. Bobo will be well aware of that. They're just going to drop off Exerst towards top middle to be able to pick the rotations and clear out this A push.
Yeah, and the door was locked down as well, so that should be plenty. Ace might have had a kill opportunity there, but will miss. That's going to force some rotations out through now. Mid just briefly checked by Myth there to make sure it's clean, which means all members from Bobo likely running up through main. They're now in towards Elbow. Still good members alive on towards Focus, but they just lack the weaponry. They lack the ability to maybe get these kills, and that's exactly what we're seeing here now.
Yeah, this is really good use of the double initiator from Bobo. Just allows you to be so flexible working the map. They just have so much utility to be able to find information. The Dizzy used to clear middle earlier, and then you have it back off cooldown to be able to kick off that A execute and confirm that there's a player in the backside of the site. You don't often see Gecko Sova together as a combination. It's usually one or the other on Sunset, but playing them together gives you this ability to just util dump as an answer to everything. Do we have control of middle? Do we have info on middle? I'll just dart. I'll just Dizzy, I'll just Drone. Then later on in the round, when you're only playing the solo in it, if you use that utility to be able to run your default, to be able to clear map control and run your early round protocols, you usually won't have it left over, but with the comp that Bobo has, they're going to have utility in spades even into the mid to late round.
And Noz dying late in that round as well has put him one step closer to the Thrash, so we're going to see some timings for ultimates across the board, actually, maybe for both teams. Be a very exciting round in that take. We saw, by the way, that Myth had the Rolling Thunder last half quite early. He's going to be extremely far from that this time around. As very similar Dizzy plays towards the mid, but it's over towards B that Doctor wants to be really trying to get it done. Unfortunately, doesn't see the gap.
Yeah, perfect from Mike, just keeping himself alive with the cage. You can see these are the kind of plays that you want to make as focus, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Dizzy was used to take mid control. They lose B main, what do? Instantly go and re-clear it with the second wave of util, and now you've got a Dizzy still for the mid to late round as well. The Gecko being used very nicely by Noz, and this is how he likes to call on attack as well. He's a very flexible caller. You're quite happy to react to whatever's happened. He's not very stuck in what he wants to do. Punda dodging the aftershock there. Mike, beautiful opener. Man advantage for Bobo and a lot of pressure on the B side of the map, but they've actually got a great rotation timing back towards A.
It's going to scare focus a little bit here. Maybe force Vizsla to just lean slightly closer to B despite still mostly being on towards A.
But look at Noz. Like, Mike and Noz are applying so much pressure towards B here, and that's pulling the rotation back across from Vizsla. He's throwing a reactive smoke towards that B side as well.
He's nearly got second.
Oh, Mike goes down, but the job's done now. They're executing into A. Unless Bonobo can get something done here with that kill trip, then it's going to be very hard for focus in this round.
Some late supportive smokes coming through, but it's just not going to be enough here as Vizsla will not prevent, alongside Bonobo, anyone on towards A. Late kill from Noz, who's lurking around mid. Doctor wasn't aware of that. Vizsla will find one of Exos to at least trade one back through in a 3-and-3 situation. Better ults online for Bobo.
Hunter's Fury,
Post-plant for Bobo as well. So it's tough for the side of Focus, but this is the gun round, by the way.
They can't get back in. There's the Hunter's Fury. Good luck getting in on the retake. Noz has picked the rotations. Mosh to be able to secure things. You cannot get back into this side as Focus.
Bonobo's with no HP either. Now he's dead. Yeah, it's gone.
That is a clinical round from Bobo. That is experience right there, and that is like a perfect round of Noz calling. Like that, you know, they lose B main control, go and re-clear it. They take mid control early. Then you see there's so many layers to that round, bro.
You know, as two people that have both coached Noz, we can high five each other for that one. You know, we'll take that. A little bit stolen valor from both of us.
Honestly,
more from me than you,
when I briefly coached Noz for like 5 seconds, the main thing that I told everyone on the team was shut up and listen to Noah. Shut up and listen to Noah. Everyone would be like, oh, can we do this, bro? Can we do this? Like, shut up, bro.
Well,
listen to Noz.
Honestly, in the original team, you know, we didn't even know who the IGL was going to be, and Noz was the one that kind of slid into that role.
Yeah, I mean,
he revealed himself. He revealed himself through time that he was the most capable IGL, so that's where we ended up. In any case, this is where Bobo now can try and lead into recovering this series. At 6-10, it was way worse. We were looking at, what, 3-10 at one point, and that one force has now given them so much to play through.
It's not even close to done yet, though, Kev. Anti-Eco is great, but honestly, the overdrive is online here for Doctor. These are very losable rounds against a Neon ult. A Neon ult can win you a round in a matter of seconds,
Neon moment. Real big Neon moments could come through here.
Honestly, this is perfection from Bobo. They're going to take the A site for free here. Unless they fumble on the post plant, which, bro, you've already seen the post plant from them. Like, how do you get back into these sites when they're using their utility so efficiently, working their way through the map? Like, you're fighting into, like, paint shells. Paint shells is still there. Second wave of Dizzy, Mosh. You've got the Thrash as well.
Let's talk about this now. We have 3 members coming through from the attacking spawn side. It's going to be covered by one of the trips. The cam's there as well. So actually, multiple people shooting there. It's going to give all the info over. Mike is now aware. Who else is aware from the side of Bobo in terms of stopping this coming on through? Everyone wants to swing at the same time. They're seeing a bunch of players, and they're going to get a bunch of kills. Overdrive comes on through, as you mentioned, but you're just walking to nades. You're walking into the mosh pit as well.
You can't get back in, bro. Door's closed. He's doing his best. Overdrive in play. There's the fault line to try to set him up, and that will be a pick back into the site, but there's just so much time ticked off the spike. There's the paranoia. It's only going to hit Mike, but even that's good enough at this point because it's just too late to get back in for Focus. Another round secured for Bobo, and even though it got expensive, that's not going to trouble them too much, man. They've done a really good job building up their money here. Focus, finally, they will have access to a pretty good-looking buy here.
not the worst round for Focus, all things considered. They had a pretty poor buy, but they still had, you talked about the overdrive coming through there, and that actually did pay off some dividends. The overdrive was beginning to look a little scary. Now, we weren't expecting they'll win the round off of that one, but the possibility is always potentially on the table, especially in the hands of, what is basically a Neon one-trick and one of the best in the region in Doctor as well. So, piloted pretty well in that situation, but we talk about the util being spammed on A main. It's like, good luck walking through any of this.
I wanna just put an asterisk on something you just said. That Doctor is the best in the region. He's the best in the region in ranked. And in opening stages of VCL, they're 3-1. But Mans has not won anything. Mans has not made it deep in a bracket before.
Mans not hot,
Neither has Ace. All of the players that have won stuff in Oceania, who have top 4'd in Oceania, are on Bobo right now. So let's just make that very, very clear. Recency bias and VCL Stage 3 with no international spot on the line is one thing. Farming in ranked is one thing. Qualifying to go overseas multiple times is another thing.
Well, we'll see if Focus are still leading by a bit. Remember, they had a very nice first half, and we do favor them still coming into this one as the team that is in a better position to win, at least on paper. But as we discussed, this game could go in multiple directions in terms of how close it can be. Bobo, the less practiced team, but the more veteran team, maybe starting to make some of that show now.
Yeah, A main control taken early on by Focus. They're going to lean the rotation towards B. In goes the drone through market, Thrash through B main, and Bobo splitting this B site with the full force of all of these ultimates. Showstopper gets nothing done, cancelled by Exerce. It's a perfect B split from Bobo.
And they hear this from the shadows as well. Surely they hear it. Exerce knows it. Noz is tucked in as well. We're not expecting anything on this retake realistically. I mean, they do have two members coming from two opposite sides, and even then, Viz's giving this one. In fact, they might just give it up in general. Look at the money situation. They've got nothing to play through. They're both backing out. Save the guns. You're going to get a chase here, though. Do Bobo have enough money to go for a chase here? I think they're actually looking pretty good economically. Might be worth a bit of a hunt.
Yeah, Focus, that's going to be another soft reset round for them. They can only hold on to 2 Vandals, and despite the TAC timeout that they just took, they are still having no opportunities to get into this game. They tried to keep things pretty standardized into that round, right? They took control of A main, they leaned the rotations back towards that B side of the map, but Bobo just simplifying things and playing this double initiator perfectly. This is exactly how you used to play double init on bind back in your day, Kev. You play, remember Sky Sova? Remember Sky Sova? You dog one way, you drone the other. That's literally what they just did. They thrashed through market, they drone through big main, and they send it in. You got multiple dogs. What are you gonna do? I got multiple dogs. I can barely handle it, bro. It's an absolute pain in the butt.
I thought you do love your dogs.
I love my dogs.
That's true. Yeah,
I love my dogs.
Happily,
but it does
take the pain in the butt.
2 dogs equals like 2 hours of your life gone every day.
Let's talk about the fact that we are into another tactical pause, and I mean, look at this round situation here as well. It's 1 for Bobo onto the pistol. Oh, sorry, that's not the pistol. But yeah, okay. The round history, even at the beginning though, was it was a lot closer for Bobo, and then it started to go very focus favored, especially when you look at the 6 in a row situation. From that second round force, that was round 14 was where that force came in.
They cut the corner that they needed to cut, and since then they've been dominating. And this attacking side has been a calling masterclass. Like, you have to say it. Like, the calls have been perfect. They barely made any mistakes. Focus has been out-positioning them their entire attacking side. The defense was not good. Burbo didn't really look like they were on the same page. They were constantly getting read and out-positioned, and part of that's down to Vizsla having an outstanding game, and he's one of these players that, positionally, he's one of the best Sentinel players in the region. Now he's on the Omen, and he's reading the rotations really well. He's being a really big pain in the butt on the attacking side. But now on defense, where you have Bobo able to organize themselves really well. You have multiple really strong initiator players that are just using their utilities so perfectly and all trusting in the system and the calls. Focus is having a tough time in a lot of these rounds, and when your duelists are not finding you opening opportunities, that's where the utility dump from Bobo is becoming a really big problem.
1 enemy remaining.
You see it from these replays, but also just given how the rounds are gone for Focus over the course of the last 5 or 6 now, as we'll round out the end of the tag pause to see what Focus can get done. As, I mean, they still lead, but the gap has closed significantly. They still need 2 to push us to the match point. Money situation is still in peril at this stage if they can't start stringing rounds together. They're constantly on not the best buys.
Yeah, I
One
gotta
away
say,
from Rolling Thunder could be very interesting, though. That's going to be
we've
the
seen
ultimate.
Focus play double duelist on a lot of maps so far, and this is a map where it hasn't really been working out for them. Especially the Neon has not had nearly enough impact. This is one of the most broken characters in the game
On
right
the
now.
attack side, I think Doctor did really
Oh,
have that
it had
impact,
a lot
especially
of
with
lot of impact in terms of pressure.
yeah.
In terms of fragging, I think Ace has definitely been the better end of the spectrum. This time, though, it is going to be a big fight over A main. You've got Myth in position to offer supportive utility as well. Surely Focus can find some success here.
Got a lot of leaning from Focus over that direction as well. You're just going to jump to 3 players because you're Neon. You're going to get out, no issues. In fact, you're even going to get a kill. And a situation where now Vizsla can see everyone through the one-way and they're slowed, stunned, flashed, everything.
Yeah, that is just perfect early round utility from Focus. A trap play executed exactly how you'd want to see it. This is where Mike needs to step up and make an individual play again. But too many bodies on the other side of the dark cover. Punda, 1 on 3. Another player that can come up with some miracles, but that is Focus after the tack pause, being 1 step ahead, having the perfect trap in play to be able to deal with that A main control coming in. And there you go, the jump spot, the circle jump from the Neon, reactive relay ball, and a perfect paranoia to follow up from Vizsla. And like I said, Miss from top middle, bringing the fault line in towards A main as well. That's just perfect from Focus.
It was every single util that you wanted. You had, you know, the relay bolt into paranoia, into fault line, and a one-way to clean it up coming through as well from Vizsla, where you can just get everybody. And even a situation where Doctor could have been punished there, he died, still traded his own life, which is critical.
Ooh, Ace aggressing into middle. So has Vizsla. But Bobo, they cottoned on to this. There is the multiple waves of initiating util that are confirming these positions, this aggression from the defense. They're doubling down. Bonobo creeps down towards bottom middle. In comes that wave of util. They've seen that player on close. Showstopper comes out here from Exerst trying to find this player, but Focus are positioned beautifully to be able to punish Bobo as soon as they dive into middle.
Yeah, Vizsla had that kill through the smoke, or maybe even peeking through the smoke there. A little bit of traveling from Doctor to confirm that nothing is on through A main. Could be on board for a flank, and now as we have movement from Bobo on towards B, fast rotations from the rest of Focus on their own spawn side. But again, it is going to be a big flank here.
Ooh, Dizzy could be huge. They're aggressing on towards spawn side. 2 players confirmed. Dizzy over the top, not quite checked fast enough. Throws off the aim. Out comes the Rolling Thunder, catches a couple of attackers, but not quickly enough to keep Vizsla alive. There's the flank coming into play though.
2 versus 2. They're now aware
Careful
that
there.
B main has been compromised. Myth could be up for a good one here though. Just sliding into Nas, who can't react fast enough. Now Muzz has a lot of work to do and not a lot to use at this point. Has to swing now. Might catch one.
No time.
Ooh.
He's got it.
Myth. It's just Myth. It's just Myth.
There's no time. He can't get it done. Bobo wins themselves another round from a player deficit. Spike will secure it if Muzz wasn't going to. 9-11. Bobo still trailing, but still giving Focus problems.
It was the aggression into B main as the defenders came through from their own spawn side. I mean, you clean that one up. Yeah, you're going to lose someone to the flank. But unfortunately, excellent post-plant finish from Muzz there. Full vision on the actual Spike itself. Kills a diffuser, locks into a 1v1, no time remaining, and it's all that you want to see. And even then, Myth gets cleaned up by the Spike itself. So we just had a recovery of the economy for Focus, and instantly it's gone back into the bin outside of maybe one play. Bonobo's got the only gun online. The 2 duelists don't even have any of those. Could have been a situation where maybe you actually just drop the Vandal for wanting a duelist, but Doctor looking for something in towards mid. They at least have that control.
Mid aggression again, avoided by Bobo this time. Not getting scissors, paper, rocked out of the round. Dizzy up over the top, paint shells towards the backside of the site. They've avoided all of the trips very nicely here. Wingman gonna get the planted. There's the flashpoint though. Focus are trying to fight this before it gets out of control.
The one gun is down on the side of Focus, but they have player advantage at this point, 4 and 3. The rest of their guns is not the best, but not awful. Post plant, all members stacked up together in towards B main.
Hunter's Fury.
Smoke can lock this one up big time. Mosh pit out first. Oh, that one way really stinks to be able to fight through if you are Bobo right now. Paranoia's going to slow things up further. Yeah, they know everyone's here. They know everyone's here. Hunter's Fury to stop the defuse for now. Doctor wants to slide on through. He's thinking about it. thinking really hard about it. You need to see something come through from Bobo, and you're gonna get there. My goodness, Noz for 2 and Exerst stopping the defuse.
Yeah, Pundo on the Hunter's Fury as well, just being able to stall that defuse for long enough for the one-way to elapse, and then Bobo swinging together with a gun advantage is enough to get things done. Good proactiveness from Focus though, despite the fact that the trips don't go off, they're creating their own opportunities. Flashpoint sets up Bonobo to dive through the market smoke and just kind of disjoint that push and give Focus a man advantage, which unfortunately they couldn't convert. Bonobo only with Sheriff Armor into this round is not what you want to be seeing. Doctor's got the overdrive. A main control coming out early on here. That has been relayed by Mike, telling the team that they've taken a main control. You know that's at least a 2 or 3 player commitment on that side of the map. And this is what I'm saying, man. Double in it. You lose control somewhere, you just go and take it back.
Our Focus have to think about where they want to place their members as we have more members leaning back over towards B. Full mid control. Talked about that already. Easily taken on through.
Trip taken down. Bobo are not really doing much of anything here. I think they were anticipating some kind of a mid-trap to come out from Focus after the A main control, but Focus haven't done anything. This is where you've burnt a lot of time off the clock just cycling top mid smokes. One way comes into market. That's where Bobo wants to go. They're going to pressure this market control and then try to retake that A main side of the map.
Looking like Dizzy. Paint shells.
Go, go, go.
Overdrive.
Has been seen. Okay, this is a potential for the A play to come on through. Note that the spike is there as well. Paranoia flying on in as well. Myth now.
Noz again, bro.
Oh, okay, Myth gets it back. That's important. Myth will be able to flip
30
one back.
seconds left.
They're going to go
Where
B.
is this? B is going to be taken now. Deep onto the site is Muzz with the TP. He's going to start clearing some of this util. Spike still hasn't come on through just yet. A couple of trips still online.
There's not much he could do with a Sheriff here. He's just got to wait for the rest of the team to come back on in. 15 seconds here. Plant hasn't gone down yet. This is getting uncomfortable for Bobo.
He'll get a safe plant, but they can't stop this plant at all. Showstopper. Elias, actually, the paint shells, never mind. Focus is still going to be able to pick one up regardless of that situation. Here we go, sliding on in. Overdrive shut down. Punda Exerst, one each to play through. Now Punda, the solo member, alive. He has a recon. He'll dodge the flash, and he peeks. Bonobo was waiting.
I mean, he didn't confirm whether they were on the spike or not.
Didn't wait for a tap, I think.
I mean, no. The tap came out, and there could have been someone on it. He did not see that Bonobo was on the off angle, so the flashpoint isn't enough to know whether they're on it or not. He has to peek at that timing.
He had a recon, I think.
He did have a recon, that's true. But not quite enough.
Recon and drone, no shock darts, I
And
believe
this
was what
is,
was in
bro,
his
this
hands.
is what I was saying though, Kev. Like, this game has been incredibly close. A lot of the rounds in the first half were incredibly close. But I just think that Bobo, they might not have given themselves enough room here.
No, well, it's the early, again, that early lead that Focus got in that first half.
I
It's
think
really
so too,
carrying them
bro.
through right now, giving them this match point situation. We could still see Focus, or rather Bobo, drag this one out to
Huge
an
mid-fight.
OT, but they'll need to do a lot here as this plan to showstopper actually comes up through. Trapwire is going to slow it down though. Doctor still gets a kill. Exerst falls to Bonobo, and now things have gotten really good focus. And remember, this is match point. Bobo looking like they'll go down to the lower bracket if they can't rescue this.
They're going to reroute back to B for the audible. There's a floor trip there that's going to catch Noz here. Deals with it, but it's still a huge numbers advantage here for Focus. They've got control of market. They've got control of spawn. This is an almost impossible retake to win.
Yeah, and the retake is just full of util as well. Even with Muzz taking one down, it's still not looking amazing for the side of Boba, but it's certainly improved. It's improved further now with Myth going down. This is where things get really interesting. Muzz has been unspotted.
Oh my
and he'll
God.
convert. This is where the
How have
elimination
they
come
won
through
that?
from.
3 on 5, Kev.
Myth coming down was really critical in that retake. You need the breach utility, I think, to get you in that retake. And so a bit of a fumble, 3 versus 5, you called it, but it starts with just a couple members falling where they shouldn't. Muzz being in position to be really annoying, and then being on the opposite side to where
Muzz,
Focus thought he was going to be on the wall.
Muzz aggressing and playing 2 off angles and wins both of his duels, and then Thunder does the exact same thing in market. He just plays 2 off angles and wins both of his duels and disrupts the retake.
Really quickly, BCL was 11 and 13. There's a chance it could be 11 and 13 again. If Focus do win this one, however, their weapons do not look good. Their economy is in shambles.
Yeah, 1 Vandal. Bobo, no, they're on the precipice here. if they can get a pick as well, that'll give them the neural theft. There's the showstopper for Exerst, and they're just going to keep things simple. Boombot goes forward, Drone goes forward, trying to zone the defense back. Dizzy up over the top, showstopper, Paranoia. You are not holding this site. Trip is going to catch Exerst. Bonobo trying to capitalize on that. He's going to connect one shot on the Sheriff. They've got to clean him up in the back of the site.
Had to drop the Muzz there as well, but failed to get that kill. Doesn't matter. Vizsla was able to get Exerst down. 2 players down each side.
Neural theft.
Neural theft from Mike is going to reveal the positioning now. 3 members. You see 2 coming on through. It's going to be Dodge just sliding in. And unfortunately, he slides straight into the spawn room. The last member is Myth, and we have found another overtime. Bobo, we're concerned about the 11-13 loss on the Sunset versus Focus and VCL. They're saying not this time, not today. Drag it into the OT, give themselves another opportunity. Tactical pause for Focus here.
Yeah, Bobo, the tenacity to bring that game all the way back. They were down 3-10 after the second half pistol. They forced by and put on an absolute clinic on the attacking side of Sunset. Beautiful calling, beautiful use of the double initiator. Has to be said though, a couple of rounds where Focus really fumbled the bag in man advantage situations.
Are 3-9 curses or 9-3 curses still a thing?
I don't know, I'm not that superstitious.
Okay.
What I will say though is...
that was a thing from back in the day. Throwback.
I think it's still a meme. It's definitely still a meme.
Well, it'll be an upsetting meme for Focus if they can't clean it up. I think they feel like they should be the better team here. They should be the stronger team. They had the better lead. They had this map looking nice and clean, locked up. 10-3 is a gigantic score differential.
This is veteran experience on display, to be honest, from the majority of Bobo. This has been a calling clinic from Nods. He's had multiple big rounds. Muzz was having a bit of a stinker of a game, actually, and he's started to step up, like particularly the later part of that second half. He had a clutch or 2. He had multiple multi-frags that were big difference makers.
Yeah.
Focus back on attack now.
And you don't have a situation where, you know, this is hugely carried by any sort of duelist on Bobo as well. It's actually Noz the IGL, top fragging, rare for an IGL, but here it is.
And he makes plays, like he leads from the front. Like he's on Gecko, and you see him entry fragging top middle. Like man is not scared to go and take the space that's needed. He's reading the game so well.
5-man commit coming through on towards A.
He's going to need to be pretty good in this position.
Moshpit will slow things down, but Ace just ignores it. Still the trade. That's not bad for Noz. You want that. He was in a precarious situation. 1-for-1 might just be as good as you're going to get.
Big flank coming through. All 4 players on Bobo. All committing to the flank. Cam and Trip dealt with, but can Focus be committed enough to dealing with this flank play coming in? Off angle from Vizsla. Not good enough. Pushed out from on high. Cage to keep Bonobo safe. Focus retreating back into the site.
Vizsla should have had that one. I mean, you have a situation where Exerst has to drag his crosshair up and still Viz will lose the situation. Wall being dropped. A bunch of players here. Bonobo could be big, but he's only going to get the blind kill so far. Huge mess of players. Now 1 versus 1, but it's a Neon. And he's dashing and jumping around. And okay, is Punda going to get half here?
Yeah.
Punda's going to get half here. Okay, yeah, Doctor's being way too annoying.
Yeah, that is Neon movement.
That's just an unfortunate situation. I mean,
that's Neon movement.
That's a perfect Neon moment, I think.
Yeah, he plays Neon very well. The movement aspect of the game, very difficult to deal with. It's like impossible to kill the Neon in that position. And that's why Punda's not trying to kill him. The man's like, I just got to defuse the spike. I can't hit this guy.
And then Doc's just like, yep, he has to commit now because there's no time as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you... I literally made this analogy at Ascension, but watching Neon is like watching some fighter game movement, like Super Smash Brothers air strafing, like weird movement.
This is the perfect character that would make a Counter-Strike player extremely mad.
Oh, dude, you're talking to one.
Anyway.
You're talking to one.
Oh my god, Bobo won't be happy with that.
To be clear, but Project A is about shooting, and that's what Bobo needs to do here.
Yeah, why don't you just headshot Doctor while he was flying through the air? Anyway, what can we get done here over towards mid?
Big
Triple
fight.
slow it down. Fault line will further slow things down.
Yeah, reactive utility is way too good there from Focus. Bobo denied an opportunity to get into top middle. They're going to be turned back towards this A main, but this is where both Doxer and Vizsla have crept up onto the line. Mike, again, that first bullet accuracy that he's known for being worth its weight in gold, and Bobo rerouting back towards the B side of the map now.
You're talking about members being a little slow and not doing too much in the early rounds for Bobo, but I felt like Mike was pretty consistent for the one taps, and he's still good for that now deep into the series. And the map, well, this has been at least spotted somehow or in some way by Focus, who are going to start dropping defensive utilities, jumping on through TP and Exert's running on in. Muzzle takedown Bonobo. Muzzle looking for so much so far. There's Myth on 3 and found himself an ultimate as well. That is going to be lights out Focus. Looking to clean this match up. Myth has been unbelievable in this round, and that's going to be it. Bobo dragged it into the OT, but no excuses in the OT. Can't be talking about anything in regards to, oh, there's too much of a round deficit, gave away too many rounds in a row. It's a complete reset of the game, but it's not going to be Bobo. They came close, and look, we expected that Focus was going to be favorite here. But I looked into that VCL result and was like, is this worth reading into? Is it not worth reading into? 11-13, this time 12-14. Seems like every time you go to Ascent for these two teams, it becomes quite the show.
Yeah, big game from Vizsla, 300 ACS. He has really kind of established himself as definitely one of the best players domestically. Played a little bit overseas, but not at a, like, I think more of like a college event or something like that, if I remember correctly. Or I don't know if he might have played in a qualifier or two as well. But I think he's really been a player that's been incredibly good to watch from Focus throughout its various iterations. On the Omen, again, he was positionally very good. And look, I think Bobo, right at the end there, that was a winning round for them. If Myth doesn't basically get a lineup, like multiple people just ran into his Vandal spray and then he gets his Rolling Thunder, and that's the end of the game. That was a very winnable attacking side of round, and we could have got another OT from there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was exciting moment if you Focus, but a really rough game in terms of how close this one went. You know, as a team that is of the caliber of Focus, they probably would have liked to have a cleaner finish. Given again, we bring back the 10-3 start that they had. Yeah. You don't want a 10-3 start to suddenly be a 14-12 finish, which is absolutely awful. So, well, no, awful in terms of how your expectations, if you are on Focus, which I'm sure they have high expectations for how they should have finished this one. But they do still get the win. It was tough, but they got the win. Fun fact, all the other games, the upper bracket finished well before this one. This is the one that actually went the distance and went all the way. So,
am I picking the bangers or am I picking the bangers? Come on, bro.
Keep picking them. You're picking some good ones right now. I don't. You know, it'd be funny if you pick a really rough game, but no. So far, all bangers all the way through. Fantastic stuff. Let's quickly just take a look at some of these other results before we move anywhere else. AIC did take down IPGN. Kebab Clan, Hornswoggers, that was Kebab Clan. GG Hal obviously took down Rub and Pug. Yeah. And then we haven't talked about a bunch of the teams in the lower bracket, but we'll start talking about them at some other point. But one thing I'll say about the lower bracket is Magi Soul Stealers versus Coop Troopers in a rematch. But when we come back, we're going to move into yet another game. It'll be the 4th of the day so far out of a total 6. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more.
planted. Gotcha. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Half the game is done for the day here, and you are watching the Ace of Predator League Valorant Oceanic Qualifiers, and we're heading into some of the bigger games now as we travel through this bracket match. So 3 rounds done and dusted. Sticking with the upper bracket here, because this is where all the action is. So far, you haven't picked a bad game. They've all been absolute bangers. We've had nearly 3 OT games. 2 of them went to the OT. A third one could have gone to the OT, and the next one's going to be Kebab Clan versus GG Hao.
Yeah, so you've got 3 out of 5 of the representatives that did play at Ascension last time around versus the new Oceanic super team. In fact, as well, Ikana playing against his old team here, which he qualified with to go to Ascension. Nothing but bangers, as you mentioned. KT versus Medjai's very, very close game. Could have gone either way. IPGN knocked the Cooper Troopers into the lower bracket. And then Bobo very nearly could have beaten Focus GG in a bit of an upset there. They are not a top 8 in VCL this season. Focus are. However, too slow of a start, unfortunately, for Bobo, despite a bit of an attacking side masterclass from them. Unfortunately, just didn't give themselves enough room to work with, enough rope, dig themselves too big of a hole. Now we'll turn our attention towards this next best of one between Kebab Clan and GG Hao. It's an interesting prospect. I feel like Kebab Clan, you know, JFT is this team that they've broken up after they've qualified for Ascension and all gone their separate ways. And now Kebab Clan playing with a couple of different players than were on that JFT roster. But it's still 3 out of 5 of a winning roster of players that are incredibly sharp, that could definitely take a best of one. Make no mistake, though, I feel like GG Hao is the better team, should be more well organized, should be better drilled. And they do, again, have one of the players that, you know, did used to play on JFT that knows these players very well.
So the biggest question then ends up being, does Kebab Clan have enough to really put GG Hao to the sword here? Because obviously we have high expectations for GG Hao. They have the most stacked roster. You called them Oceanic Avengers, essentially. You know, we've had some Avengers-type teams in the past for Oceania. I don't know how this one compares to the ones we've had in the past, but certainly just based on name value alone. Look, if someone like me can look at this roster and be like, I know every single player, that's a problem for the other team. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think as far as the best of one goes, I think it's very winnable for Kebab Clan. At the end of the day, all you need is Mirza and Kiss to pop off. Mirza in particular is incredibly consistent, might be Oceania's best duelist. We'll start off with GG Hao here. This is Ikana, Dragon, Minimize, Tix, and Lu instead of Long. So Lu being the primary duelist for GG Hao is a team. I've coached 4 of these players. They're all incredibly good players, and I think big disappointment for them to not win in the last stage of VCL, losing multiple series. I think most of that is probably down to the fact that they had a pretty bad coach. So I think now that they've been unshackled, I think I'm not sure if they have a new coach. I think they have been testing a coach who was coaching Tix over in Japan, and I think he's also had a bit of success in Ascension previously, so I don't know if he's like announced for the roster or if he's coaching them all the time or what the deal is there, but he should be a pretty good addition to their roster as well. So I think not only do they have 5 very, very good players inside Oceania, but they also have an international coach who's already had some success overseas. That's going to be very, very scary inside of Oceania to play against.
It's an international team as well in terms of the fact that they have multiple members that have played internationally.
Yeah, I mean, every player, I'm pretty sure. And then Punda's their sub.
So yeah, Punda's like,
Punda could literally be on a top Oceania team. The thing with Punda is he likes to have fun. Like, he doesn't like to grind the game and play super seriously all the time. But like, when he'll just mess around and still be one of the best players in.
It gets that way when you've been around the game for a while. I suppose, you know, a lot of these guys, the new players on the block way back when, and now they're considered veterans because they've been here for so long. Now they get to the space where they're like, just play the game casually now and still be casually on one of the better teams.
That is literally Bobo. They literally play the game pretty casually. They don't even scrim that much, and they
still take it neck and neck versus a top team like Focus. But you know what it sounds like, Kebab Clan is potentially another top team. I mean, they're not. I don't know if you would say they're securely in the top 3 or not, but they're maybe around the outside looking in.
It's so
scraping by
because
top 4. Given that,
I don't even know. That's the thing, you don't know, because like, they had their 5-man roster that competed in Ascension. 3 of those players are playing for this team. I think they're playing with their old coach, unless they've made some roster changes and brought in some new players, which I don't think he's going to be that good. I think that's long. And then I don't know who their 5th player is going to be. Kiss, Ramen, Mirza. You know what you're going to get from them. They're all pretty good players. Mirza in particular, he's going to put up numbers. Like, he's going to go toe-to-toe with Lou in the server, most likely. We're going to go to Sunset again here, folks, so that's an interesting one. Keen to see if GG Howe has actually started to play Neon at all, because I know that Lou didn't play too much Neon previously. So we'll see if he's going to start adopting that one. But yeah, I think honestly, GG Howe is going to be a very, very scary team to play against, not only in this tournament and should be the favourites to qualify, but also going into next year.
I can say that back in VCL very recently, Lou did play Sunset as Neon. It was a 13-1 versus Rub and Pug, which, you know, as we discussed, shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. So. No. Yeah, they had Lou on the Neon, but they also played a Fade here from Icana, so maybe something that's sneaking its way into the meta a little bit.
I like the Fade as like the solo info in it, honestly, and I think the Fade combos pretty well with the Breach a lot of the time. It's something that you would sometimes see on Split as well. So I can understand that, although I know I'm pretty sure Akana would be fine playing Sova or something like that as well. Yeah, he's pretty confident on any of those inits.
And looking at the other side, Kebab Clan also, unfortunately, this is I swear this is just a coincidence here, but they also just beat Rub and Pug pretty dominantly in a recent VCL game, 13-4, and that was more of a standard composition. They had the KO there, obviously, for long. So everything else, mostly the same, though.
Okay, so they got SSSS. I'm going to assume that's Chopin, Mirza, Ramen, and Kiss coming through from the JFT team, and then playing with, I think, who was their coach, Long, who he's decent, but, you know, he's not like, I don't think he's going to be fragging out of control against a team like GG Howe. Like, I think, honestly, no offense, might be a little bit out of his depth in a matchup like this, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. I think Chopin as well, someone that like in the past has played a little bit, but he's definitely never hit this level of competition. So that's my big issue really with Kebab Clan. It's like there's 3 of 5 of these players that I know are top level OCE players and have proved as much and have some international experience. But then 2 of the players on their roster are kind of like fill-ins, stand-ins, just kind of like mates with the other boys, I think. So like against a full 5-man roster that's maybe best in slot in most of the positions in Oceania, has an international coach, is taking things seriously, is practicing. How much is Kebab Clan practicing? I would be surprised if they're practicing at all, to be honest.
Okay, so another one of those teams that maybe, you know, they have a pretty high skill level, but just not as well drilled as some of the teams that are more hardcore practicing.
I think they have pretty high skill level on like 3 players. Yeah. Okay. And then the 4th player is okay, and then the 5th player, I'm going to assume, is going to be a bit of a leak in this game, but I'd love to see him perform.
Surely versus some of the mid-tier teams or the other teams, you know, possibly even AIC Focus, whatever, they can get away with this. But as we discussed, GG Howe are top dogs in this tournament and in the region, so they're the team that you can't really, you know, unfortunately, if you're bringing not quite the best in slots across the board, it might be a struggle, but
I'd like
hopefully-
to say that about GG Hao, and that might be my
setting the standards
bias.
here. We're setting the expectation accurately,
But-
I feel, which is important.
What I will say, Avril, is that that's what people said about GG Hao in VCL Split 2 in the Ascension qualifier. Let me just tell you, though, they lost 2 series to ASE and Focus. They are very beatable. This is a best of 1. Merza can drop 350 ACS, and we can call it a day.
Sure. Looking on the other side as well, I've seen Lou do that as well. A bit of a problem maker from back in the day against some of the teams that have been playing through, and it should still be a problem here for everyone else to deal through. Very, again, same type of ages that we've seen across the board. Seeing the KO come through here. I've seen a bunch of KO played on this map already from other teams internationally.
Yep.
But it's a Fade that I think is, a bit of an X factor here. So
Yeah,
not something I'm
stylistically,
used to on this map.
very different comps. You've got Fade Breach, so a lot more stopping power, a lot more bullying the other team out of the choke points, versus a bit more of an info push and pull game in terms of the KO, as well as the Sova. You're going to be relying much more on the dart and the knife timings to be able to figure out what's going on.
Well,
But this is the kind of game that I love seeing in these off-season tournaments, because we're going to get a little bit of a look into what these teams might be looking like
All right, well, let's
heading
kick
forward.
off the round here for our first, on stream at least, upper semi-final game. This one gets you into the winners' semis. So 3 matches away from confirming your trip to Malaysia here. If you can win this one through, it's still a best of 1, obviously. As Lou will make his way easy onto the site itself. They'll lose minimize, though. Spike on the ground for a brief moment there, but that'll confirm all the information required to Kebab Clan.
Lurk coming through from Dragon, who's role swapped into the Sentinel role in this team, over from Controller previously. Man advantage here for Kebab Clan. Flash goes over the top, Dart to follow, trying to create a little bit more pressure. Reactive Paranoia doesn't catch too much here. GG Hao trying to dig their heels into the site and are doing a good job picking on the cross, but trades coming through thick and fast from Kebab Clan here, and it's a 3-on-1 to finish things off here. Dragon coming in on the flank, trying to clutch it up, but not quite enough. Chopin gonna keep things alive for Kebab Clan, and the flank was not quick enough. Really, really good stuff on the pistol here on the defense.
And they dropped that member quickly as GG Hao lost one on entry on towards A. They got to the site fairly quickly, losing the breach. I think Minimize was the one that actually went down super fast. They lose a lot of that breach util for the post plant, which definitely is going to hurt things a little bit here as well. And Merza playing through the Neon, Frenzy on board as well. And running onto site pretty damn quick. And a final 1v2, which almost got won by Dragon, but couldn't find the final shot.
And here's the thing, the comp that GG Hao has is not very good at breaking trips. No Raze, no Sova.
True.
So very, very difficult to deal with those trips. The Prowlers aren't going to clear the trips if they're floor height as well. So a lot of those kill trips are actually going to find their target unless GG Hao is going to be a bit more diligent on their way into the site.
Yeah, which means Lou has to do a decent amount of work there to make sure that he isn't one caught by the trip. It's one of the ways you shut down that Neon. Camera has decent amount of vision on towards mid. They should be seeing this by now. You know, imagine that Ramen is aware of what's happening. In fact, there's going to be a peek coming through from Chopin. And it's going to be Merza, though, on the crossfire on the off angle here. It's a huge cleanup. Mid has been murdered. And only dropping long. That's it. You're okay with that?
100%. Really, really clean anti-eco there from Kebab Clan. Going to be going to their bonus here with a fair bit of punching power. Couple of Spectres here, very close to an overdrive on Merza as well. And this is a player that can take over a game. We've seen it time and time again. He was incredible in VCL Stage 2. Look, to be fair, JFT didn't really do too much in Ascension despite being seated a little bit further ahead. Funnily enough, courtesy of GG Hao doing so well at the previous Ascension. Or the core of GG Hao, rather.
Well, let's see if Merza can bring through one of those legendary 350 ACS games. As Lou will waste no time once again, straight into elbow.
Yeah.
Prowlers also sent out. It's 3-man commit here from the defensive side, though, with Chopin thinking about rotating as well, covering mid for now. But GG Hao going quiet, and with not a lot of info gained from Kebab Clan, so they're just wondering if they've truly lost this side of A yet.
Flashes there from Long. Going to keep them back with the fragment. Reactive Paranoia actually catches Merza, and then he's going to get a fault line and a Paranoia dumped on his head. They're just trying to play for time here, Kebab Clan.
Long's used all his util at this point in here as well. Slide coming on in, and Kiss doesn't find the kill. Merza's going to find one at the back end, and there it is, overdrive. It will be used. Does collect something. 3 versus 3 situation now. Minimize is going to go for a little bit of a peek. Loses his HP, but takes long down. Get himself treaded. Chopin with 2 is actually very nice here. Gives a situation where now it's going to be a Cypher versus Cypher 1v1, but it's Vandal versus Spectre post-plant.
Cam has confirmed the position of Ramen as well. He's a little bit out of position, but jiggling perfectly. Dragon wanted to catch him on the cross, wanted to abuse that rifle advantage.
And Ramen won that long range.
Yeah, Ramen, I mean, at that range, you can just get one little burst in from the Spectre, and that's going to be good enough. And Ramen's someone that, honestly, this is not trash talk at all. I think this is just how many strong Sentinels we had in the last split. I didn't even have Ramen as a top 3 Sentinel in VCL Split 2, but both in the last couple of playoff games of VCL Split 2, he played very well. And then overseas, he was actually arguably JFT's best player. So I think he's someone that has really proven himself as being a pretty good player inside Oceania, and that's a pretty big 1v1 to win to secure the bonus.
Exactly, and we talk about the fact that, okay, Kebab Clan are not going to be the team that is super likely to beat GG Hao, but a 3-0 lead early on for the Snowball is something that you want to see if you are Kebab Clan, to be able to make this extremely tough for GG Hao, maybe even get that upset win, which would be gigantic. As we're talking about 5 players now, all from GG Hao on this extreme light bite, a walk through on towards mid, caught by so much information. The flashbangs being thrown through there as well. Kiss on towards the flank, and yeah, this is just going to be a wrap inwards. At least they're going to get a couple kills at the backhand, but ticks will go down here in quick succession. They do drop 2 guns, so some damage done to economy, but otherwise, not too sad about that.
You can see Kebab Clan just playing very, very confident, crunching in towards middle multiple times whenever that pressure comes out. That's going to be a tendency that GG Hao has to stay on top of. Another buy round coming into round number 5. And we'll see what GG Hao come up with. They do have access to the Nightfall, so that could definitely help with one of these site executes.
Well, it's an important round now because, you know, 0-4, but they finally have money for a gun round.
Yeah, one off the Rolling Thunder here for GG Hao as well.
It's a big round in terms of ultimates, and not matched by Kebab Clan on the other side in any case. And this time finally moving over towards B. So a lot of action on A, some action in mid. And GG Hao's first time really doing anything over towards B.
Full retake A setup though. This is a great read from Kebab Clan. They've got 3 or 4 players on the right side of the map. Reactive Hunter's Fury from top mid there from Chopin as he looks for information. Drone going forward. Not seeing too much, courtesy of the dark cover. There's the B main aggression coming in off the back of the flash, but GG Hao patiently avoids it. Not really rushing things too much. Now in comes the Fade Eye to middle.
I mean, you even see the fact that the camera's being tagged a bunch of times by Ramen because they're not too sure what's happening now. They know some presence was on towards B, and they're thinking, okay, well, we don't have that much map control for the rest of it. Prowler even going over towards the A side as well. I mean, Spike could still move in either direction. You have Icona now doing a lot of exploring. Is he trying to sell it fake? I guess he is.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the rotations honest here, GG Hao, and that's exactly what they've done. They've worked the map, they've faded out the rotation, and it's just fade and breach utility, as well as a dark cover from the other side of the map that have secured an open B site here. Big over rotation from Kebab Clan.
Trying to prevent the plant here. Oh my goodness, okay. Dragon going down there is not bad for Kiss, and with the Hunter's Fury gone, Plant can finally come on through safely.
Spike planted.
We'll make this a 5 versus 4 retake rather than a 5 versus 5. Remember, Nightfall still available here. Minimize still looking over towards his own ultimate. Nightfall now being thrown into the mix. They've basically confirmed, yep, everybody is over towards B main. Have to wait this one out. A little bit of patience being thrown here.
It's just perfect reactive utility, the Nightfall, the Paranoia. Completely out of position, Kebab Clan not quite able to get back into position in time, and GG Hao doing their due diligence work in the map. Prowler on towards the A side, fault line as well. Guarantees that rotation towards A main, and this is, you know, GG Hao just learning from, you know, some of the hard lessons learned in Split 2. They played against a lot of teams that rotate very heavily, that like to gamble stack, and that is definitely the case for a lot of the top teams in Oceania, and that's where you have to do your due diligence, working the map, informing your decision making, and that's around where GG Hao is, you know, definitely benefited.
Happy to throw your utility for a fake onto A, but save the big ticket item obviously for the post plant. Just showing a little bit of presence over towards the A side of things. We trade our utility over. As we, I mean, this is actually going to be a commit from Kebab Clan as well. They have no money, but they've purchased up what they can.
Yeah, main pressure coming in from GG. How gets re-cleared by Kebab Clan. I think it might have been a flash up over the top to put Mercer back onto the line. There's the one-way being thrown out by Kiss. Still 3 players committed towards this A side of the map.
Okay, so you've done
for Kebab Clan.
I mean, they've done good exploration over towards A at this point. Rolling Thunder for the initiation. There's not going to be anyone on site to receive that one. Slight tickle to Ramen, but here we go. This should be now the free site plant. No issues here. Chopin gets something tricky in here, though. He's obviously hidden inside the smoke for now. Oh, he's not going to find loot, doing some damage, but Icana's going to be the one to really get the job done. Long down for now. Probably won't get raised at this stage in the game. Only one member, realistically, because again, Long's on the floor here, so it's just Mercer. Spectre in hand versus 4. I mean, yeah, this is not going to be the one.
Nah, I mean, despite the KO, once again, Kebab Clan completely out of position, and GG Hao, with just a little bit of pressure, pulling those rotations to the wrong side of the map and hitting the weak side of the map. Ramen playing full retake in towards that B side and gets caught by the Rolling Thunder. Can't capitalize off the back of the trips, and despite the null command coming in on the retake, GG Hao swatting any chances of attempting that retake away pretty easily.
Yeah, well, you definitely needed to have Chopin, who was hidden away there, maybe at least get the one trade, which would have helped things out a little bit, but really the work was done
Go there.
on the information side. Just once again, hitting Kebab Clan to overcommit on towards A, and they found out the hard way, sending 3 members over to check A main, completely clean, realize the execute's happening on the opposite side of the map, and too late by that point, even with a couple ultimates on board, which they don't have now. And they also bought into that last run as well, Mitch, so now they're really still screwed on money.
Yeah, they're broke. A lot of players rotated over towards this B side of the map. Mercer's made his way down middle. There's no real map control elsewhere for GG House, so they're just kind of like 5-manning. Yeah, but it's only a Spectre. Like, that's not the duel you wanted to take at that point.
Exactly
Out comes the neural theft as well off the back of that pick for Dragon, and that's really going to help GG House inform their decision-making. They're playing with the rotations once again, faking the noise back towards A, faking the death cam, and going back towards that B site. It's 3 out of 3 rounds
I
that
was going
GG
to say,
House.
3 times now they've fooled Kebab Clan to overcommit on an A defense, which they'll find out now is going to be the wrong side of the map to where they really want to be. Chopin being the one anchor here, who's not even really anchoring side, he was playing offside, still fine to kill the shock dart. That's actually pretty huge. That'll bring one back at least. Brings their chance of winning the round only slightly further up. Again, they have no money, but can they maybe do more damage here? Becomes the question mark. They don't want to commit too much more in terms of surely not an ultimate. They have multiple entry here, hitting so many flashes.
That's his teammate's flash. It's not really stopping him from cracking back into the side. Couple of sheriff shots, but still the one-on-one won by Lu. GG Hao, a 3rd round for them. And this is how they like to play, and this is why they're playing, you know, the Fade, really helping to inform their decision-making and also put pressure on the map without really risking too much. It's just utility pressure, but this is how minimize...
I mean, the early rotation we saw there from, I think it was Mercer right on the Neon, that could have been reasonable. I mean, Spectre versus Vandal, you're not expecting much, but we have seen stranger things where that can work out for you.
Yeah, well, 1-1-3 again. A main going to be an early contest between both teams. Mercer with a Vandal in hand. No excuses this time around. Paranoia does hit the mark, and Kiss fully stunned up. Gets a little bit lucky with the one tap onto Lu there, even shooting the body. Love a bit of BM, these Kebab Clan guys.
Confidence to see that a second player was going to follow through. Important round, though, coming through for KC, given that their money is not looking good at all, so they kind of need to bring this one through. I would even expect a save on this round if they start losing poorly.
They're just trying to, again, sow a bit of seeds of doubt in the mind of Kebab Clan. Off angle from Kiss, though. It's a 2-man setup on both sides of things, but Ikana going to win that duel. No smokes on the back of the defense this time. Nightfall going to deny any information over towards Mercer. He can't hear a thing, and now you get this push back towards the B side of the map. TP comes in from Tix. That's 3 players on B.
Basically 4 rounds in a row now where they sell the fake. This time around, Casey at least reacts to it way quicker. Trap will 100% confirm that if it wasn't confirmed already. Nightfall is gone, though. That does hurt a little bit. You don't have that for the post plant, which is going to be a bit of an issue. Chopin taking down Tix is more of an issue now for GG Hao. Can they bring back more? Minimize with 1. He's going to need another. Neural Theft to confirm the last member. Icana stuck in main, has an angle, sees to try and make things a little bit more difficult. Needs to win 2 players, and he's got them both on 12 HP. He lived. That is tragic for KC.
Yeah,
I feel like they should have had that round.
Icana crushing the dreams of his old team. Unfortunate. And this is why this man's been picked up to GG How, despite the fact that you literally had Punda, a very, very good initiator player. But Icana has already proven himself to be one of the best in Oceania in that role, 11 and 5, and a huge clutch to break the money of Kebab Clan in a round that they probably could have got done.
It's 4 rounds in a row, but that last round feels like the most important one so far, especially given how close it was, how good it was for Kebab Clan, honestly, to be able to get that one a 2 versus 1 situation. Neural Theft involved in that play as well, where they 100% confirm Icana's positioning. Didn't even have that much HP. The Siege does nothing in that situation, in my opinion, and, well, he just wins a 1v2 straight up.
One way being refreshed here. Kiss playing solo on this A side of the map. Cam has not seen anything in towards middle. And GG How. See how they want to take this. Looks like it's going to be fault line off the back of the Prowler in towards elbow here if necessary, but the Prowler not locking onto anything. They're going to force the TP back from Kiss. Just work their way slowly into elbow. So once again, GG How going to pick the right side of the map to attack. And Kebab Clan going to have to rely on their retakes.
Now Kiss is so far behind right now. Prowler's even going to spot the elbows fully clean. And now Kiss has been locked up through the smoke. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just chill in the smoke for now.
Just playing retake.
Yeah.
There's not really much else he can do. Out comes the Hunter's Fury, trying to delay the plan.
This is an investment now coming through from KC. This is a pretty big investment given that they're on a pretty poor buy. Delaying the plan is going to be reasonable. Paranoia, they're not going to really enter off the back of that just yet.
No, they haven't quite found the timing off the back of that at all.
They want this bad. Overdrive, smoke refresh, wall to cut off the side of the elbow, doesn't matter, just a shooting gallery here. Tix and Icana destroying any hopes of KC to make this happen for them. The only player that can really do anything is Chopin, who wasn't spotted on the flank, but you've lost your capability there. 3 members drop so fast as a fresh smoke being placed in the correct position coming through from the post plant.
Yeah, Kebab Clan, this is where they're getting outplayed a little bit. Like that last round, they lost to the clutch, fair enough, but 4 out of 5 of the last rounds, they've been getting out-positioned, out-rotated, and out-utiled in the mid to late round. That's a perfect example of it. All of the util usage from Kebab Clan is disjointed, is individual, whereas GG How, when they're set up in the post plant, they're ready with that reactive utility. When you're trying to come in for the retake, you're getting hit by Caesars, you're getting hit by fault lines and Paranoia.
They've unfortunately just made either the wrong read or have fallen prey to fakes now multiple rounds in a row. We talked about in the last 5 as Dragon will get long down easy here. What is it, 3.5 of those rounds? I give the final one a bit of a half point where, yeah, successfully selling a fake or on A and rolling into B. And this time around, they get to, this time being the last round, freely walk on top of A and a pistol on a retake. You're not expecting too much here, or at least in this particular round.
I mean, again, opening pick for GG How, they dodge a dart, and that's enough to get the Sova to rotate back towards the A side of the map, despite the fact that the one-way hasn't even been contested. The only thing that GG How has done is just cut noise and bleed time off the clock, and already that's sowing enough seeds of doubt in Kebab Clan's mind that they're going back towards the other parts of the map. In comes the Nightfall. Prowler's clearing multiple trips, but hold on, this site execute is not going the way they would have wanted.
Yeah, well, they didn't know that Chopin was there because the Nightfall didn't catch him. The Nightfall was only on the side itself, which only got Ramen, and Ramen happily survives that one. So Tix, last member alive, no clutch to come on through this time around. And despite that not being the most, you know, amazing defensive setup, because you still have multiple members of KC running around the map, they just lived. And the most important one was Chopin just staying alive on market.
Yeah, and he's playing pretty well in this series. Like, I didn't have super good expectations. I know he's a player that's been kicking around in ranked a little bit, but usually those are the kind of players that don't perform particularly well when you play a team like GG How and when the pressure's on a little bit. But I give credit where credit's due. He's playing pretty well for himself. He's holding his own in his role.
And he got there quickly enough because he didn't fully buy into anything else happening on the map. There was just no noise, so he wasn't... Not like they had any pressure onto A. You talked about the potential for the rotate from Chopin, but he instantly went back over towards B.
early on. A main control taken by Kebab Clan. Trips being cleared and pressure applied towards that B side of the map. Forces out a dark cover. All picked up by Minimize. 2 off the Rolling Thunder now.
Oh, Chopin again.
How? Honestly, they've taken this B main control, but Chopin getting active. He's picked Dragon down bottom middle, and the rest of Kebab Clan are pretty deep through the map here as well.
Yeah, this will be pretty sure to be contact very soon. On the top is going to be the Haunts, instantly taken down. That'll confirm that they obviously have members defensively there. Oh, that could have been amazing, swinging through on 3 Flash members. 1 for 1 though. Take what you can get. Market side, Tex takes down Merz and converts onto Ramen as well. That has now opened things up brilliantly.
Hold on. This could still be winnable for Kebab Clan though. GG How doing their due diligence, clearing out middle, trading down 1 for 1 for 1 for 1.
Long's gone A.
Yeah, I mean, they know that Kiss has been playing that A side of the map time and time again, just sitting between the one-way. You even see the ping on the map. They know that that one-way was being refreshed, so that's where the Omen was. They know where that KO flash came from, and that's allowed them to rotate once again towards the correct side of the map.
Good news here for Long and Kisses. They have plenty of util. They've got everything on board. You may be a little surprised here that Minimize isn't the one putting the spike down, given he's only 2 away. See if that becomes anywhere impactful. He actually gets caught by the knife as well.
They don't really know where he is, though. That knife doesn't really tell you very much. That scanned half of market and the site.
GG How don't actually know where the retake is coming through, but Eyes, at least, knowing that it's not going to be market for now. Akana will be first contact here, but actually because he doesn't know anything in spawn. They hear the tap. Huh? He's sticking it. Long has got 1, he's got 2, and it's enough! Kiss didn't even need to be part of that play. It was essentially a 1 versus 2, but I tell you what, the one thing Kiss did do, instant pressure on the spike. Even if Long doesn't do that, I'm pretty sure he gets the full defuse because he stuck that the whole way through.
Yeah, and I was saying, like, going into this matchup, like, they're playing with a sub or a new player, they're playing with a coach. I'm pretty sure Long was their coach. The dude's just won a 2-on-2 against GG How. Like, you'd never expect that to come into a matchup like this, but Kebab Clan is putting GG How through their paces. 6-5, last round of the half here. Little bit of mid control. They've spotted out Lu in towards tiles, but they don't know that he's got support from the initiators. Dark cover towards top middle. This is just going to straight up be a market split here from the attackers, I think.
And the players on the defense are actually rotating out of the situation as well. Overdrive not being committed.
Ramen's dead. He is so dead.
You have to imagine he is, but right now he's still sticking on through. The longer he lives, the bigger problem that he could present. Didn't put any damage on the Lu, unfortunately, and Lu's now just going to fly through the site itself. 2 members down. Chopin still always good for that 1, if not more. 3 versus 4. Retake has a null command available.
Rolling Thunder's there for Minimize, though. It's going to make it very hard to get back in the site here, especially from a numbers deficit. Entry to B is denied. Lu avoiding the flash, sliding through. Long fully stunned. It's a cosmetic stun. He has no business winning that duel, and that makes things a little bit more interesting. Merza now sliding into the site, but there's so many players swinging from multiple angles. 6-6 for GG How on this attacking side of Sunset. They've definitely recovered from that 0-4 deficit very well.
Yeah, well, you just see Lu get suppressed there, so he couldn't quite slide on in. So that was the 1 kill they were going to get, but they needed a lot more than that. And this time around, no heroics coming through from either of the members from KC that they were able to get a little bit earlier on.
Good stuff. That's what you want to be seeing from Lu. Nice little multi-frag to get them into the site and set them up for the post.
Interesting neural theft just dropped in the end there for fun.
You may as well. You're not going to get to use it here in the pistol.
It's a celebration ultimate. I like those sometimes. You know, you just want to.
All right.
Lovely to see it. So anyway, we're going to move straight into the next half here. Yeah, you were saying?
Onto the attacking side. I'm interested to see how they go because Akana, I think, previously was their IGL. So someone else is going to have to pick up the calling duties for them. Dart to mid, dart cover to top mid, and knife onto market. Reads that they want to be taking mid control and maybe putting pressure towards the B side of the map. GG How refreshing the 1-way. Minimize is in a position where he can offer reactive utility, but he just rotated to spawn. So with the paranoia coming through, GG How can't really fight for A main here.
Yeah, both players hit there as well, so backing their way out.
yeah, I think they wanted to run into elbow, but actually the fact that they've, you know, messed up the movement there is not the worst thing in the world. It's giving them a bit of info.
Here we go. Players maybe crunching on top of Icona at this point in time. Icona goes back to it, still wins it. Ramen is whiffing the shots. Icona is eventually picked up, but that should not have been a 1-for-1. That should have been a 1-for-0. Dragon now swinging on through. They forgot about the other Sentinel player. And now Dragon's going to make short work of the next following kill. This has been a little disastrous for KC, who's only got one left to play through now. They had the drop onto at least one player, and now they're not going to get much more done here. I mean, Long is one, basically a 1v2 a little bit earlier on, but this is asking for a little bit too much now.
Going to creep out on towards spawn side. If he can get this pick on Tix, then there's a chance of a shot, but he's been seen in the side, and despite connecting the one shot, that's all that he was able to get. Pistol won by GG Hao. And I have to agree with you, Ramen not getting that opening pick is a huge difference maker. If they can fold that player inside of the site and collapse on Dragon, that means that they'll minimize on the rotation there, and that round never gets nearly as close as it should have been.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't, unfortunately, miss those shots. You can't miss that free kill. It was a freebie. So let's take a look at where we are now. And GG Hao, to be fair, this has been very close, and it's mostly because of the early lead that KC got. But the deeper we get into the series, the more GG Hao's experience comes through, the more their power is shown. And that's a lot of players, Paranoia and Lou.
Spike down A.
Shooting fish in a barrel.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, perfect relay bolt, perfect Paranoia.
That
Lou
was
and
clean.
Tix cleaning
Keep it up.
everything up, and that's going to be a very clean anti-eco for GG Hao.
Perfect.
Their bonus, look at Scary too. Phantom, Bulldog, 2 Guardians, and a Spectre up against the first gun round of Kebab Clan. And this is where, look, GG Hao, they were down 0-4 Kev. They bring it back to a 6-6 half. They win pistol on a flawless anti-eco. This could be where they just run away with the game on defense.
You look at that 0-4, but you never felt like they were truly, like, you know, in a bad position in the game. It's like, it's not good, but you're not like, this is so poor for GG Hao. It's still in control. I mean, it still looked like the team was doing fine. That should be a free stun kiss. Whoo! Barely got a shot in before the stun connects.
Yeah, that's incredibly sharp, which is exactly what we expect from him. Man advantage there. Doors taken out of the equation. GG Hao got to navigate this bonus without not only their duelist, but also the most dangerous rifle that was active inside of that round.
Yeah, it was the only real gun, actually. The other guns are all mid-range at this point.
Guardian's pretty solid. Trip's going to be revealed there. Minimize over here to offer Dragon some help and support. Flash into the back of the site. Kind of catches the attackers. Minimize biding his time. There's the Spectre from the back of the site, and Cage to keep himself safe.
Minimize hasn't been activated yet. He still is waiting to show himself. Making some noise. He's going to pop through. Surely he's a player next to him, but he doesn't realize where Long is. That's going to give Long both of the anchors deleted on the map. 4 versus 2, and this 2... okay, I mean, it's Paranoia,
Yeah.
Prowlers, but is that enough? I don't think it's enough.
You're just going for damage. Trying to trade down the Guardian and the Bulldog to take as many guns away from Kebab Clan as he can. Long is coming up huge again on the KO. 3K in the anti-bonus. Mirza applying pressure. Armor broken by Akana. He's going to take one with him, but that's going to be it. And as we head into the eco round, we're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll be back in a minute.
Charge and shoot.
All right, Pilski, let's dive into it. There's 16 here. No command. Off rip.
Spike down mid.
And Dragon's found that opener. No smokes for the attacking side. They are stuck in no man's land right now. All they have is mid control. GG How ready to deal with that. They shift into a 1-3-1. If any more pressure comes into middle, they would have been ready to react in force. Dark cover coming into tiles, and you had the Prowler there in combination with either the fault line or the relay bolt. But look, Kebab Plans is going to go straight back towards this B side. There's already 4 defenders here.
Yep, they rotated very quickly, but they might still end up going down. If Chopin's shots are good, Icana's are slightly better right now. And the slide on in from Mirza. Looking for more if you can. 2 versus 3. Still waiting to plant. Hasn't happened yet. Time is okay. But they're stuck in this 2v3 right now. Okay, the noise has been cut. Mirza's trying to find a bit of an angle as the plant will finally come on through. They're going to let it happen. Paranoia. Queen throw it in there. Could have been a lineup situation, but Long is just going to find some body shot damage. Mirza got nothing done, unfortunately, on the side of the site there. And yeah. At least get the 1 kill off the end.
Yeah, really that was a round that was hanging in the balance. I think Long could have got a lot more done there, but a bit of panic spray on the Phantom. He's had some pretty good moments this game, but that's a round where I think if you had a little bit of a more active player or a player that was feeling a little bit sharper, well, he could have got a lot done there.
It was also just a 1v3 situation because Mirza was off to the side of the site trying to see if he can either make a flank cap or catch somebody else flanking into him.
Yeah.
But unfortunately not going to be the case, so Long was caught on his lonesome, and then Mirza shortly afterwards also caught on his lonesome.
That round got very close, and Kebab Clan feel like they have some reset potential. Overdrive on in here. It's a set play from GG Hal, diving in, crunching from middle, and isolating that lurk of Ramen. He's going to go down early on, and Kebab Clan scrambling onto the A site with a numbers deficit.
Honestly, even with the Neural Theft coming on through, at that point you got to know where the members of KC are moving because you've cleared every other part of the map. So pretty obvious where the last few members remaining at KC were going to be.
Nightfall comes in. GG Hal trying to force their way back into the site. The bad plan pushed back by utility.
Okay, here we go. Kiss down. Prowler detects another player coming on through, and that player is Ketsu. Is not going to make anything happen. Long, at least for the 1, but yeah, no. Nothing, not expecting a lot out of a pistol in the first place, to be honest with you.
That was a perfect round from GG Hal. Set play catches the lurker. They had the trip set up on short, really restricting the movement of where Kebab Clan could and couldn't go. The only avenue they had was to aggress into spawn, which, to be fair, Kiss does a good job finding this pick on the Sheriff, especially onto Lou with the overdrive. That's a very nice shot. But from there, Kebab Clan hasn't got control of anything. They've got a little bit of CT control and elbow and sight, and that's it. GG Hal has the rest of the map, and with the trip still up on short, there was just really not much that Kebab Clan could do. They've just got to take a save and see what they can get done here. The overdrive's there for Mirza, though. Hunter's Fury as well. They have some tools to try to cause a bit of an upset.
Yeah, this is looking like one of those rounds where overdrive is first priority, and then if things are looking okay, maybe Hunter's Fury can also come through, depending on your confidence here. They have, I was going to say a light buy, but really it's not even that. You do have a couple shields in there. It's really just going to come down to Mirza to see if he can get the work done. You can tell that the fact that Mirza's even got the heavy armor means that that's the real investment.
Oh, this could work, though. Trip gets taken out, or creeping out. The one-way gets activated. Relay bolt in reply, as well as the fault line. The reactive utility from GG How is too good. The positioning a little better. And Long's the only one to get anything done in that round.
Hard to even punish Lou. I mean, he just whisks himself away as the Neon, and you can't even run after him.
I mean, yeah, there's a cage one way, a relay bolt, and a fault line. You are not getting through market.
Clean again. 2 pretty clean rounds in a row. I mean, neither actually flawless, but also doesn't matter because their money is fine. Everyone's got enough cash to play through. He ended up having a bit of a save on that Neon ultimate of the overdrive coming through from Mirza, so confidence got low after Lou absolutely wrecked him. 11 now on board for GG Hal. KC have done well to get 7, but you know, the second half has just been, even the end of the first half was just all GG Hal really.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4-0. Since then, it's been 11-3. This has not been a particularly close game in the last 14 rounds. One way comes up. Kebab Clan taking their space towards A main, courtesy of both the Dart and
Dragon.
Knife. Yeah, aggression on the cards potentially. Was actually just a Prowler to spot out the fact that it's going to be the A main. Control taken by Kebab Clan, and they're going to further walk their way through.
Okay.
GG How expecting some mid control to come through and trying to react to that. They've got a little bit of a misread on this round. They're going to have to rely on Tix digging his heels into the site here. And coming in on the reactive
they just
flood.
They have no info. The paralysis is nothing as well, which doesn't tell you a lot. They have no idea that Elbow's completely gone, and now they do. Paranoia slows things down a little bit here, but Texas being a bit of a problem. And he even wins the 1v1 versus Mirza, so that should have gone the way of KC. That was the one kill that you really would have liked to have seen. And now that GG Hao have gone over towards A, though, the TP on towards B, it was scouted out by Ramen, but still 2 versus 5. Numbers just not in their favor.
Yeah, Ramen's trying to force his way into spawn, punished by Dragon, and the execution was anything but clean from Kebab Clan there, unfortunately. Kiss playing the off angles, punished immediately by Lu. They walked their way all the way up through Elbow. They had the perfect timing, but they trip over themselves coming out of Elbow. One Paranoia stops the entire team from pushing, and then Mirza tries to relay bolt behind Jen, but instead stuns the entrance to Elbow, which delays them for another 3 seconds. That's long enough for Tix to drop a dark cover, pull out the shorty, and once the Neon goes down, no one else is scaling into the site there.
Mirza is probably be a little upset by that. Maybe the team's a little bit more upset given they were delayed further. But all these delays on Elbow, that will cost you. The paranoia, though, from Tix was perfect. That was exactly what you want in that exact situation. Match point now. Here we go. Could be all over here. Most likely all over here. Really upsetting buys coming through from KC. GG Hao have locked in. They've been locked in for a reasonable while now.
No trips on the B site this time. Mirza's going to be able to get a fair bit of space here if he wants it. Out comes the knife, going to reveal the fact that the Omen's on site here. In goes the overdrive. Dark gets dealt with once again. Shorty pulled out. Ikana's going to save him. Huge multi-frag through the fast lane. That is just Kebab Clan crumbling. Long, once again, trying to pull together some heroics, but GG Hao, after an 0-4 start, win the next 13 out of 16 rounds.
Yeah, I mean,
that is dominance.
It was very competitive to start things out with, but, you know, as I mentioned, you never really felt like GG Hao were in any sort of dire situation. Never felt like, okay, this is really poor now for GG Hao. You're like, it's only a matter of time that they really are able to push momentum back in their favor and bring things on. Every single round that they start winning from then onwards, super one-sided, I want to say.
Look at that scoreboard, by the way, Kev. Chopin and Long. Chopin just kind of playing for this team. Long, I think, was the coach. They're both of the players to drop 250 ACS against GG Hao.
Yep.
The core 3 players who just played at Ascension combined for 300, 350 ACS.
Yeah.
Like, the core of the team who just won Split 2 of those, having a very lackluster performance against GG Hao, and like, you have to point towards that as the difference.
The other player there is also Mirza on the Neon, which you expect a lot out of because he's one of the players that has a huge pop-off potential. It just didn't come through in this particular game.
I think Mirza might even be like the highest rated player in Split 3 of BCL.
Yeah,
right
so
now.
a tough game, but you know, they were kind of just choked out by GG Hao in the last 3 quarters. So the majority of the entire map here was everything after that first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
I think the real iconic thing from GG Hao here was, if you remember, I think just the back end of that first half with 3.5, about 4 rounds in a row where they caught Kebab Clan on the wrong side of the map, forcing them over towards A, but it ended up being a B finish every single time, and Kebab Clan was just not in position to defend against it at all.
Yeah, but that's what GG Hao do. Like, that's what Minimize does. Man's calling is super on point in that regard. He can read the rotations super well. He understands how to play the information game perfectly. And look, it doesn't always work out. Sometimes he can get a little bit of a misread if he's like thinking that some kind of pressure somewhere is going to create a rotation, and then the other team doesn't read it that way. And that's where that mismatch can happen. But in that game, that's where it's a calling masterclass, because like, he understands the pressure that he creates the rotations, and then they're always in the right position if the other team reacts the way that you expect them to.
You know, it's the impressive thing is how many times in a row even that they did it, and that you really got to see here, if people weren't aware already of the difference in class between not only just individual fragging power, individual players, best in class that we've spoken about, but also then how good their actual macro is and their strategy is and everything behind that as well. So even with one of the best possible starts you could ever hope for, really is the best possible start, 4 in a row, you even take away that important gun round, it's still not going to be enough. You need to bring your A game and then some, as GG Hao now will be done for the day. their day is finished because they won their winner's semi-final. And well, after this, we're going to head down to the lower bracket, so don't go anywhere. More games up right after this.
Last player standing. 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 Down B.
Catch them.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Last player standing. Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. An enemy remaining.
I know exactly where you are.
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Down, down.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining.
I know exactly where you're
remaining.
I know exactly where you are.
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Last player standing. Last player standing. Last player standing. Last player standing. Down B.
Catch them.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining.
I know exactly where you are.
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Last player standing.
Where is
Last player standing. Last player standing. Last player standing.
We've had a jam-packed day today of close and exciting Valorant games here for our Acer Predator League Open, well, just qualifiers generally speaking. Pilski here with me, Avril, to go into what is going to be the final match of the day before we head into some of the exciting games tomorrow and our final day next week and decide who gets to go to Malaysia as that #1 team.
Yeah, we did skip a round of BO1s in the lower bracket. We were going to have 6 BO1s today. We've skipped one round of those and we'll be finishing things off today with Yonko versus Hornswogglers, another elimination BO1 to finish off the day here. And as you mentioned, we'll have some more games tomorrow, and then next Sunday will be the grand final to decide who goes through over to Malaysia. The Oceanic qualifiers here, but qualifiers happening all around Asia right now. Actually, right now, there is the Indonesian qualifier on as well, where there'll be 2 representatives from Indonesia, a very strong region in Asia. But you've had qualifiers all around Asia. You have a Vietnamese team, you have a Thai team, and on and on and on it goes.
Yeah, and here as well, just to clarify, skipping around on the broadcast, but they did play behind the scenes.
Yes.
So all the games that were scheduled to play have indeed been played as far as the bracket is concerned. So we are now moving down to the lower bracket. We've taken a look at all these teams in the upper bracket. And now 2 teams that we haven't shown on broadcast yet, Yonko versus Hornswogglers. Take a look at Yonko first. Some names that, you know, maybe we're not super familiar with as far as VCL or pro level play, but maybe in ranked, we've had some reasonably exciting plays.
Yeah, I think so. I believe they probably play the tiers below VCL and some of the more grassroots community events. I can't say I'm too familiar with many of these players, but over here on Hornswogglers, here are some veterans of the VCL scene. They played a number of seasons, a lot of these guys, and I think they have actually made a top 8 here as well in VCL Stage 3. Grinch, aka Azo, has been playing for a while, Exempt and some of the other boys, as well as Kaza, who's a bit of a newer addition, had a pretty good season last season, as well as Kadiri. Some of those guys are some pretty good up-and-comers in Oceania to keep your eye on, and some of them have had the move up. Regardless, though, we're going to go here onto Split, a best-of-1 elimination in the lower bracket on Split between Y&K, up-and-coming team from some of the lower divisions below VCL, and they're going to have an opportunity here outside of the VCL qualifiers to take on a team who is in the top 8 of the VCL. I think these are exactly the kind of opportunities that you want as an up-and-coming team in a minor region.
Yeah, so to sort of give some context here of how these teams got into the position in the lower bracket, Yonko did actually beat IPGN. Despite, I think,
That's
losing
huge.
a little bit earlier to, who did they lose to? They lost to GG Hao, which, you know, obviously that's going to happen.
Yep.
They beat IPGN, which you mentioned is a pretty gigantic win because we had pretty high expectations for IPGN, even the lower bracket.
Yeah.
And Hornswogglers, they unfortunately lost to Kebab Clan, the team that we were
Who
seeing
did
as well.
we watch IPGN beat? Earlier?
IPGN was versus Koopa Troopers.
Yeah, I mean, IPGN's beating Koopa Troopers, and then you're able to beat IPGN. That's a pretty impressive result already from Yonko. I would say IPGN's probably a better team than Hornswogglers overall, maybe not form-wise. But regardless, we're going to go into this game. Hornswogglers, this is what I was telling you about, Kev. On Split, Brimstone, Astra, Deadlock. These guys love to play some weird comps that you are not used to playing against. Yonko, on the other hand, also playing double controller on Split, Clove and Omen. This is going to be a weird game.
Yeah, it's double smokes across the board here. I mean, Astra is something that I would expect maybe for one of the bigger maps, looking at over towards Pearl, looking over towards Abyss, but on, I think, a smaller map like Split, it's an interesting choice, that's for sure. The Deadlock is I mean, I'm going to just assume it's pretty off-meta regardless everywhere. We talked a little bit about this character, however. Haven't seen it at all today up until this point.
Yeah, I mean, Deadlock is a bit of an off-meta pick on Split for sure, so we'll see how it works out for Hornswogglers. I know that they do love to play some off-meta characters. Brimstone on Split is definitely a weird one, though, not one that you're used to seeing. Y&K, it's a pretty meta comp outside of the Clove, which you'd usually see a Viper in place, or maybe another agent, a secondary duelist, perhaps. So 4 out of 5 of the comp makes a fair bit of sense to me. There is a Guiding Light and a Boombot to try to deal with the Sky Smoke, but this is what you're going to be dealing with the whole time for Y&K. You have disruption at every twist and turn. Multiple smokes can be deployed by the side of Hornswogglers. You've got the barrier wall inside of A main here. Comtesse odd toward Kaza on Vent, who's just jump spotting, and there's 3 players on defense ready to deal with this push from Y&K.
I've heard good things about Devitt as well. The beast in ranked, apparently. Let's see if they can translate this one over towards a pretty important lower bracket game for your tournament life at this stage. A bit of exploration coming through from Hornswogglers now. It's the Brimstone of Kaza, who is getting a lot of deep information. Tucked away is Philly, though. over towards B main. The rest of the players on Yonko are moving now into A main.
Yeah, Exempt has cleared out B main, so there's a good rotation timing here from the majority of Hornswogglers starting to come through. A main now is Yanko. Good opening pick straight onto, or Yonko rather, good opening pick straight onto Prince of Egypt, which I believe is... Oh, actually, I can't remember which one of the guys this guy is. Tony getting the plant down. Indy's found a pick in the meanwhile. You're having a really tough time getting comfortable inside the site. They're getting harassed on every twist and turn, and that's a really nice rotation timing from Hornswogglers, courtesy of Exempt clearing out B main. And they're able to come back and take the site pretty easily.
Philly never got activated. I mean, Philly came in super late. We'd noticed that he had this kind of deep lurk and had a situation where he could have come in from the back, and Kaz's life potentially up for grabs there if it was a situation where he finds the timing, but Philly ends up going through ropes. Kaza, no issues, dives on in from A main, locks it in with the rest of the team. Grinch held down site pretty well. Not the type of round you want to see from the opening attack, especially from an Omen, which I think could have committed a lot more into that particular post plant.
Yeah, I gotta remember which one of these guys is Prince of Egypt. These guys love a bit of a name change. Hornswogglers. Luckily, I have my lovely...
The power of the internet.
Acer Predator laptop. Can you believe it? It is Xenox. Okay, that makes sense.
Not to be
Interesting to see him
confused
on
with
a
the caster
deadlock.
Xenox.
No, it is the caster Xenox. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Caster Xenox moonlighting as a
I
semi-pro.
know that you think
Valorant
he's
player.
in Canada right now casting Rainbow Six, but actually he's playing.
He's actually playing
the
from
Acer
there on
Predator.
high ping. He's actually playing on high ping from here, yeah, at night time or whatever time it is right now. I don't actually know.
Yeah, he's
Pretty late actually, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Yonko. I said Yanko because YNK is a Counter-Strike analyst. That's called YNK, so that one's
Actually,
messing
it is
with
just
my head
YNK.
as well.
Yanko has just split himself into 5 different people.
Oh,
to
I
play
mean,
a
he's
game of
got a
Valorant.
big enough brain to
Yeah,
play a
spread
completely
across.
different game, and you know he's Serbian, and I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure Serbians
How
can
you do it is
basically
how you
anything.
do it is you get the Neuralink with 5 PCs and you're just like, you know, that's how you input into 5 at the same time. That's how he's playing it.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
mean,
possible. It's possible.
they did beat IPGN, so I could believe it, to be honest. That's a pretty big scalp to be taking for Yonko in an open qualifier like this, but at the end of the day, Kev, best of ones, anything can happen, buddy.
And we've seen that so far, you know. We've seen some close calls as well, even in the upper bracket.
True.
With Focus nearly going down a Bobo. Focus, by the way, is a teaser for tomorrow. They'll be taking on GG Hal, which will be a fantastic game. I'm sure we'll cover that one.
Bro, their run through the upper bracket has been crazy. They've had to play Bandits, who are alright, beat Bobo and Arena Internet Cafe, and now they got to play GG Hal.
Yeah.
They're literally playing all the best teams in the tournament in a row.
I mean, if they make it to the end of this tournament in top 2 or as the eventual winners, you can't say they had an easy journey.
Yeah.
But it is double elim. And you'll want to stick around. I mean, this is the last game of the day for today, but tomorrow we're starting with a big banger as we start to look over towards round 2, Mitch, of Split.
Yeah, I think this is for Yonko a good test for them. They're going to be playing against a comp that's really weird, and they're going to have to like use their critical thinking skills to work out how to play against it. For Hornswogglers, they're playing like multiple smokes and deadlock. It's a lot of disruption. It's a lot of this kind of stuff where you've got a star and a deadlock wall, and then you got like net nade to follow that up.
And Barrier Mesh just locking a position down.
Yeah.
Making things really awkward.
And for Yonko, like they're a pretty inexperienced team that plays at a lower level. If I'm a coach playing against this comp, I'm saying simplify.
The area denial is...
Don't be reactive. You can't spend the entire round waiting for every smoke, clearing every little barrier mesh, playing around every trap. Just literally choose a plan and stick to it. Because if you walk around the map doing this the entire game, you're going to lose.
And what the defense is capable of doing is just slowing things down to an unbelievable state.
Exactly.
And Yonko will finally make some action happen. Head found Indy liking that. Blast Pack not going to help. 1-to-1. Actually not amazing for Hornswogglers. They probably would prefer to have gotten a better trade there, but that's right. They already got 2 kills. Kaza onto Philly as well. Spectre dropped into Heaven, has not been picked up just yet, and actually has now by Vent. But yeah, 2 members versus 4. The positioning is basically aware of being compromised at this point.
Yeah, there's some little bit of damage coming through for Yonko. 13 seconds on the clock, though. walking
10
their way
seconds
through
left.
Heaven's side. Azo has been caught with his pants down and lost his armor as a result. But
for Tony.
look, Azo is a bit of a space cadet at the best of times, so I'm not that surprised about that. He has not gone down though. So, look, half buy is looking relatively good coming into the bonus. And
30 seconds
yeah,
left.
I don't know why Azo calls himself Grinch. Apparently he hates Christmas. And Prince of Egypt is Xenox, the caster, for anyone who's wondering.
So last month of freedom for Azo before things get a little bit wild in December. Things are getting wild over towards B right now, and Kaz is going to find himself on the wrong end of Vent's rifle.
I love it. Like, this is what I'm saying, bro. Simplify the game. We're not playing around a million pieces of util. We're just execing straight into the B site, nice and simply. Indy around the corner with the grab. Well, Showstopper gets pulled out. That's a massive round from him. It doesn't even connect onto anyone. It's the rest of the players flooding back into the site. Exempt and Azo wiping the floor with the rest of Yonko. Blueberry, winnable 1-on-2. Angle isolation is perfect. The crosshair placement and the way that he sliced that pie. It's like a blueberry pie, mate. Absolutely delicious clutch on offer.
I nearly lost that pie, though, nearly went to the face because 1 versus 2 situation. Indy made it super difficult. Showstopper wasn't even the piece of util, the ultimate to lock things in. And a poor start for this defense as well. They lost 2. Look at that, just around the corner. Indy, perfect range respector. But it's this isolation of a 1 versus 2 for Blueberry with better equipment that secures. So, tricky round for Yonko. And actually did a lot of damage too. Look at
Yeah,
that.
they got to take a save after that is the issue. Hornswogglers winning themselves their bonus, but not without taking a fair bit of economic damage. Guiding Light going forward. Devitt applying pressure. Pain Shells to zone in combination with Paranoia will push back Exempt and secure control of ramp for now.
Stars coming down, trying to slow this one. Indy, another kill over towards mid, hiding away after that. Let's go, Yonko trying to make their way into tower, into heaven. Some difficulty found though.
Yeah, Vent, one off of the not dead yet. As the dark cover fades, he needs to put down his own smoke just to be able to secure that all. Devitt still waiting for someone to make a mistake. Over towards Heaven's side. Oh, he's been able to creep into the Vent. They were not expecting that.
It's a freebie.
Yeah, trigger discipline. There you go. Finally cleans it up. Devitt starting to activate and create some problems for Hornswogglers, but still a man disadvantage.
They were really concerned about mid there. Ended up being the wrong call. Yonko are happy about that. Should be a plant very soon. I mean, they have full control of side. They're about to discover that right now. This is for what is not quite an eco, but a one-gun round, which that gun now in the hands of Devitt, your duelist player.
I think they've seen his barrel.
One of your strongest players should be exactly what you want.
Yeah, they've seen his barrel. This is, yeah, foregone conclusion. Azo pulling out the Seekers off the back of that kill, going to reveal the position of these last 2 players. And they know that both of Yonko are on site. No Paranoia for Philly. Going to throw himself aside, smoke to play in. Out goes the Guiding Light and a 4-on-2 big gun advantage. An easy cleanup for Hornswogglers, 3-1.
Thanks.
3-1, that could have honestly been a 4-0 at this stage as well when you go back to the previous round. This one was far cleaner. Yep, they lose Xenox. Just with the unfortunate situation where he just wasn't ready for the player that deep into heaven. But aside from that, the retake was about as perfect as you like, especially capturing the barrel of Devitt. I mean, Devitt was the one player that could really make a difference. He's got the one real weapon on Yonko. He's also the duelist player. He's the player that's meant to be quite sharp on his ability to be able to outfrag. And once he's off the table, 2 players on site. Post-plant is, I mean, you're not going to do too much with just pistols there.
Yonko looking to pick up the pace here, and this is what I want to see from them. Decisive rounds where they keep things simple, especially with the Seekers and the not dead yet. These kind of rounds, as far as I'm concerned, kind of play themselves. Paranoia being prepped from sewers there from Philly. Through it goes. Peeking off the back of that. Ramp control taken, but all of this noise has prompted a huge rotation from Hornswogglers.
They're happy to play retake on B, and they have control in mid as well, so they know that A is where all the action is going to be right now. They lost control of Heaven before, and this time they don't want that to happen. Nate will find one. That's going to allow India one versus Devitt. Sees the rest of the men, but still swings through anyway. Help is a little bit short. Xenox will still get the return trade.
Yeah, just the next steps of this round are not well defined from Yonko. Philly's going to get caught walking through a sky smoke in middle. They just never really had steps 2, 3, and 4 planned. They were like, we're going to take ramp control, and then, I don't know.
It's too late. Hornswogglers already made the big rotation. I mean, they basically abandoned B.
Yeah.
Left Kaza alone on towards mid. And
I mean, it's just very clear to me that Yonko does not really understand the
30
macro of the
seconds
game very well. They
Which is-
create a lot of pressure towards A and then just don't really do anything else.
at least on split, it's not looking great. Maybe versus IPG, and they all finding some sort of magic to make it easier. As the support smoke coming through from Exempt will allow Kaza to make his way out.
They're just
No
gonna
time left, so yeah, this is
they've timed
this is a
themselves
save.
out. This is a nightmare
10
of an
seconds
attacking
left.
round. And this is what I was saying, Kev, like, teams that have less experience, don't have really great leadership, they have tough time with comps like this. Because they just don't, they're used to playing the same thing in ranked over and over again. They're used to playing the meta comps or teams that don't understand how to use the utility super well to delay you, to be able to use reactive utility and rotate accordingly. And then you play Hornswogglers playing spaghetti comp
Yeah.
with a million pieces of util, and you don't understand how to play around it.
If you were...
And
go on.
the way to do it is to go back to caveman. And you just do simple things and you commit to it. Like, don't let them rotate. Don't let them throw in that reactive utility. Be disruptive and be decisive.
See if they can do that. I mean, it is going to be pretty tough. You have Hornswogglers, just the defense with this kind of setup is so extreme. And like you said, it's uncommon to play against something like this, so maybe hard to just default
the
yourself
net.
into something extremely
Net
basic.
nade. Oh, doesn't hit them.
Oh, he's been stuck by
That's
the
okay.
nade.
know
The
exactly.
the showstopper's still there. Oh, he should have heard that boombot. They've seen the B main control that has been taken by Hornswogglers here. They're starting to surround them a little bit, but this is where the spike is leaving the vicinity. This round's getting very weird.
Kaza has
Nice
an
pick from
opportunity
Azo.
here. Really good opportunity here. Philly is still kind of just on extremity right now. Is not going to be able to... Obviously doesn't have the ultimate available to do anything sneaky. B is an interesting spot at the moment. It's a
nice.
double swing after the flash, and Grinch had to swing his crosshair away to not get flash. Now Kaza is in a precarious situation, surrounded on all sides.
Nice.
iPad out is an opportunity for Philly to pick up a weapon, and now suddenly this round has gone extremely bad for Hornswogglers.
Yeah, this was very nice round from Yonko. You know, last round they looked lost. This round they ran into a net nade combo on mid from
30
B Heaven
seconds
and a two-man B main setup. They went mid to B and they still won the round with weaker weaponry. Like, that is very impressive. They took their time. They waited things out. Indy, though, could still win this round. Make no mistake. One off the paint shells and the showstopper. All he needs is one kill to have a crack hit.
Yeah, he needs to isolate these 1v1s extremely well. He might have, but his crosshair's looking the wrong side. Didn't realize that Tony had already swung that far to the left, to the back of that site. So, opportunity for some magic to happen, but not this time around. The trick has been seen through, and this is the
Yeah.
opening here. Paranoia onto the first member, then a couple of awkward positions here for both, you know, Xenox and also Kaza, who just gets caught with iPad out at the wrong time.
These bloody iPad kids, man. That's the problem with this next generation of OS talent like Kaza. Can't get off his bloody phone.
He was trying to lock down at least one of the... He knew that B main was compromised. Probably just wanted to smoke it out to be able to isolate something else. But obviously didn't know that Philly was already in, you know, in mid.
Yeah, Cage's popped at A main to deny info there. Deadlock setup is deployed on A. Big rotation across. B main control's been taken by Exempt once again, as Hornswogglers set up to be able to deal with middle. Out comes the Trailblazer. Devitt pulling out the boombot there. Kaza finding a pick from Vent side. Guiding Light going forward. Devitt needs to go huge here. Ooh, and Vent's going to save him as well. Beautiful peek out.
Yep, good team
Over
play.
from Suicide.
That's exactly what you need coming through from Yonko. You have to save your teammates there, but even so, if Devitt goes down there, still would have been a really decent trade. Exempt, unspotted.
Spike down.
Talking about
B.
traps being sprung
He's
here.
out.
Exempt has got 3 and gets out with his life on an
Beautiful.
Astra.
Vent's trying to
Whew.
send it at him. Can't quite find the kill. It's going to
One
expire
enemy
any
remaining.
second now. This ultimate. Vent goes down. Blueberry now in a 1-on-2. Cam's up. But that's about it. He's got a couple of trips over towards the A side of the map. If he ends A here, the sonic sensors are going to be a big issue from him. And Hornswogglers are just playing this one together, playing nice and
30
safely
seconds left.
in these one-and-done positions.
Yeah, if he ends B, he runs into 2 players. Ends A, runs into util.
Ooh,
But
nice.
A is still probably
Can?
decently where you want to be. He actually dodges both pieces of utility, which is both a good and bad thing. We'll see if he manages to, unfortunately, walk into one of them later on in the post plant.
It's not an open plant is the issue, so he can't reliably play the spike if he's going to reposition here. Looks like could be a duel towards screens.
Okay, so now he's in an interesting situation where he has to try and find these isolated 1v1s. He's got one of them already! And that's bad news for Xenox. He also got tagged there, misses. Okay.
So
misses the
close.
nade, but is just able to swing and get that one tap on a Blueberry. Blueberry played that so well, though.
He did. Didn't see both players, didn't know he had the lineup, and just needed that one bullet to connect, but that's where the peak is advantage in Valorant. You can be at a huge HP deficit and still get swung one tap there, and come on, bro. You're top 8 in VCL, you don't want to be shooting bodies against Yonko.
I'm just getting some revenge for IPGN, surely. This is the play. I think Devin really set things up here.
Yeah.
And the team play from Vent as well to cover the off angle. However, Exempt turned things around.
Yeah.
I mean, if it wasn't for Exempt, things could have been very different.
I mean, this round could have gone the way of both teams, honestly. That was incredibly back and forth. So we head into round 8, though. Once again, Yonko starting to run into some economic woes from the shadows online, getting close to the Neural Death. But look how many ultimates are online for Hornswogglers. And their comp has so many big impact ults. There is no fluff like the Omen or the Cypher ult here.
Yeah.
All of these ults hit so hard.
You got to respect every single one of them. Maybe the only fluff ult could be the Seekers, but even then, you'd be careful, as Kaz already has one. So things goes from bad to worse. This wasn't the best buy anyway from Yonko.
Yeah.
That's going to be one of their members down.
Yeah,
You'd argue that Cypher is probably one of the less useful characters. You are going to lose one, but you still don't want
I
to.
mean, when you lose the Cypher, the issue is you're losing a lot of map control. Showstopper going forward. Yeah, sometimes that ultimate, bro, I don't even understand it myself. Out comes the Annihilation, but it gets instantly broken. How have Yonko gotten out of mid without losing a single player against Net, Nade, Showstopper, Annihilation?
Yeah,
what?
the one play they lost was all the way on A, and after that entire exchange, they managed to actually come out ahead as far as utility trading goes. Does Philly want a TP? Where's he gone? All the way to the back of the site. That's going to allow the rest of his team to come in from main. Exempt is not going to get a timing onto anybody unless... I just can't decide which target he wants. Xenox, though, finds 2 on the opposite end. Indy now looking for targets to come on through. And they're just trying to fight over who gets the last kill at this stage. Philly's got nothing to really say. Does he have something to say? He has something to say for two members, but 2 more members to go through. 1 versus 4 would have been too much to ask for.
Yeah, Yonko, they gave it a good crack there, hitting a couple of shots once they got through to Pillar, but they were kind of surrounded right from the get-go, running into a 3-man B setup.
1 enemy remaining.
Not much they could have done there, and Xenox
It was a lineup kill.
pretty huge.
He lined up 2 members that just went down to the same burst of fire.
I mean, he just used his Annihilation. He's already 4 out of 7 on his next ult after the
Yeah,
multi-tag, so that's efficiency.
Sad for Yonko. It is.
Another half buy for Yonko.
This half has gone completely awry now. I mean, it wasn't amazing to start with, but Hornswoggle is looking at 6. 7 shouldn't be too far away given the state of this current buy situation. David is 2 away from ultimate, but you would need to really start stealing away some guns and more. A little bit of pressure coming through from Philly on the actual site itself. Maybe trying to give themselves an opening. They cleared out ropes as well, ever so slightly.
Yeah, they've got the middle of the map here. Barrier keeping A pretty safe. It's not something that Hornswogglers has to really be too concerned about. Orbital is online. Could present some issues for Yonko if they're going to force things. Trailblazer clears out B main and doesn't see anything, but that's a bit of a false sense of info because this is actually going to be a B split. Forward goes to Paranoia. Yeah, there's the pull.
Stops the entire push, I think.
Yeah, pull and nade. It's pull, nade, net, nade. All of these util combos present so many issues for Yonko working their way through the map.
I mean, they're just happy they didn't die there. They're happy they didn't lose anyone to the paint shells, but as soon as the aggression comes through, Paranoia pops the gravity well in response. And now a kill onto Philly, so the lurker on B's taken care of. And the only control they had was over towards ropes, which gives them tower now, which they didn't know was open or not. They have it fully, but they don't have sight itself. 2 members here. That's going to come through.
Yeah, can hear Tony pulling that one out, playing around the nebula here.
We're just walking to the smokes.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have a choice. They've got to clear out the site. Blueberry's on the lurk in through Heaven's side, but with 10 seconds, there's nothing he can really do, and he dies going for the gun. 7-2 for Hornswogglers, and these rounds looking less and less competitive as we go on.
You need something like an 8-4 finish here for Yonko to at least make this one doable, I think, on the opposite end.
Yeah, at the same time as well, though, like, I don't know how good this attacking side comp is really going to be for Hornswogglers. I know they're going to have some super special executes. They're probably going to have some kind of plays where they're like, pop the stim and run into the site 5 seconds in, and you're not really expecting it.
A lot of smokes, that's for sure. Obviously, you look over towards the Hornswoggler's composition, you know it's a very defensive-favored type of composition.
Yeah.
Just given how hard it's been for Yonko to push on through. So maybe there is some hope there that maybe swapping sides will give Yonko some much-needed reprieve. Although post-plants could be a real messy situation as well if too many people are alive. Let's take a look at what David does.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to burn the showstopper, but they didn't even see any pressure over towards A main, so that's kind of a wasted ultimate. It doesn't really give them that much space because Hornswogglers was playing retake anyway, and look at the ults that they've got to be able to play retake.
Yeah. I mean, they can even delay planting as well. Orbital is available. They've got to save the orbital. Full 5-man retake here. Surely an ultimate gets dropped down. There's just no way you don't ult here if you are the side of Hornswogglers. Seekers are out first. Here comes Orbital Strike next. What else do we find here? A bit of a mess coming through the screens. It's Scrinch and Xanox to pick up 3 though, which means this post-plant is in a real bit of a mess.
Yep.
Cosmic Divide to prevent anyone. Really, it was just Philly coming through from A main to be able to support. We talked about the usage of ultimates being so overwhelming here for the side of Hornswogglers on the defense, and it certainly was all of that.
That's where Yonko, like, they just don't do what they need to do macro-wise to win around like that. Like, they've burned their showstopper to be able to get basic map control when nothing's even been seen over towards A main. You want to see some jump jiggles or a dog, Trailblazer cam, those kind of things to get that kind of info. And then you want to play forward positions or use the showstopper to disrupt the retake. First, you need to recognize that it's a retake setup, and you don't want to have to burn a showstopper to do that.
And this is where things get really, really upsetting for Yonko as well, because they're basically going to force now, and then obviously have to force for the final round of the half. So 2 rounds where it's all in twice in a row. The fact that you get 2 all-in attempts here is pretty big.
I don't mind this from Yonko. Looking for a pick over towards the A side of the map. Once again, not really seeing too much pressure over there. The reactive star has to be used well. Azo going to win that opening duel, and there's the grab well to follow up. In goes the Trailblazer. They're trying to keep the Raze at arm's length. Devon fighting tooth and nail just to stay alive, but there's too many numbers there. Out comes the Annihilation. Surprised that doesn't connect with anyone. Azo does, however. Maybe more people than he was anticipating. Shorty comes out, and 2 players scrambling to get onto the A site now for Y&K. I say that, but they're not reading the situation that this is. They don't know that A is free, and they're taking way too long to get themselves organized.
Well, let's see what Seekers can do here for them.
Found one.
They need a little bit more, though. At least get some gun upgrades. It's not the worst situation. No, it is now. It's certainly looking like the worst situation. That's how quick the game changes. Seekers already been popped.
Oh, okay.
And there's not a lot of util left. No util really for Tony. It is a 1v2 though, with the potential for a good post plant here, because he's managed to dodge out the final 2 members in the last 30 seconds. He will get a plant.
Yep.
So you need to see some really good gameplay now out of Exempton Indy to be able to navigate this one properly.
Yeah, what util do they have? Do they have any stars left? Can we swap over to the retakey boys? Tony's going to play the off angle here, and both of them are coming towards him. Footsteps can be heard. They're going towards B main. He can hear all of those steps, and now he's going to put himself... He needs to put himself in a position where he can get a kill and then play the next line. This is perfect.
Yeah, so this line here, he'll be able to see directly into B main, then swing back and try and save his own life. So timing of the swing needs to be perfect, and it just wasn't. Indy had the shot lined up. It's a 140 from the Phantom, sadly. Indy probably would have died.
It is. I would have preferred to see him play the box side there and try to go for the first kill that way. When you're swinging in, there's no ability to get out of dodge. I'd rather see him play the off angle to take the first shot, but either way, it was a good attempt. 9-2
probably
for
would have been able to shorten the range up there as well to not get 140 by the Phantom, which could have been a difference maker.
Yeah. I like that he played on site there, though. You can't play from Heaven's side when the Astra's still alive.
1 versus 2 in that situation, yeah, you got to make sure you can find your first pick on a plane to B main, given that you had perfect information, essentially.
Hornswogglers have chosen to start playing attack early here, Kevin. So what they're going to do is pop the Seekers and run straight through B main. And here we go. A main's been taken by Yonko. Hornswogglers through B main here, straight in towards bottom middle. Oh my god, they're on for a little bit of a run. Straight up through vent. Can you believe this? Look at the crowd that they're playing. They're retaking A heaven. This is incredible to watch.
This is how Yonko can get around. They would love it because they really want that 9-3 minimum. The 10-2 would be pretty disastrous. Philly's going to be playing off the side itself. The other 4 are on right now. Philly's activation is going to be very critical. Blueberry onto Indy. Still waiting for Philly to come on through. It's 2 members up for Yonko so far. Membership looking decent. Time will start running out pretty soon as well. Looking amazing for Yonko. Philly is still in the back. They don't even going to need him. Vent will find the last 2. And a huge amount of aggression coming through from Hornswogglers is not going to eventuate into too much. Before we head into the next round for the pistol, I'll take a bit of a break. Right, Pilski, attack side for Hornswogglers now in their pistol round, and we talked about this, definitely a more defensive-favored type of composition. Things are going to be much more interesting in terms of how they want to navigate this attack. They do have a lot of smokes, though. That's the good news. They
are throwing a B fake right now. All of the Astra utility being invested over on that side of the map. Both of the smoke characters, though, getting into the A site as the spike making its way over there. Blueberry trying to play for time, trying to play off the back of these kill trips that haven't really found any impact here. Vent on the rotation over, as is the rest of Hornswogglers.
I mean, they've committed to A, but the spike wasn't there. They threw their smoking characters, and spike was all the way on B, which means it's going to be a late plant. It's going to give a lot of time over to Yonko to be able to work through this retake.
Yeah, spike on the wrong side of the map, and you could see, as you mentioned, Yonko are ready for this retake. In goes the Boombot and the Trailblazer. Omen hanging around in middle, expecting a flank.
Tell you what, though, this is a good post-plant type of composition. It is going to be the Razors down first, and most of those frags going the way of Hornswogglers. Tony's going to make it a little bit more interesting. Loses the close-range classic, and once again, Philly, the late activation, was curious and concerned about that flank, and now has to be concerned about the final 3 members. It's pretty low HP, though, at least on Kaza. But he doesn't know where Kaza is, and Kaza all the way from screens will take him down.
Yeah, I agree with you. This post-plant for Hornswogglers is incredibly difficult to retake. Into the Rays in the sky are going to be able to throw a lot of reactive utility that makes your life very difficult. Coming back into the site, then you've got multiple controllers throwing down smokes and refreshing smokes on choke points, playing inside site smokes, the Astra utility for the post-plant, the Brim utility, and then the worst of all, and the reason why it sees so much popularity in the meta at the moment, the deadlock with the sensors and the barrier wall is impossible to retake into.
Yeah, I mean, assuming we're saving that kind of stuff, I assume it's not like a Cypher where you're just dropping traps behind you. But before we talk about speaking of trap, you need to get that kill. Okay, Blueberry will at least be able to go for 1. That was the minimum expectation, and now all the other traps from the deadlock player starts to go up, and this is where things get super annoying to play into.
Yeah, nice little one-way cage with the trip. Gets him the kill with the classic. You're happy with that. The rest of Yonko with some upgraded pistols here outside of Vent. Barrier going to keep Devid back for the time being. He's got a paint shells to play with as the rest of Yonko starting to work their way in through main. He slipped the net, or rather the wall, you should say. Sonic sensor gets triggered over towards A main. Molotov into elbow. Starting to haunt Yonko's progress, but Tony will not be stopped. Yonko storms straight back into the site and win a thrifty with very minimal investment.
I mean, we talked about how annoying that deadlock utility was going to be, and Deva's just like, I don't really care, actually. Paint shells through, then has enough of angle, understands that actually there's enough room here for me to actually peek all the way in towards the elbow. But it was this opening frag. It was looking a little bit dangerous, to be honest with you, because the classic was quickly running out of bullets. But the cage one way with the trip is enough to at least get a 1-for-1 to really make things a lot more competitive. And that swings things around pretty big for this second half as far as now you get to pick up some free guns, and winning an eco is pretty large.
It's huge. Even bigger than the Force Buy win. Like we saw a 10-3 earlier, turn around that quickly. Now Yonko's on defensive side against an offensive sided comp. They've got some money to play with. Progress Nebula to grab the orb, and a little bit of pressure from Hornswogglers, but as they see a fair few agents and a lot of reactive utility coming out there towards the B main side, they're going to take their interests elsewhere.
Full 5-manning it up every single place they go. B main straight over towards mid now, looking towards ropes as well. just cautionary. Still not fully decided. Maybe they can fake this out a little bit and force plays to rotate on A, and that has somewhat happened. It's Vent solo now, sees one, sees the entire team. That's bad news. Does Devitt have an angle to get anything done here? Barrier's going to lock him out. Still no plant though. Philly solo on site, needs to do a lot here. Can't even get one. You need the one minimum.
Hornswoggler's just running around like a pack of lemmings right now. Azo putting that bomb down safe on default. 5-on-3 advantage. They've got a Bulldog and a Spectre trying to break out of spawn, but they run straight into Xenox. Devitt, 1-on-4, farming up a showstopper, but I don't think they're going to let him get back into this round.
Yeah, it's just too many members alive, and still util online for Hornswogglers as well. So many angles to clear. Look how tricky this is. Exempt's even got to go for a big flank all the way around the side.
It's not even an open plan is the thing, so the heaven flank is almost unnecessary. Playing the grab well, and there is a third for Xenox, getting himself an annihilation and an eco win going back the way of Hornswogglers.
Eco straight into another eco, and you talked about for the attacking side of Yonko just kind of going back to basics and maybe playing aggressive or doing something unconventional, and this is the opposite of what we're seeing. We're seeing the other team. It's Hornswoggler saying, you know what, we're an eco here, but maybe we can just five-man it. We just five-man run everywhere we want, show some attention over towards the B side, then run it up mid, force a couple of rotations over towards A, and then go straight into the tower and overwhelm every single player. Overwhelm. Look, one classic, not that threatening. 5 classics running at you, maybe a lot more threatening.
Yeah, but this is quintessential Hornswogglers, to be fair. Like, anyone that's familiar with this team, they can get a little bit ooga booger at times, and they do love to play some weird comps, so this is very much on brand for them. Orb secured in B main will give access to the Seekers here for Azo, and Kaz is going to hang around in B main. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Exempt creeping his way up A ramp.
They got options here. I mean, they could even...
Oh, on the cam. Caught on the cam! You can't be taking pictures here, buddy.
And now Ropes is going to be next on target. Seeker's coming on through. Philly by himself to take the one down. Doesn't know where the rest of the players are.
Annihilation pop there. Oh, Kaza. He was the contingency plan. He was the lurk on the aggressive angle towards B main. Net getting thrown down on Philly. This is disrespect from Hornswogglers. Devitt, last alive, cowering in a corner as the spike goes down for the Hornswogglers boys. This has been a domination of a game of Split so far. And Yonko, look, hats off to you. You beat IPGN earlier on, but this is a bit of a different beast.
Off-stream magic fades away on stream.
Yeah,
perhaps
maybe.
Hornswogglers is just a bit of a step up. Maybe IPGN had a bit of a poor game timing here. Okay, Devitt will at least get the one. Doesn't realize there's a player behind him. Second kill looks pretty good, but it is the activation of Kaza. Basically disrespecting at this point. Could go for the kill at any time.
Yeah.
Which has allowed Devitt to run around slightly longer, but match point found, Mitch. This is the last game of the day, and we very swiftly found ourselves at 12-4.
Yeah, this is a bridge too far, unfortunately, for Yonko. It's looking like they're going to be getting knocked out of the tournament here, but look, I think maybe not seeing the best of what their team has to offer. On stream, as you mentioned, off stream, beating IPGN is no joke. Knocking them out of a qualifier like this, hats off to them. But at least in this matchup, they have been getting dismantled by this weird comp from Hornswogglers.
Split might not be their map. Facing against this type of composition on Hornswoggler's side is probably not their specialty either, as far as you're looking at from Yonko's positioning. So a couple of things here, just confusing or throwing them off for short. Whatever magic they had versus IPGN is not here today, not right now for this final game. Lower bracket, by the way, so elimination online. Showstopper, but he's been caught up by the net.
He's dead to paint shells. Oh, barely keeps himself alive. Nice little satchel. But he's not going to get any value out of the showstopper.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
Hornswogglers net him and run away.
Look at this.
Kaza is crept out B main somehow with some progression smokes of his own. This is ridiculous.
Devitt just walking. He's just exploring through mid, and he explores himself into 3 players. And as you mentioned, with the Kaza already finding himself deep on towards B, do they know there's a last player here? Oh, they know now. Tony reveals himself. Has flashes to play through. Lines like 2 to 3 plays. It actually does more than his fair share. A 1v3-4 situation there, and it kills 2. Okay, you want that. That's probably as much as you're going to get out of one player.
Yeah, the sonic sensors, though, are going to make it very hard to come out heaven, to come out spawn side. A barrier. You're not getting through that with a sheriff, buddy. No chance. Neural Theft coming out, only revealing the fact that it's taken him 2 clips of the Sheriff to even break down the wall, and now he's caught in the corner. Hornswogglers, 13-4. A fun name to say, and you're going to be saying it more tomorrow as they're going to be moving it on in that lower bracket.
Yeah, we'll be taking on AIC tomorrow in the lower bracket. Hornswogglers put Yonko through the mincemeat grinder here. 13-4, and a lot of those 4 rounds came through early on. It was the early pistols. But from that point onwards, yeah, not much to talk about here. 300 ACS for Indy, but really it was a team effort. It was the composition, even on the attacking side. We thought, could this be a weak position for them to play through? No, just 5-man run around the map. Yeah, okay, they do lose to an eco, but they instantly eco back themselves just to show how capable they are.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where the comp wouldn't work that well against a better team, but I think it's actually, these are the kind of comps that the lower level teams, they don't really know how to play against them. They overthink things, they spend too long working their way through the map, worrying about the utility. And a team like Hornswogglers, where these guys have been playing for a while, they know how to mess with these lower level teams. They know how to get in their head. They're confident enough to make whatever plays they want to make, and they get away with it as well.
They force you to play their game, and once you're playing their game, they're the ones in control, and that's kind of how it felt the entire way through. Yeah, a couple of lost rounds there early on, but aside from that, you're just seeing the better team, really. I think I can say that pretty cleanly. We probably would have expected them to be the better team anyway on paper.
Yeah.
Come through, and even rounds where, you know, situations like this where you could just tell they're kind of playing with their opponents a little bit too, playing with their food.
I feel like that is what Hornswogglers loves to do. Have scrimmed against them a little bit in the past, and they love running these weird comps. They love doing some out of the realms of what you'd expect kind of Valorant, and I'm here for it. You know, I love some funky Valorant. I love some weird comps. You can see a little bit of a method to the madness. Sometimes they look genius. Sometimes they look absolutely lost. And today, against a lesser opposition, they looked like they were, you know, playing 4D chess.
Yeah. And we had a lot of great games today. Unfortunately, that wasn't one of them. We knew at some point we're going to find a fast game. But looking back over where we got here today, 5 matches on stream. Unfortunately, we did have to skip one on stream that was played off stream. 14-12, 10-13, 14-12 again. I mean, 2 OTs, 3 games that essentially went basically the distance here, then some. Even the Kebab Clan Juji Hao game had some legs in that one. You know, Kebab Clan, they kept it competitive to start things out with, but Juji Hao just kind of manhandled them towards the end. And speaking of manhandling, Hornswogglers basically did that the entire time to Yonko.
They did. So look, down here in the lower bracket, you do have a game between Medjai's Soul Stealers and Bobo still going on. We saw Medjai's Soul Stealers early on against Cooper Troopers, who have already, actually in the rematch, they knocked them out in the lower bracket, interestingly enough. So Medjai's Soul Stealers have been making their way through quite a few teams that actually play in the VCL so far. They're doing quite well for themselves. They're currently playing Bobo for a chance at Kebab Clan. In the upper bracket, AIC knocked into the lower bracket by Focus, which that is a bit of a rivalry and a pretty big game in the Oceanic scene. So interesting to see that one go the way of Focus, and for them to, I guess, come into the off-season, into VCL with a winning record against AIC is an interesting one.
So Focus and Juji Hao have confirmed themselves a top 3 now, given that they're in the winners final. And we've nearly confirmed the top 6 now, but to name at least 5 out of top 6, obviously the first 2 are named already. Focus, Juji Hao in the upper semi-final. Then AIC Arena Internet Cafe versus Hornswogglers in the lower bracket, followed by Kebab Clan versus either Medjai Soul Stealers or Bobo. And that will round out the top 6. So I think, you know, basically in terms of the discussion that we had early on, all the teams we expected to be in the top, they are definitely in the top.
Yeah, a few upsets here and there, but it's usually once you head through to the lower end of things, you know, the 4th position onwards, things can get a little bit murky, particularly in here towards the off-season where you're starting to get a few roster changes or some teams that have been working a little harder and grinding it out with the same roster. I think Hornswogglers is a good example of that. Worth noting, though, that once this Medjai Soul Stealers and Bobo game is finished and we end round 5 of the BO1s, it's all best of 3s from here on in.
And so, you know, before we finish things off for the day, let's just do a quick preview of some of these games. AIC versus Hornswogglers, we'll start with that one because Hornswogglers just witnessed them dismantling Yonko, and we talked a lot about how the fact that, you know, maybe this type of composition wouldn't work as well versus a better team. AIC are that better team.
Yeah, I think it should be a 2-0 for AIC, but I like Hornswogglers. I like that they play a little bit of an off-brand of Valorant. I'd like to see them take it to AIC, but AIC, they're a core of experienced players who have pretty consistently been placing in the top 3 of VCL, and they have recently brought on some new blood and some fresh talent into their roster to kind of revitalize things, and I'm interested to see whether that's going to be a winning formula for them after relying on the same kind of core of veteran players season after season.
Let's move over to the upper bracket here. Focus GG versus GG How. Now, Focus beat AIC to drop them to the lower bracket, which means they now get their opportunity to go into the grand finals. However, GG How, we've talked about looking like the top team here, and certainly on both paper, but visually from the eye test of what we saw in their earlier game. Fantastic performances, absolutely clean. Some of the cleanest gameplay, maybe the cleanest gameplay you're going to get in OCE. So what are we expecting out of that game? Because this is a top 3, maybe top 2 type of showdown.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think GG How should win, but at the same time, Focus did beat GG How and knock them out of the VCL with their old roster. Now we've had a couple of player changes, though, so it's the core 3 of the same teams. We've had some role swaps. I think I'm a little bit more confident in GG How, even though Focus has the head-to-head record in terms of cores over them a couple of times now. I wouldn't be that surprised, though, to see Focus win. Like, we'll see. It
is a best of 3, though, so...
It is a best of 3. I think, honestly, the new players for Focus are a little bit untested, and they are playing mostly duelist roles where they're expected to perform, they're expected to frag. So I think it's really going to come down to whether Aegis and Doksha have big numbers in a series against GG How, because if they don't, then... you know, Lou's not going to choke. Lou's still just going to be sitting there fragging every single game and probably giving you the dub.
With the BO3 there as well, as far as the map drafting goes, more of an opportunity to drag us to Neon-favoured maps, go back towards the Sunset. I mean, we talked about the fact that Lou can also play that, but for Doctor, that's the specialty, right? We're talking about one of the best, at least in the rank side of things, most annoying Neon players you can think of. Focus GG, you know, they want to be able to play towards their strength. I think the downside for Focus to me is they had a really rough game versus Bobo, who we expected that to be maybe like, it could be a contestable game, but on paper, Focus should be the much better team compared to Bobo, and Bobo themselves now still fighting their way through the lower bracket, but we're not going to be able to watch that game, and unfortunately, because it is still going, we'll have to figure out tomorrow if either Bobo or Magi Soul Sealers will make it on through, but only one of them can make it on through tomorrow to face against Kebab Clan. But we've laid it out. Those are the matches to look forward to tomorrow, so tune in again tomorrow at 1 p.m. AST to catch the exciting games, and you know, you don't want to miss them because this is where the real Gigabangers start showing up. I'm Avril, this is Pilski. We're done for day 1 here, guys. See you tomorrow. Catch you later.
The side, but Spike. There's the paranoia
interaction as well. Just going to jump into 3 plays because you're Neon going to get out, no issues. In fact, you're even going to get a kill. And a situation now with Myth going down. This is where things get really interesting. Buzz has been unspotted.
Oh my
and
god!
This is, you see 2 coming on through. It's going to be Dox just sliding in. And unfortunately, he slides straight into the spawn room. The last member is Myth.
Yeah. Dragon coming in on the flank, trying to clutch it up.
On the crossfire, on the off angle here. It's a huge, long as useful at this point in here as well. Slide coming on.
Well, he's a little bit out of position, but
Kana stuck in main, has an angle, sees to try and make things a little bit more difficult. Needs to win. Was there because the Nightfall didn't catch him. The Nightfall was only on the side. They hear the tap. He's sticking it. Long has got 1.
If he can get this pick on Tix, then there's a chance he gets shots, but he's been seen in the side. And despite Connect
comes through, the more their power is shown. And that's a lot of players. They're gonna let it happen. Paranoia being thrown in there. Honestly, even with the Neural Theft coming on through, they at that point
utility from GG How is too good. The positioning a little. Kebab Clan crumbling, long side, nice and simply. Indeed, around the corner with the crowd. Well, showstopper against Blueberry. Winnable 1-on-2. Angle isolation for Philly. Gonna throw himself aside, smoke to play in. Out goes the guiding light and a 4-on-2. Big gun.
Devitt goes down there. Still would have been a really decent training set. Fine. These isolated 1v1s. He's got one of them. He also got tagged there. Misses. Okay, a little bit more though. At least get some gun upgrades. It's not the worst situation now. I'd swing back and try and save his own life. So timing of the swing needs a bit of a step up. Maybe IPGN had a bit of a poor game timing here. Okay, Devitt will at least get the 1. Doesn't realize the player behind him. Second kill looks pretty good, but it is the activation of Kaza. Basically disrespecting at this point.